Good morning and welcome to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. The Ultra 4 USA Series rolls in for some amazing racing here at the Crossbar Ranch, and this is Ultra 4 racing at its finest. We had just taken off with Scott Farley, the number 4824 out of Irving, Texas, with Johnny riding shotgun with Rufus Racing in his Tribe 16 chassis with a Grom Racing LS 427 with 750 horsepower. He's got an Eco Staff, Maxxis Tires, Vision Wheels, Texas Dents, Baja Designs, Dynamic Motorsports, and Mama Ange. And taking off right behind him is the 449 of Antonio Grijalva with Ricky Rickards riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road. And that OG Let's Roll Off-Road with a Herbert's Motorsports LS3 700 horsepower. He's got Nacho Lights, Mojab Off-Road, Yukon, ADS, and Canyon Coolers. We're teching our camera there at the start finish. Sorry for that delay, but they are a hot race course. Today is the EMC, the 4500, the 4600, and the 4800 classes. So up first is all in the 4800 class. Justin Barth, the number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri, with Paul Geisenhagen riding shotgun with Barth Racing. And that Jimmy's 48P chassis with an LS3 427 with 700 horsepower. He's got Raceline wheels, Nitto, and King shocks. So the 4600 Spider Track stock class will run 2 laps. Each lap consists of 16 miles. So he'll be racing 32 miles. The 4500 and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, they'll be racing 3 laps. So that's 48 miles in total. And we saw a lot of attrition yesterday during the UTV race. So this is going to be a wild, wild race. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We should have 12 cars taking the green flag this morning. Looks like they are taking off one at a time in 1 minute increments. They'll be racing 3 laps, so that's 48 miles in total. And we saw a lot of attrition yesterday during the UTV race. Davis is located in scenic south central Oklahoma in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. We're 1 hour south of Oklahoma City and 2 hours north of Dallas, Texas. So if you're anywhere in that area, come on out. And it looks like off the line next is the 1313 of Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle out of Austin, Texas with Shit Show Racing. And that TMR chassis with Mass Motors LS 408 Stroker, Mickey Thompson Tires, Raceline, and Brannick. Again, they are taking off one at a time every 1 minute. So this race is on adjusted time. So that means when you take the green flag, your time starts, not necessarily the guy ahead of you. So obviously in 1 minute, if you start in 5th, you have 4 minutes of adjusted time on your side at the end of the race. If the guy started first and finishes first, he's got to beat you by 4 full minutes. There we got our camera back in action. And it looks like that's Sean Rance up next, and it really should be. We will have 12 cars in total taking the green flag this morning. And then at high noon will be the Youth 170s. And then at 1 o'clock, the 4400 Unlimited class, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. And that was Sean Rance, the number 4531, with Chuck Richardson riding shotgun out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. He's in a 1976 Ford Bronco with a Jesse Haynes fabrication chassis. Richard Performance Windsor 460 small block with 600 horsepower. He's got Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, and Brannick Motorsports. And it looks like that's Cody St. Clair coming up next. Don't forget to get on ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing we have here in the Big B studio. And then we also have Racing Tracks, so get on there, and I'll get on there with you, actually. So go to Racing Tracks. Go to the menu, those 3 dashes next to that. Click that one. Scroll down, hit Class 4500, Show All. Scroll down again, hit Class 4600. Show All. And then 4800 is Show All. So now I have all of them on my screen. We should have action here at Rockface in probably about 20 more minutes. So while I was playing on Racing Tracks, it looks like Cody St. Clair, number 4561, the Texas Kid with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun out of Ponder, Texas with SCR Motorsports and that Tribe 16 chassis with a Thompson LS 408 stroker with 600 horsepower. Raceline wheels, full throttle batteries, PSC, Brannick, Warren, and Rufus Racing. I think this is a local getting ready to take off next of Ben Ertl. Scroll over to YouTube real quick. Looks like we got a few people in there, and that's Flamingo Chick. You were in there all day yesterday. Thanks for tuning in. So off the line next is Ben Ertl, the number 5337 with Mike Jury riding shotgun. No, it is actually Jeff Flanagan. Ben Ertl's up next. I apologize. So Jeff Flanagan, 869 out of Disney, Oklahoma with Eric James riding shotgun with Flanagan Motorsports in that Bent Fab chassis with an LS3, Max Motorsports, Kenny's Island Spirits, Schultz Creek Campground in Disney, Oklahoma, Rock and Docks Rentals, and CMT Trucking. So it's going to be a great day of racing. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. We'll get more into some stuff after we get all the cars off the line. We got 12 cars. That should take 12 minutes, obviously, one at a time every 1 minute. And then we'll have action here at race mile 6.5 at the Brannick Bowl of Rockface. So off the line there was the 5337 of Ben Ertl and Mike Jury out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma with JK Gear and Gadgets. He's in a Jeep JK with an LS3 525 horsepower, Seat Time Syndicate, Advanced Driveline, Raceline, Barnes 4-wheel drive, and USCG. And that looks like it's supposed to be Ryan Bell, but it looks like that's Brian Moore up next. Not sure if Ryan made his start time. Hopefully he can get everything lined out. Again, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com to see where everybody is and taking off. And then get on Racing Tracks. Open up the Crossbar race for Ultra 4 and follow along with your favorite driver. And that is Brian Moore, the 4818 out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with Moore Racing in that Blue Torch Fab chassis with an LS3, 525 horsepower, a Turbo 400. His wife's support, his 401k, and he would not be racing here today without the Jensen brothers with ORI struts. The Crossbar Ranch has over 6,500 acres to come out here and play. They're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with over 150 miles. The city of Davis, Oklahoma actually owns it, but it's ran by Judson Ramsey, and he's got a great staff here at the Crossbar Ranch. And we've got a lot of volunteers out on course. Area 51 and their whole crew is out here making it happen. We got Hoffman, Chris, Doug, Mike, ML, and Walls. And there goes Ryan Bell, the number 4899 with Michael Cathy riding shotgun out of Weatherford, Texas with Throttled Out Racing. He's in that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis with an LS7 with 500 horsepower. He's got the Crossbar Off-Road Ranch, Bell Electric, Mike Cathy Foam, Weatherford Sign Company, and NTX Mobile Repair. And I know we've got some of his buddies right here rooting him on. So that was the 4,800 and 4,500 mixed up. Up next is the 4,600 Spider Track Stock Class. I'll get into what those cars are after we get all these cars off the line. Again, thank you for tuning into the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch right here in Davis, Oklahoma. This race is on adjusted time. They're taking off one at a time every 1 minute. So that'll come into play towards the end of this race. And then at high noon, we kick off the 170s, the future of our sport. And there goes John Rance, the number 431 with Drew Anderson, riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. He's in that 2021 Ford Bronco. He's got a 2.3 EcoBoost with 310 horsepower. He's got a 7-speed manual transmission, a 74 weld portals, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, Rough Stuff Specialties, Fun Haver, and Ford Performance. And we got the RDP got to sit down with Mick Henson, who's next off the line. He did a social post about him this morning, and he'll build even a better one later on in a week or so. But it was really cool to see the behind the scenes of what the true everyman challenge stands for, and that is Mick Henson right there, and John Rance. Love seeing that. And I do think this course here it's rocky, it's tough, and I think that little Toyota actually has a really good shot at being on that podium in this class. He came out pre-running the other day, broke his transfer case, had to drive home, get it fixed, missed qualifying, so that's why he is taking a rear start. Make sure you get on there on the Ultra 4 USA Facebook and Instagram and give us a little shout out, hashtag, tag us in all your photos. It's going to be some good time racing here. And the green flag flies. The last car off the line, the number 4619 of Mick Henson and his buddy Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma with Rusty Nail Racing. He's in a 1981 Toyota with a DAO Racing Engine 22RE, trail gear, worn, Factor 55 Milestar tires, and Raceline wheels. So we have 12 competitors out on course. Everybody made the start of this race. So I'm going to say we're about 15 minutes away, 10 to 15 minutes away from seeing our first competitor right here at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface. I am at race mile 6.5. We've got Benji there at Dead Man Slide, at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide at race mile 8. We've got a camera there, and we got Jack with Believe Cam sitting right here with me. So he'll be patiently awaiting our first victim. And who's it going to be? Is it going to be Scott Farley, Antonio Grijalva, or Justin Barth? I'm going to switch over to racing tracks real quick and kind of get the lay of the land, see where everybody's at. All right, looks like everybody is probably right around Onion Patch. I'll probably be getting an update from some of the Area 51 crew here in just a little bit. So Scott Farley, 4824. If his tracker he's been passed already. Let's see what kind of update we had. It updated 8:06, so that's 10 minutes ago. These trees are really messing with the racing tracks. But once they get in clear view, they update. But we also analog data of this thing. So we've got a true run when we can download that tracker and see exactly where they are, make sure they didn't cut any course or everything. So David Clay with Racing Tracks does an amazing job with that. So the 417 with a 812 update, so a little old. So yeah, I'm going to guess they're probably right around race mile 4. And there it is, Doug with Area 51. Says a 4824 of Scott Farley is winching up Onion Patch. No front wheel drive. This is going to be a long day for Scott Farley and Rufus Racing. I hate to hear that for them. In two-wheel drive, you cannot make it around this course. And the 4491, that can't be one. The 4491 can't be on course, so I'm not sure who he thinks that one is. So our leaders are at Onion Patch, which is race mile 3.1, and already attrition setting in. So I assume Justin Barth and Josh Hacker should be there anytime. So it's going to be interesting while we're watching and racing right there at Onion Patch. So I was talking about the different classes. I'll kind of give you a quick run through on what these classes are. So we'll start with the 4500 modified class. You have to have, or you can have up to 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have some kind of mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. So a DOT tire, what is that? Department of Transportation. That's the same thing I have on my Jeep. You have on your truck. Anything that drives down the highway has to have a DOT tire. So it's not a race tire. It does not have the heavy sidewalls. So these tires take a beating out here, and that's why Maxxis loves being on board, and they can test their tires to the absolute limits with us right here at Ultra 4 USA. Let's move into the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. You can have a front or rear mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. Only solid axles are allowed. And that's a lot of new specific cars have been built for this class. But what it was originally built for is for the older 4400 cars to kind of go and retire because they don't have the technology of the new cars, but they're still too good to just throw away. So we built this 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and a great place for it to transition into a different class. And then the 4600 Spider Track stock class, you have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. A factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine in the same year, make, and model. Have to have a factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shock per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, factory style suspension like, leaf springs, coil springs, TDB, or however it came from the factory. Mechanical steering, and this is a complete grassroots style of racing. The Everyman Challenge is awesome. I love it. And it looks like Doug's got me a little update. Well, he's saying it is the 4491. I don't have them on my list. Oh, it is the 449. So that's Antonio Grijalva is struggling, and driver front is broke for Antonio Grijalva. So our 2 leaders are already starting to have issues, and now Justin Barth is there. So there's 3 cars stacked up in Onion Patch. So that could be a little bit of a bottleneck. So that's going to slow this first lap down for sure. And today we will be live all day long. We are just getting started with the Everyman Challenge race, where we have 3 separate races going on all at the same time. They are scored separately, so it's going to be a little bit of tricky to keep it figured out. But I'll keep you as honest as I can. And then at high noon, we're do the Youth 170s right there in the short course. It's about a 3/4 mile lap, and they'll be racing then. And then at 1 p.m., the 4400 Unlimited cars will take off. It's going to be today's going to be a good day. And then this afternoon is going to be an awesome day. I can't wait. Absolutely love it. So everybody took off right at 8 o'clock. They took off one at a time and 1-minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. Again, we have 3 classes racing at the same time during the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. So getting some updates from Doug with Area 51. That 1313 just made it through. So I think Josh Hacker is our leader of this race. We still have Antonio Grijalva and Scott Farley struggling in that screen door onion patch area. So it's going to be a long day for those guys. And remember, that class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, has to do 3 full laps. And don't forget to go check out the Roach Coach. They were been serving up breakfast this morning. They'll have lunch and dinner. I had a Philly yesterday. It was absolutely fantastic. They've got a few different burgers, all the fried food you'd want. So make sure you go check out them. And also Roxy and Robert are up there selling all the things. They've got T-shirts, hoodies, hats. If you want some Ultra 4 swag, go check them out. And then Maxis and Raceline are both set up in the vendor booth. We had Maxis Dave in the booth yesterday with us, having a fun little chat, and he's excited to be here and just enjoy. He said it's a little more slower pace than a short course race, so he's actually taking the time and enjoying himself. So glad to have Maxis here on site. And while we wait for a few more cars, we need to give a huge shout out to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks for sponsoring the 4600 class, Factor 55, PCI Race Radios, G-Force, Metal Cloak, Maxis, and King Shocks. So at the bottom of your screen right there, that is the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. Benji's there helping do a recovery. I know some of the Crossbar crew is there as well. That could get interesting today. That's right where the UTVs were going. It's just a little bit of a different angle. So it's going to be a fun day, but we're still just waiting patiently, or trying to be patient and waiting along. But yeah, if you zoom in on racing tracks, you can see the red dots there at Screen Door Onion Patch area. Right there at race mile, basically 3.5. There's 3 cars all in that same area. Most of them are winching, but it sounds like the 1313 is through. Trying to find him on my tracker, and I don't quite see him. So again, he may just be in the woods right there, and we don't have a good clear view of his tracker. But I do have confirmation with the Area 51 crew that the 1313 of Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle's actually riding with him is through that area. So he should be our first competitor through the Brannick Bowl right here at Rockface, race mile 6.5. So if he's probably race mile 4, between 4 and 5. So we're still another 5 or 10 minutes out. So that goes to show you how quick and nimble those UTVs were yesterday, and how hard this course is changing. I was talking to some drivers last night, and after 6 hard laps yesterday, the course is getting beaten. So the stock class for sure is going to have their hands full, as well as everybody else. So we kind of have picture in picture right there on screen of race mile 6.5 where I'm at, right here at the Big B studio. It is a beautiful day out here. It's a little bit crisp this morning, but I'm still in a t-shirt. The wind's blowing about perfect. Hopefully it blows away from us. Yesterday they were dusting me out a little bit. And it is blowing the correct way today. Hopefully it keeps that up. But yeah, it's supposed to be upwards of 80 degrees today. So again, if you're anywhere in the Oklahoma, Dallas area, come on out. It's going to be some action. It's only $30 per person. Kids 12 and under are free. There's still time to come and watch some racing. Again, this is going to be a good race, but this afternoon is going to be a great race. There's some heavy hitters here, and they have to go up the tougher line here at Rockface. For the UTVs and EMCs, we opened up Rockface the entire section. But then this afternoon, we're going to narrow it down, and they have to hit Rockface proper and take the hero lines. The 4400 Unlimited cars is going to be absolutely awesome. And I'll let you know who's actually racing this afternoon. We have Chip McLaughlin with Rufus Racing, Cole Clark with 2-4 Racing, Philip McGilton with 47 Motorsports, Anthony Alton with H&H Paving, Chad Hunt with Hunt's Motorsports, Tad Dowker with North Shore Raceworks, Kevin Taylor with Point One Racing, Paul Wolf with Wolf Racing, Tim Hooper with Fuelworks, Chris Branton with Upside Down Racing, and Rick Levezzo with R Squared Racing. So that's going to be a pretty good field out there. We should have 11 cars take the green flag this afternoon, and it's going to be a wild one, that's for sure. Oh, Justin Barth finally made it through Screen Door Onion Patch. So he should be making his way. Oh, and just then I see Josh Hacker's tracker ping, and he is at race mile 5 at 3 miles an hour. So that's a little bit of a slow section, obviously. And let's talk about the course a little bit. So we start there on the short course and then dive right into the trees. And there's lots of tight technical spots. And then there's Screen Door Onion Patch. There's a really gnarly hill, and then some more tight trees, some mud holes, some creek crossings, and then rock faces, pretty gnarly. Then they go into the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide, another tough obstacle. And there's a few more along the way. Again, lots of rocks, lots of tight trees. And then towards the end, they get into the prairie section, and they can get upwards to 100 miles an hour. So that's why I love this course so much, because it has all disciplines: short course, rocks, trees, and wide open. Looks like the 48.99 of Ryan Bell had an alert, and that typically means a hard hit or a soft rollover at race mile 3.8. So we're not sure exactly what's going on, but he did get an alert through the racing tracks. Hopefully he's okay and keep moving. We'll find out shortly. And the 45.61 of Cody St. Clair, the leader in the 4,500 modified class, is through. So we got 3 competitors through. Screen Door. So it's still a bottleneck right there at Onion Patch. We have the 48.24 of Scott Farley still winching. The 449 of Antonio Grijalva with so both of those have front axle issues. Not sure what's going on. Ryan Bell, we just heard that stop alert from them. And the 48.18 as well, Brian Moore. So it is an absolute bottleneck right there at race mile 3.5 at Onion Patch and Screen Door. It's been a great start for the 2025 PCI Clash Bar. Sorry, the PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. While we wait for our leaders to come through, we're going to step away from the action for just a moment. We'll be right back after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma. We are still waiting our first competitors to come on through. The 45-31 of Sean Rance is changing a tire at race mile 3.5. The 48-89 of Ryan Bell did make it through, so that alert we had, he probably hit a ledge right in the onion patch area and had to winch on up. And then the 869 of Jeff Flanagan made it through. So we have some competitors starting to make their way around, and it looks like Cody St. Clair and Josh Hacker are on top of each other on the tracker, about a mile away from me. So we should be seeing them come through here very, very soon. And again, the wind's starting to blow a little bit here in the Big B studio. This is round number 1 for the Ultra 4 USA Central Series. In 2 weeks, up next is round number 2 for the Ultra 4 USA Eastern Series in Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beachman Raceway, May 2nd and 3rd. So it is a busy year, but it's going to be a fun year. So right here it is picture in picture. That was the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide at race mile 8. And I see our first competitor, and I believe that is Josh Hacker. Again, these cars are all going to be brown today. There's some big mud holes they got to splash through, but we are about 1 minute away from seeing our first competitor hit the Brannock Bowl right here at Rockface. So Jack's getting his FPV drone in the air. And hopefully we had some tech issues with that, but we played with them last night. Hopefully they're going to work a little bit better today. And he is getting ready to take off. So I see him taking off. We should see, I believe it's Ryan Bell. There it is. He's chasing down, trying to find him. He'll fly down the trail a little bit, get a little high, and when he sees him, he'll turn around and chase him on here. And there he is. Again, I believe that's Josh Hacker. We'll find out as he comes by. And it is the 13-13 of Josh Hacker. Big thumbs up. Our race leaders out there having fun. Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle. He's going to hit it hard. Having a little bit of struggle at the top. Gets a little slideways, but makes it on up. And that is the first competitor today. So those rocks were dry. They're going to get wetter and wetter as the days go on. Yesterday, that was the preferred line for the UTVs. But remember, they're a lot lighter. So these bigger, heavier cars may have some struggle there, as we saw Hacker have to get all over the throttle to make it on up. But he does. And I see our next competitor coming into Kelly's Cut, and it does look like the Texas Kid of Cody St. Clair. So that is 2 separate classes. Hacker is in the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class, and Cody St. Clair is in the 4500 Modified. And the 55-37 of Ben Ertl out of Oklahoma City is through race mile 3.5. And then again, we have John Rance and Mick Kenson in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And this is going to be an extremely tough race for them. That's why we backed their laps down to 2. Everybody else in this race runs 3. And then the 4400 will be 4 entire laps. So I think the crowd's going to be packed down here at Rockface, because this is an awesome area to see. You can see a little bit of high-speed section coming at us. Then they go in the woods and then hit Rockface. And that looks like it could be Justin Barth. But again, these cars are all brown. It's hard to tell. So I hear Cody St. Clair coming in, and I see him on the Believe Cam drone. And they're pointing to the same line, so they're going to line up and hit it. And a full throttle attack, and he's getting all sorts of crossed up, but is able to make it on. And it doesn't sound like his engine's running at 100%. Not sure if he got a plug wire wet or something, but he hit the throttle and made it up. But again, you can just see him dancing up the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. This is going to be some exciting racing down here in the limited class. The Everyman Challenge. Again, a lot of these cars are built in their garage at home, and I just love the way it plays out. So up next, it's either going to be Ryan Bell or Justin Barth. It was definitely a Jimmy's car, a brown Jimmy's car, and it is the 417 of Justin Barth. He's going to take the wider, easier line. And after watching the first two make it up there, I don't blame him a bit. It is a little bit longer, more real estate, but a little bit more of a safer line. And I'm not going to call it easy because it's still steep. It's still gnarly. But Justin Barth, our physical third and second in class in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So getting an update from Area 51. Looks like the 449 of Antonio Grijalva did finally make it up, but has two rear flat tires, and he's at race mile 3.5. So he's got about 10 miles to go. And obviously he only has one spare, so he's got 10 miles to go with at least one flat tire the rest of the deal if he stops and gets it changed. Brian Moore does make it through that area clean. So let's see. We should see our next competitor, the 4899 of Ryan Bell. He's at, it just updated. Perfect timing. Current update for Ryan Bell at 10 miles an hour at race mile. Should see him any minute. He'll be coming down the hill and heading into Kelly's Cut. Let's switch over to the YouTubes and see who all's checked in. David Moore. Rooting on his, I believe that's his brother, Brian Moore. Rooting on, we got Let's Roll, Antonio Grijalva with Aaron tuned in. Update on Scott Farley. Last I heard was he had no front wheel drive and onion patch. Let me scroll through my text, see if I do have an update for Scott Farley. The 4824. Okay, he did finally make it up, and that was at 8:31. So 10 minutes ago, he did make it up. Screen door at race mile 3.5. But again, this the woods out here, the tracker's lagging just a little bit. Okay, so Scott Farley on the tracker is at race mile 5, so he's a mile and a half away from me. Man, Doug with Area 51 has been really, really helpful today. John Rance, our 4600 Spider Track stock leader, is up and through screen door. They're at race mile 3.5. And that was definitely a bottleneck, and it still has some people there. Antonio Grijalva, he finally made it out. He's still showing stops, so I assume he's changing one of his two rear flat tires. And it is still Josh Hacker out front with about a mile lead over his class of Justin Barth. But physically second is Cody St. Clair, and first in class in the 4500 class. And it looks like Cody St. Clair is starting to run away with his class. We'll see how it all shakes out. It's still very early. The 4,500 and 4,800 are running 3 full laps at 16 miles per. So that is 48 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain here in Davis, Oklahoma. And Chips want me to give him a little shout out on how Scott's car looks. They don't have any radio comms right now, so they're relying on me. So they may owe me a couple of beverages this evening. We'll see how it shakes out. Or maybe I can call out some fake stuff and mess with them. But no, all good, buddy. I'll keep you as honest as I can. But the first 3 competitors, all 3 cars looked healthy. Cody St. Clair's engine, I think he may have splashed a water hole a little too hard. It was spitting and sputtering just a tick. But obviously, he's still running strong. He's already almost 2 miles away from me. But Josh Hacker and Justin Barth's cars look good and strong. But it's going to be tough to tell who's who as they're coming by. Luckily, we have those rear number plates that haven't hit the water holes in reverse yet. So again, you can go to racing tracks and have the same tracker I have here in the Big B studio, and go to the 3 bars on the left, click them, and then scroll down. If I can get it clicked, there we go. You scroll down, you hit your class you want to see. You want the 4,500, 4,800, and 4,600. Once you click that class, hit show all. because there's 3 different races going on at the same time. So that's how they keep it scored separately. And it looks like Ryan Bell should be here. I hear him. There he is. Ryan Bell is entering into Kelly's Cut as we speak. So the FPV drone should have him here in about 1 minute. And then when they get closer to finishing lap 1, make sure you switch over to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Also, they'll give you split times and lap times for where they are in class. So obviously, Cody St. Clair started behind Sean Rance. We know he had a flat tire, but that puts Cody St. Clair with 1 minute adjusted time. Plus, I haven't seen Sean Rance yet, so he's already got a 5-minute lead over second place in the 4,500 class. So we will be having Ryan Bell come through, and here he is with a very healthy-looking car. Crossbar Off-Road Ranch is one of his sponsors, and he just smokes up it. The cleanest run up Rockface so far today. What a great run he had. That was the cleanest run up the Brannock Bowl yet today. So he lined up, saw his deal, splashed through the water, and just used momentum and horsepower. So far, so good this morning. It's been a beautiful day. Again, the air is a little bit crisp this morning, but it'll be nice this afternoon. The wind's blowing about perfect, and it's blowing in the correct direction to blow that wind out of the Big B studio. Because obviously, I'm just sitting out here in the dirt. I got my awesome desk that I love. I got a Monster Easy Up, and I'm living life to its fullest. So the 4619 of good old Mick Henson has made it through screen door. So if I remember right, I'll get a timestamp. 431 of John Rance was up and out at 4. So 2 minutes split on those two. That is pretty impressive. So the 449 of Antonio Grijalva is moving again, changed the left rear, but still has a right rear flap. All right, it looks like I've got a visual on Scott Farley up at the top, and the rear axle is completely ripped out of the car. Complete joke. That was for you, Chip. Don't see him yet. Looks like we should have the 869 of Jeff Flanagan coming over the hill any moment. So we'll have some more action right here at the Brannock Bowl in just a few minutes. Jeff Flanagan, a good old boy out of Disney, Oklahoma. That was another super fun course. We'll see if we can make it back there to go racing. I'd love to do that course again. There's a little bit too much water there, but it's such a fun place. That's where I cut my teeth wheeling. I started going there, shoot, I guess it's 25 years ago. Darn it. Chip and Andrew texting me. They found my joke a little humorous. And you can hear in the microphone a little bit, the wind's starting to kick. So again, thank you everybody for tuning into the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We are on our first lap of 3 for the Everyman Challenge. The 4600 Spider Track class does only do 2 laps, but the 45s and 48s do 3 full laps at 16 miles per. And here comes Jeff Flanagan. No, that is Scott Farley. So Jeff Flanagan on tracker, I thought was going to be the next, but it is Scott Farley, and he is moving. So we'll see. I'm curious to see as he makes it up Rockface if he has that front wheel drive working or not. Was it a shifter issue? Was it a broken axle drive shaft? I have no clue, but we will find out shortly because you need 4-wheel drive to make it up this climb. If you don't, you might be able to make it, but I'll be able to tell because you'll be burning the rear Maxxis tires off that machine. So here comes Jeff Flanagan. Okay, so the tracker is pretty close. So Scott Farley should be coming into the Believe Cam drone here. Jack's our pilot for the weekend, doing an amazing job. Chris Lundy back at home switching the show, and we're making magic happen. Hope everybody back at home is having fun. And he is all over the throttle. Scott Farley is moving, and I'm going to say, no, he does not have a front wheel drive, and he is sideways. And, oh, my goodness, dancing all over the place. Scott Farley putting on a show for everybody here at home. And it looks like, no, he has still got both tires up. But he's going to have to back up, and I'm going to say he's going to take that further left line. But he tried going up rock face in two-wheel drive, got sideways, tried to steer out of it, but no front-wheel drive. So this is going to be interesting. And he is putting those Maxxis tires to work, putting on a smoke show. Oh, I hate to see that for Scott. And Jeff Flanagan should be coming around the corner any moment. So we may have some action here. And he is burning those tires off. Uh-oh, getting hit with a rock just now. And look at that, just trying to melt those tires down. And here comes Flanagan. We'll see if he's healthy or not. So he's going to take the further left line. I think Scott Farley should back up and follow Flanagan, because the rock he's on is super wet, super slick. There's more traction on that left line. So I hope, yep, okay, it looks like he is going to back up. And hopefully the little bit of steam puffing, but he is in the water, so hopefully it splashed up. But he's backing up, trying to get a run at it. But I think that wet rock is going to be too tough on him. But he's not giving up. He's made it up the slick rock area, but I think he's got to keep that momentum going. This could get interesting. He's side hilling in two-wheel drive with no rear pull, but he is on a trail that crosses over there. Oh, man, what a great show it is. And, oh, he lost his momentum. This is going to be tough and a little sketchy. I feel bad for Scott, but I'm enjoying watching it. So Scott Farley and Littlefoot are on rock face in the middle with no front wheel drive. And he is absolutely burning down those Maxxis tires. That just goes to show you how tough this is, because all weekend, everybody's made it look fairly easy, but now it goes to show you if you don't have that front wheel drive pulling, it is extremely difficult. And I hope we will get a highlight of his little dancing action when he first hit it. Okay, and everybody does have to have a winch per the rules with Ultra 4. It's a long ways up there. I don't think he can make it to the trees, so we may have to try to find yep, he's got the winch out and ready. He's already used it. It's still unreeled, I can see. So he's going to have to try to find a rock. Man, I haven't talked about it this weekend. This is perfect timing. There is no outside assistance with Ultra 4 other than some of our volunteers or Ultra 4 safety crew. No outside assistance. Fellow competitors can help you, but they are on their own unless, and I think I would have played a little safer and tried to flag down the next competitor, said, hey, could you tow me up this? I'll buy you a case of beer after the race. But it's Johnny's got his hands cut out right now. Oh, and here comes Sean Ranch. That is physical second in the 4,500 modified class, and he's going to take that. Well, which line is he going to take? We're about to find out. So he's going to try to go up right next to Scott Farley. And look at that. With four-wheel drive, he makes it look so much easier. And again, this is not an easy trail, so a tough break for Scott Farley, but he is showing us how tough this course actually is. And I'm curious how long that winch rope is. He's going a lot further than I thought he could make it. And I'm glad I'm not Johnny right now having to run up and down this hill. A tough break for Scott Farley, but I love the never give up attitude. So Scott Farley is right there in the middle. You can see him just to the top. Oh, I'm not a news guy right there. So he is still right there stuck on course, winching as we speak. And I think I see Ben Ertl heading into Kelly's cut, so we'll have him in the mix as well. And Littlefoot is having to run up and down the hill, getting his cardio in today. So he's got another tree strap to make his winch rope longer, I am guessing. And again, these are just cedar trees. I don't know how strong they are, but guess what? We're going to find out. And he isn't even winching yet. The winch isn't tight, and he's already trying to he's got to get closer to the tree. That's what he's trying to do. Okay. And man, that just goes again. Camera never does it justice, but that goes to show you how actually steep it was. We were walking up and down those hills a couple days ago, putting up all the sponsored wind blades, and it would have got me huffing and puffing pretty good. And now I think he's got his right front tire on the winch line. He can't see that, but I can. So now he's going to have to back up because he's got a. We'll see if he's got enough winch line. And he is at race mile 6.5. The remote pits are roughly, I think, 13.5. So that's 7 miles to go before he can get to the PCI pits and get that front end looked at. Because obviously it's more than they can fix just out on the trail. Most of these competitors do carry drive shafts. I'm going to say some of them carry drive shafts. So here comes Ben Ertl, and he's got a left front flat tire, and it does not sound healthy, and a broken winch strap on the front, I believe. So he's going to have to hit it, and Scott Farley's in the way. I don't know if he's got this. It's spitting and sputtering bad. It's loading up. I can see some black smoke puffing out the back. And he doesn't know that Scott Farley's stuck until now. So he just lost all forward momentum. And with a not good running car, I would hate to back up this obstacle. And I don't think he knows. He just found out he's winching because you cannot drive over a competitor's winch line either, obviously for safety reasons. And he is just full throttle, but that car is not running good. I don't know if he got engine or water in the engine or spark plugs or something, but it's not running very good. But it looks like Scott Farley is winching now, so he's making forward progress. But that's not the preferred line when he gets up there. So I think they're going to have to winch up a ways, unhook, and go further to their left. So Ben Ertl does make it up and out, but he does have a left rear flat tire and I believe a broken front winch line. So the attrition is high during the Everyman Challenge race. There's a lot more action here at Rockface than yesterday, and I anticipated having some yesterday, but the UTVs made it look easy. So I feel bad for the competitors, but they're making for a better show for us. So Scott Farley is actively winching, and he's still just melting down his tires. I'm curious to see what those look like after the race. I'm sure Dave will be interested to go check them out as well. So they're going to winch as high as they can, and I don't remember if there's a trail to their right or not. So RDP does have a better view, and there is a trail the way they're going. So they'll probably unhook there and then rehook the winch up further up the hill because I don't think he can keep going where he's at. I think he's still just on too steep with just a rear wheel drive. And again, no outside assistance other than fellow competitors or Ultra 4 USA safety crew. Unless, and even the safety crew, this is not a safety issue. This line is so big that we're not going to go out there and save them. We go out there and save the people to get them out of the race line if it's a bottleneck. But with 10 other trails here, he's on his own. Now, obviously, if he would have rolled it first, we would have went over there in a hurry to help him. And I thought he was going over for sure, but he hit the throttle at the right time. A little bit of luck and kept her on all fours. So they're going to throw the winch line. And to me, that's a little little interesting because if that winch line gets loose and it catches that front tire, it's going to rip that winch line out of the cab. And full throttle attack from Scott Farley as he heads into the cedar trees and disappears from my venue point. I think the drone had to, I don't know if the drone landed or not to change batteries. I think I see it up there. So that'll make for some good footage later on. So Rufus Racing, sorry guys, he definitely is having some issues, but he made it through. So now we'll see him. We're at race mile 6.5. The Warren Racing Dead Man Slide is at race mile 8 where Benji is. So we'll see him up there next in hopefully 10 minutes of it. That could be an interesting camera view because that's another not easy trail in two-wheel drive. Obviously, you know, most of this race course you could make it in a stock Bronco or a stock Toyota is getting ready to show you they can do it too. But again, they're heavily built, but they're on 35-inch tires, so you can make it around this course. But in two-wheel drive, it is going to be tricky. Got a lot of mud nut racing guys out there rooting on Sean and John, Gary, Jason, North State, Deadhead RC, Aaron, and Flamingo Chick all tuned in. And here comes our 4600 Spider Track stock first place. And John Rance just gave me a huge thumbs up, all smiles. So this thing came from the factory from Ford. That is a Ford Bronco, heavily modified, but it's a 3.2 EcoBoost, and it's got a 7-speed manual transmission. I'll go through that. So that is John Rance heading up Rockface, making his way out. He is in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And what is a stock car? You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Has to be a factory engine, but may be replaced with anything in the same year, make, and model of that vehicle. Has to have a factory transmission. DOT 35-inch tires, single 2.5 shock per corner, factory style suspension, and mechanical steering. And there goes Anthony Grijalva, the 44.9. So he still has that right rear flat tire and has already used up his spare. And there goes Mick Henson and the little Toyota. So on adjusted time, John Rance and Mick Henson are neck and neck in the Spider's Track stock class. And Antonio Grijalva has no real front wheel drive as well and a right rear flat tire. So he is in the same spot that Scott Farley was just stuck at. But he's giving her a little more goose. And we'll see if he makes it up wheeling a little bit. If he can make this in two-wheel drive, that is absolutely incredible. Wow, Antonio Grijalva giving it all he's got. Right rear flat tire, no front wheel drive. You know what? He may have left front pull. I couldn't see that on my side, but it's easy. Didn't say easy, but he made it a lot easier than Scott Farley. So I wonder if he has a right front broke axle. Again, that's just me guessing because I don't think he could have made it up with a right rear flat in two-wheel drive. But Mick Henson, that Toyota, making it through, making things happen. Oh, Left Roll Off-Road is tuned in watching their buddy Antonio Grijalva out there racing away. So I don't know if that's Andrew McLaughlin or who's running that page right now. Wow, we've had some action for sure. It's been a great start to today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And my phone's been blown up. Let me get caught on that. So Farley has a broken T case. So he's gonna go for the finish because you have to complete one lap to get finishing points. So he's going to try to complete one full lap to get those finishing points. Josh Hacker is physically first out front, so that must mean Chip is in remote pit. Barth came in the pit getting some work done. St. Clair bypass, so we should have our leaders maybe even on the second lap. Yes, we do. So I had too much action here behind me. I wasn't paying attention, but Cody St. Clair in the 4,500 class is our new overall leader of the race, but in the 4,500 class. And then it's Josh Hacker in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So far, and what was their lap times? Cody St. Clair with a 56.26 and Josh Hacker with a 57.26. So 1 minute apart. That's pretty impressive. And I am on ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. So you can pull that up at home and follow along. That is right at the 16-mile mark. That's at the PCI start finish. So that camera blew over.
There's one winching up rock face. He's two-wheel drive.
Over where Miles is?
Yeah.
He is. Two-wheel drive. And he's still in the race. And had a flat end about to quit, was it?
He went up rock face like that.
Did like, I mean, they won't pick on you.
All right. While we had all the action back here, my phone was blown up, so trying to get caught up, but nothing too important. But yeah, it looks like that must be Benji's camera in the bottom. That's at
I found a job for Karen.
the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide.
Damn right.
Don't see too much action. But again, we had action here, so I wasn't paying attention. I was having fun. So let's hop back on the racing tracks and see where our leaders are. Again, you go next to the menu, hit those three little dashes, click 4,500 show all, click 4,600 show all, click 4,800 show all, and then you can run around. And then lap 1 competitors are in orange, lap 2 competitors are in yellow, and then once they go on to that third lap, if I remember right, they turn green. So our physical race leader, well, on timing, it was Cody St. Clair. So let's see. Josh Hacker pinged at 9:05, and Cody St. Clair pinged at 9:05. So on the tracker, it looks like Hacker may got taken over the lead again. So it's been a battle between our front two, but they are in 2 separate classes. They need to remember that. When you got your helmet on and the visor down, you're going for blood, but you're winning your class, so it doesn't matter. And just like that, it pings, and they're on top of each other. So I don't know who's actually in the lead yet. But they're at race mile 1, and I've got Doug with Area 51 at screen door at race mile 3.5. So they'll be giving me some updates here pretty soon. So let's scroll back through and look at some other of our competitors. Oh, Justin Barth just came through. So he came through with a lap of a 1:02.
I got another one. Got another one coming that's got a flat. They think maybe front broke axle.
Sounds like we have somebody stuck just around the corner from me that I can't see. So I'm going to get on the tracker and try to see who it should be. Oh, and it is. It's the 4818 of Brian Moore. And I had to tow him out of tech with my Jeep. He was having battery and alternator issues, so I'm not sure if that's what's going on. But, yep, he is on the toe of shame right now. Tough break for Brian Moore. We'll see what happens with him. We'll get him pulled through. So his day may be done. And remember, these cars have a hydraulic steering, so when that thing's not running, he's not steering very good. So tough break for Brian Moore. We'll have to get him recovered. And right now, he is right in the middle of the track. Luckily enough, there isn't anybody else coming. So he's not steering very well. He clips a tree. We're going to have to restrap and get him pulled back. So there's a great shot from Jack with Believe Cam. Again, that's Brian Moore. That's an old Blue Torch fab. My buddy Kelly Kaiser used to own that car. I don't know, 10 years ago. It's great to see it out here running. And Daniel Parker from Alabama, I think, had it at one time as well. So it's been passed around and doing good. Wow, Scott Farley just made it through Dead Man Slide with no wind, so just rear wheel tires spinning. And there goes Mick Henson up the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide as we speak. Great catch, Lundy. This is some great action out here. So Scott Farley made it up in two-wheel drive, and Mick Henson just made it look easy in that little Toyota. So I hope we can get Brian Moore over here in the studio and have a little chat with him, because it looks like his day may be done. They're trying to get him pulled off. Again, I do know he was having battery and alternator issues during tech, because we had to yank him out of line, give him a tow out of line earlier, and he went to town and got some parts, and he was running, obviously, but something happened. So has he got some wiring issues, or what's going on? Hopefully we can find out. So he's right here. I'm going to run over there and tell him to come see me. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Cut the finger off.
Well, I just ran over and talked to Brian Moore, and he is defeated. It's electrical issues of some sort. He said he got the alternator issue figured out. He got it sorted. He's going, and now it's full crank and will not start. He says he's got fuel pressure, and he is
Man,
bummed.
funny looking sauce in these potatoes.
So I told him, settle down, get your thoughts sorted, see if you're going to call the race, and if you do, come chat with me. So we'll see. I think he's going to come over in a little bit. But he was bummed because he wanted to hit rock face. He's like, I just wanted to hit that hill hard. And tough break for Brian Moore. The attrition is setting in for sure. So we'll find out soon, but he thinks he's going to have to call it. He's like, I'm not an electrical guy. I said, I'm not either, especially when I'm in the woods and everything's muddy. So just tough break for Brian Moore. And on your tracker, you can see right where I'm at. Right next to the creek, you can see the 4818 with that red dot at the bottom. That means he has stopped on course, and he is literally right next to me. So it looks like Justin Barth is almost at race mile 2. Anthony St. Clair at 2.5, and Josh Hacker at race mile 3. Josh Hacker updated at 9:11. Nope, just 9:13. So accurate update for him. And he's at race mile 3.5, so he is probably at screen door right now. When did Cody St. Clair update. Looks like he updated at 9:11, so that's 3 minutes old. So he's probably just, man, it's probably neck and neck. Oh, just like that, he updates. So I think an accurate update. It looks like Josh Hacker is ahead of Cody St. Clair by about a quarter mile. And again, they should be heading into screen door any moment. And I'll get an update from Area 51. Doug's been keeping me honest with everything going on there. And again, I can hear it in the mic, so I assume you can too. But the wind is starting to pick up. Yesterday, it got warm in the afternoon, so I'll take a little bit of wind. A little bit. I didn't say a lot of it. Obviously, we're going to take what we get. You got some Antonio Grijalva fans when he was ripping up there, and I think three-wheel drive. And it is Andrew McLaughlin on the Let's Roll Off road having some fun watching his buddy. Thanks for tuning in. And just like that, Doug with Area 51 just told me Josh Hacker is through screen door. So that puts him probably about 15 minutes away from us. So Josh Hacker is running a great race out of Austin, Texas in that TMR chassis. Mass Motors LS408, Mickey Thompson Raceline, and Brannick Motorsports. And speaking about Brannick, they are the official sponsor for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. All part of today's 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. So that puts Justin Barth. He should be heading into Onion Patch any moment then. He updated 2 minutes ago, and there's somebody stacked right on top of him. So that's going to be, Cody St. Clair. Oh, nope, just like that, updates. Cody St. Clair should be in, who knows? But Cody St. Clair and Justin Barth and Josh Hacker are top three out front. Let me scroll back over to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And it looks like, Ryan Bell has moved into physical second and first in class on adjusted time. So remember, they did not start at the same time. They took off one at a time in 1 minute increments.
They got to go up at.
So this race is on adjusted time. And the wind is picking up a little bit. Scrolling through, looks like Josh Hacker should be race mile 4.5 now. Again, I am at the Brannick Bowl at Rock Face at race mile 6.5. So we should see him here in the next 10 minutes or so. And they are on lap number 2 of 3. They are 16 miles per lap. So that's 48 miles in total. For 45 and 48, the 4600 Spider Track stock class is only doing 2 laps. So that's 32 miles in total. And that's, I'm saying only 2 laps. It's still gnarly for those guys because, again, the little Toyota and the Bronco, man, that's going to be a tough day for them. I'll get an update from Doug. Looks like Cody St. Clair is through and heading this way. So We are clear with Josh Hacker and Cody St. Clair. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race at King of the Hammers up in NorCal. We're going to be back to Badlands, Vegas to Reno, Kentucky, Crandon, Crossbar. They do mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. Love the versatility of a Ultra 4 car. I'm a big fan of off-road in total. I love rock crawling. I love seeing a desert truck, short course. But those cars are all specific built, which is cool. But I like seeing one car that can do it all, and that's what Ultra 4 is all about. Paperwork's starting to blow around a little bit here in the Big B studio, so I got to get some more rocks put on my papers, but I think we got her lined out. Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. Again, I am Miles Hasselquist, and it's going to be a great day. We are just getting started for the Everyman Challenge. Oh, my good buddy Rusty's tuned in. Thanks for checking it out. So we'll be racing 3 laps for 45, 48. 2 laps for the 4,600 stock class. And then at high noon, we'll have the Youth 170s out on the short course. And we do have our start finish camera there, so we'll be able to see a little bit of the action. We're, I think we're about 6 miles out, so we don't have time to tear down and go set up, tear down and set back up down here. So we're just going to stay down here at the rock face area for the entire day. So we don't have a drone up for the Youth 170s, but we've got that start line camera, so we'll be able to do our best. It was an exciting start of this race. Scott Farley put on an absolute show and should have rolled it, but a little bit of throttle pedal. When in doubt, throttle out, and that's what he did, and he was able to save his car and make it happen. So just kind of scrolling through here. Oh, Jeff Flanagan just crossed the start-finish, the 869. Out of Disney, Oklahoma, with Flanagan Motorsports and that bent fab chassis, LS3, Max Motorsports, Kenny Island Spirits, Schultz Creek Campground in Disney, Oklahoma, Rocks and Docks Rentals, and CMT Trucking. He's been racing with us since 2022 when he made his debut there in his hometown of Disney, Oklahoma. And then he's been racing with us ever since. Great to have him around. So we have 5 competitors through this out on lap number 2. And on adjusted time out front, it's Cody St. Clair, then Ryan Bell, Josh Hacker, Justin Barth, and Jeff Flanagan. But remember, there's 2 separate classes in there. So Cody St. Clair is the only one out on lap number 2 in the 4,500 class. The other 4 are in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And on the timing, you can see there, 4,500 under the name, and then you see the places next to them. So it makes sense. Let's see, getting another update from my buddy Doug. Justin Barth is through screen door. Car looks good. Love having these updates from out on course. So thanks to the entire Area 51 crew and all of the rest of our volunteers, the Crossbar staff, the Ultra 4 USA crew. We've got a great team of media guys and gals out on course. And, of course, our safety people, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. We could not be doing this race without each and every one of those. It is a big puzzle, and we seem to put it together every time, and it's a lot of fun doing it. Let's see if I can see how close Josh Hacker is getting. Oh, he's getting close. He's almost to race mile 6. He's probably, a half mile to 3/4 away. When did he update? 23. Accurate update. So we should see him in the next 5 minutes. So Josh Hacker, the number 1313 out of Austin, Texas, in his TMR car with Mass Motorsports LS 408 stroker, Mixie Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, and Brannick Motorsports. He was a Ultra 4 rookie this year. His first race was up in Roush Creek, Pennsylvania, just a couple months ago. Well, I guess that's just a month ago. Man, it's been a busy year already, and it's only getting better. Sounds like Scott Farley just changed rear tires, and he's headed to the finish. I'll bet you he changed both rear tires because those things had to be completely destroyed after he put on that smoke show here at Rockface. And I believe they're going to call it, since he does have a broken transfer case. I'm very impressed he was able to make it around, but it's not worth beating the car up when you're not not that competitive. And poor Johnny had to do a lot of winching. So I think they're going to just finish lap number 1 to get their finishing points and call it a day. But then they'll be rooting on their buddy Chip McLaughlin. He'll be racing that Tribe 16 car starting at 1 p.m. for the 4400 main event of the day. And I do see a couple cars heading towards the PCI start finish. Looks like it's the 4824 of Scott Farley should be there. And Sean Rance, the 4531. So we should have a couple more competitors finishing lap number 1, heading out for lap number 2, even though we think Scott Farley's going to pull off. And he started on that pole position, and we were very excited for him. Tough break, but hey, that's part of what happens. And I believe that was Scott Farley. Let me switch over to Ultra 4 racing.livemotorsports.com. And yes, it is Scott Farley with no front drive, 1 hour and 23 minutes. And right behind him was Sean Rance, and it moves him up the line. So Sean Rance, second in class, and I do see Josh Hacker. So we'll have action here at Rockface here in just a moment. So Jack's getting the Believe Cam FPV up in the air. And we'll be ready here in just a little bit. It takes about 1 minute to make it through Kelly's cut. And we'll see how healthy his car is. All right. Well, I hear Josh Hacker. The drone's in the air. So we should have visual on him here in just a moment. And there he is, Josh Hacker, wiping off his visor, and that car is completely covered in mud. So we'll see if he can make a quick work of it. And he is all over the throttle, slowing down a little bit, but kept that forward momentum going. And he makes it straight up the gut of the Brannick Bull right here at Rockface. Starting to get a pretty good crowd down here Again, it's a little bit brisk this morning. That wind's got a little chill in the air. It is a 63 degrees, but it feels a little colder than that. But they're saying it's going to get up to 80 this afternoon, and it is going to be breezy. The wind is the racer's friend, so that's not too bad of a deal for sure. And we should have Cody St. Clair coming right behind him. So Cody St. Clair updated at 9:28, so 2 minutes ago, and he was at race mile 6. So yes, I should see Cody St. Clair in the next few minutes. And again, my buddy Chips keep me updated that Cody St. Clair is going for the overall win. He wants that bragging rights over the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And he sent me a picture of those Maxxis tires, and they are completely burned down, still holding air, but they're hurting for sure. So Cody St. Clair should be coming into screen here in just a moment. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. Looks like Limsey is tuned in, rooting on Jeff Flanagan from Disney, Oklahoma. So Scott Farley, no front wheel drive, still made it through. That's why we wait for Cody St. Clair to come through. We need to have a huge shout out to all of our marketing partners: King Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Metal Cloak, G-Force Suspension, PCI, Factor 55, Spider Tracks, Freight Factory, Rock Crawler Suspension, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, and Monster Energy. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. And I hear some horsepower, so that should be Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid, with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun coming on down. He has to make it through Kelly's Cut. So that takes him about 1 minute, and then we'll have some action right here out of Ponder, Texas with SCR Motorsports and that Tribe 16 chassis with a Thompson LS 408 stroker, 600 horsepower. He's got race line wheels, full throttle batteries, PSC, Brannick Motorsports, Warren, and Rufus Racing. He's been racing with us since 2015. He's won at Disney. He's won at Visions. He's won at Havasu. And it looks like he's going for the win today here at the Crossbar Ranch. So Cody St. Clair is coming in. So we'll be launching the drone here in just a minute and try to catch some action. And here he comes, Cody St. Clair heading on through. And it looks like the car's doing good. They're going to take that preferred center line. Looks like he's getting everything lined up. And he's going to splash the water, hit the throttle, and he makes it right on up. Gets a little crossed up there, but keeps the forward momentum going and the tires spinning. So our overall leader in the 4,500 modified class is Cody St. Clair, but he is trying to reel in Josh Hacker. Again, they are in two separate classes, but Chip says that Cody St. Clair wants the overall. He wants those bragging rights, but he's got a mile and a half to catch old Josh Hacker. So our next competitor in should be Justin Barth. He should be here in the next 5 minutes or so. Let's see when he updates. He's almost to race mile 6, and he updated 3 minutes ago. So, yes, he is getting close. And again, you can hear the microphone muffling a little bit. The wind's picking up. And yeah, we got an accurate update. So we should have him here any moment. Justin Barth, the number 417 with Paul Geisenhagen riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing and that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, LS3 427, 700 horsepower. He's got Raceline wheels, Nitto tires, and King shocks. And I've got a visual. He is in Kelly's Cut. So we got the Jack with the Believe cam up, and we will be chasing him through the woods as he gets to me right here at the Brannock Bowl at Rockface. Oh, Chip saying that Scott Farley's here. He's here. He's still racing. He went out. They're just going to winch a couple times. So that's why they changed those tires to get him out there and running. So we got Justin Barth coming through, and then as soon as he comes through, I'm going to bring in my buddy Brian Moore into the booth with me. So Justin Barth almost here. We should have him on the Believe Cam FPV drone any second. And I physically see him. He is running strong. Thumbs up from Justin Barth and Paul Geisenhagen. Splashing through the water a little bit. He's taking that left line. And he makes it up and out. So Justin Barth, second place in the 4,800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class and third overall. So he's having a good run for sure. So where is Ryan Bell? We should have seen him by now. So let me get on the tracker and try to find him real quick. Oh, he is showing stop just after the start finish. So he must have been there for a while. I missed that. And that's an accurate update. So he's at race mile 0.5, and he is currently stopped. That's what that little red spot at the bottom of that teardrop means. So Ryan Bell, darn, I hate to see that. Hopefully he can get that figured out and back in action. But I'm going to bring my buddy Brian Moore into the Big B studio and have a quick chat to see how his day going. Obviously, it's not perfect, but he's still got all smiles and having some fun. All right, how you doing, buddy?
Well, we're doing all right, I guess. Figure out how to hook this thing up. Good morning.
There we go. Had to wiggle some wires, but we got her figured out. How we doing, buddy?
Man, go over there, wiggle some wires on mine, and see if you can get it to start, all right?
Because then you'd keep going, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously during tech, your alternator went out, battery's dead, so I yanked you back to the pits. You went to town, got it squared away. You good to go, right?
I got yanked back there twice.
Again, huh?
Yeah, twice.
So I don't get all the glory.
Yeah, I made it into sulfur 3 times, and, it was just electrical gremlins, man. So
you said it. You don't like electrical. I don't either. I hate that stuff.
This is it's all brand new. We had everything's going, man. The fuel pump's working, alternator's working, it's charging, everything's now. It's in ECM somewhere, man. It won't fire.
So
I don't know if it's full of mud or water or what, but man, there's some mud holes in
I was going to say it's probably full of a little bit of everything. So when you first pulled up, I could see the devastation in your face, and then I saw the smile. I just wanted to hit that hill.
I know, man. I seen that hill, and I was like, man, there's hammers. I want to go back up there, right? So it's yeah, I wanted to go up that hill, but we ain't gonna make it this road.
Yeah, no, tough break there. It is what it is. I mean, that's part of racing.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
good till it's not.
That's
So, how
right.
long have you had that old Blue Torch car?
Oh, probably 3.5 years.
3.5
so.
years. Yeah, one of my good buddies, Kelly Kaiser, had that exact car probably 10 years ago. So it's made its way through the circle.
Yeah, I bought it as to rock crawl it and we crawl it, and then I went to that 918 race, and man, I don't know what
Caught the bug, huh?
Yeah, I did, and then it.
He
just,
said, "I never need to retire. Let's go racing, right?"
Yeah, it's an addiction. The good thing is that my lovely wife is just as supportive as can be, man. So
that makes all the difference in the world for sure.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, here we are, man. There's no way for me to be figuring out what's going on with that thing. I just don't have the knowledge or the get for. So.
But, yeah, no, I hate to hear that, but you came out here, you went racing, you had some fun, had some bad luck. So did it literally just you had been having issues all the way up to here? Did just you make the corner and just
after we made that first water up crossing up there, it started puttering out.
Okay,
and it drive, and then it start backfire, and it quit, and then it fire right back up. And, man, about every quarter mile or so, it do that. It just popped it about 4 or 5 times, and then finally, when I got down in here and got to that other big mud hole down through there, it just said, okay, we're done.
Yeah. Oh, I hate to hear this. Yeah. So, yeah, like you said, something's wet, something's muddy, something's mad in there. Yeah. So you have to get her pulled back apart, get her cleaned back, and back to the next one, huh?
That's right.
What will be the next race for you guys?
Indiana.
Badlands, Indiana. That's a fun park. That kind of it's completely different than this park, but it's similar because it has all the different terrain.
Yeah.
At Badlands, there's actual sand dunes out there where you can open it up, have some fun, and then it's got some really good rock crawls and the tight trees and some mud and water for you again.
We'll have that figured out by then. And there'll be a lot more of that electrical goo gel in there.
Yeah, so. Just wrap everything up and keep her try to keep her as dry as you can, huh?
Yeah.
Well, all in good fun, buddy. You want to hang out for a little bit, or you want to get back to your car and get towed out?
I got a guy over here that's gonna tow me back over there to the camp, and we'll see if we can figure out how to get it loaded up in the trailer.
I get that. And how cool is it? All these volunteers out there, they're ready to yank you right out of here. I assume you're all full hydraulic steering, so it doesn't steer very good, does it? I saw you hit that tree over there.
No, especially with a flat tire too.
Oh,
it didn't want to turn.
So it's going to be a low, slow ride back to camp, huh?
Yeah, I mean, once you get going about 10 or 15 with good tires, man, it'll steer fairly well.
Right? Yeah, but
with a flat tire and coming around that curve right there, it wasn't happening.
Yeah, so this we've been coming back and forth. I've got my Jeep out here, and it takes me 20 minutes driving at a reasonable pace.
Yeah.
I'm cruising, but I'm not beating the car up. So I think you got a half-hour ride ahead of you.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, thank you, buddy.
All right, Brian, always good seeing you. I hate your bad luck, but I love the smile, the grit, determination. We'll see you in Badlands, Indiana, buddy.
Yeah, one more coming up next.
All righty, thanks. So Brian Moore is officially out of the race. Tough break for him, but hey, racing happens. It was going good until it wasn't. Let me hop back here on Racing Tracks. All right, I don't see anybody getting too close. Who's this? The 869 of Flanagan is stopped out on course. He's red dotted. Oh, he's at 3.5. So it does show 0 miles an hour, but that's got to be right there at screen door. And they're actually stacked up. There's 2 or 3 cars. We have Flanagan and Farley right there. And we know Farley has only rear-wheel drive, so you know he's winching that area. Oh, as I'm talking about it, he, old Doug with Area 51 hit me up. So Flanagan made it up, all good. Made it up, 4 good tires, all spinning. So he gave her all he had. So again, it showed him stop, but that's just because he was going, 1-2 miles an hour. But I know Farley will have to winch it. And something happened to my computer. Let me hit refresh here. It's probably me. I probably hit the wrong button. So again, go to Racing Tracks, get on the crossbar, next to menu, those 3 dashes. Click that, scroll down, Class 4500, show all. And then you go down the line, 4600, show all. And then you go down to 4800, show all. So now that's all of our competitors out on the racing tracks, because remember, there's 3 races going on all at the same time. We have the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the 4500 modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. The 45s and 48s are doing 3 full laps. The 4600 class is doing 2 laps. So, each lap is 16 miles long. So 45, 48 are doing 48 miles, and 46 is doing 32 miles here for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. Again, I'm Miles Hasselquist, and thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I'm going to switch over to the YouTubes and see who all's in here. It's like Jason Adams, Noah Rich, rooting on Flanagan, Lindsey James, Rusty, Flamingo Chick, Gary, Jason. Thank you guys and gals for tuning in. We had some action this morning, that's for sure. So let me get on racing tracks. Again, I don't see anybody coming my way anytime soon or the finish line. So we got a little bit of break in the action. So I'm going to step away for just a minute, but don't worry. It's going to be a great day. We'll be right back after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
Welcome back to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. It's a great shot of the PCI start finish, but it looks like we should have some cars coming through here in the next 5 or 10 minutes at the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. It should be Jeff Flanagan and then Sean Rance. And let me get that tracker. There it is. And then, Ryan Bell is back and moving. Great to hear that. Let me zoom in a little bit more. And let me get on my phone real quick. Got some updates while I was taking a quick little break. Looks like Doug with Area 51 said the 4824 of Scott Farley is up the tough obstacle at screen door. And the 431 of John Rance, our leader in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So people are making it up. And Mick Henson is about halfway up, should be out in just a few minutes. So perfect updates. Thank you, Doug. The Area 51 crew has been amazing. We've got Chris, Hoffman, Doug, Mike, ML, and Walls out there, along with the Crossbar safety crew, and then all of our Ultra 4 USA staff. So we've got a lot of volunteers out on course, making sure everything keeps running. So let's see how long ago Jeff Flanagan updated. He updated at 53, so 3 minutes ago. So a pretty accurate update. I'm going to zoom in towards the screen door. That's right there where you see all those cars with those red dots at the bottom of them. And that, it means they're stopped, but they could be moving or winching, if that makes sense. So Scott Farley is through it. We just found out Mick Henson is halfway up. John Rance has made it through, but they're all right on top of each other. And just like that, it updates. The 449, Antonio Grijalva, is not at screen door yet, showing stopped. And that was a 6-minute-old update, so not sure if he's moving again or not. And then again, the 4824 of Farley is stopped again. Remember, Scott Farley is in rear-wheel drive only. So he has no front wheel pull. So hopefully he puts on another good show for us here at Rockface. I hear the phone dinging. Let's see what's going on. The white flag is out for the number 1313 of Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle. He is on his third and final lap. And it sounds like Cody St. Clair is about 2 minutes behind him. So this is going to be exciting. Let me switch over to my next screen here. This is ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. So Josh Hacker just came through with a 50-minute, 51-second lap, and that's his fastest lap of the day. So we'll see how far back Cody St. Clair is. Remember, there are 3 different classes racing all at the same time. So the stock class is on their last lap. And then now it's Josh Hacker's on his last lap, and Cody St. Clair should be coming through here soon. So we have the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Modifieds, and the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So it's going to be down to the wire. Is it going to be John Rance or Mick Henson in that Spider Track stock class? And then right now, Josh Hacker is currently leading the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class and first overall. But we heard from Chip that Cody St. Clair wants that overall win. So we'll get a split time here in just a few minutes. And there he comes through. So he is 3 minutes and 9 seconds behind Josh Hacker on adjusted time. Again, just bragging rights. If I was Cody, I'd probably tame her down a little bit because he's got a pretty good lead over Sean Rance right now. Ooh, and look at this. We got a battle between Justin Barth and Cody St. Clair. They are neck and neck behind each other. I mean, they're within probably 20 seconds. And I hear somebody, this must be our physical race leader of Josh Heck. Nope, I'm wrong. Sorry. This is going to be Jeff Flanagan. Got a little ahead of myself. So Jeff Flanagan is coming down Kelly's Cut. So we'll get the FPV Believe Cam drone in the air for Jeff Flanagan as he's making his way through Kelly's Cut. So we'll have him right here at Rockface at the Brannick Bowl here in just about 30 seconds or so. So the car 449 of Antonio Grijalva has a mechanical alert at race mile 3.3. So that may just be he's winching, not sure exactly what's going on. And here we go. Oh, that's Sean Rance. I was even wrong again. So Sean Rance, physical second. So that means that Cody St. Clair has a 10-mile lead over Sean Rance. But Sean Rance still gave me a big thumbs up. Let me zoom back into my tracker. Okay, that's why. Sean Rance is not pinging on my tracker, so I should see Jeff Flanagan here in just a moment. Sean Rance takes that the preferred center line up the Brannick Bowl here at Rockface, and just kind of smooth and consistent, making it right up. Oh, and just like that, my tracker pings, and it shows the 45-31 of Sean Rance on the tracker. And it looks like Josh Hacker, our physical race leader, should be coming into screen door any moment. And I hear something. So this should be Jeff Flanagan. Trying to get a physical eye on it. And yes, that is going to be Jeff Flanagan coming in to Kelly's Cut. So we'll have him right here at Rockface in less than 1 minute. And we've got some Flanagan fans out there. Noah? And the wind is picking up, so the drone's having a little bit of issue. He's fighting some tech stuff, but we're going to try to get him back in the air and bring in some action. So Jeff Flanagan, then 869 coming through, giving a thumbs up in the brown machine as he heads up Rockface. He's going to take that that easier left line as we got Jack with the FPV Believe Cam chasing him up. And joining me in the Big B studio is none other than Chip McLaughlin. How you doing, buddy?
Look, we got to talk about this joke you played on us about an hour ago. We had it on the loudspeakers and pits, and everybody was just like, I'm not going to say what was said, but that was a dirty, dirty joke.
Hey, I can't tell you how hard I was laughing as well, because I only let it play out for 3 or 4 seconds. I should have kept going.
It was well-deserved. But he's keeping going. I told him that he wanted 2 tires. I said, only if you don't burn them down like we were watching on here on Rockface.
Oh, man. So did you see him when he first started? He was completely sideways. I thought he was coming down. Luckily, the face was wet, so you could just throttle out and slide down. If there would have been any more traction, he was upside down.
Yeah, Littlefoot was probably screaming, but he's going to keep going, and he's going to winch through it. And let's talk about Cody St. Clair.
Oh, man. He's about 2 miles behind the physical race leader in the 4500 car, which the 4800 car definitely has the advantage.
Well, he and I were arguing on the radio. And
Really? You argue with somebody?
Well, he wanted to know where he was. I said, you're in the car. Just keep going. You don't need to worry about it. And I said, you got plenty of him and his dad were awesome. Bird was telling him, you got a lot of lead. And he's like, look, I'm not worried about 4500 anymore. I want to beat these 4800 guys.
I love it.
So Littlefoot and Farley should be coming in here pretty soon. But they said they were just going to go out and winch it. anything happens to these other guys on lap 2 and they can make it in, they can podium.
Yeah, he sure could. So will he keep going and maybe do a third lap possibly?
It depends on if he gets lapped because we got a
Okay.
Grand Prix.
Yep.
finish.
Okay, you're right. So once the checkered flag comes out for Hacker, which he should be here pretty quick. I see a car. I believe this should be Justin Barth coming through. I guess I could get on the tracker. Sorry.
Yeah, Barth was having a little bit of engine issues, I think, earlier. I don't know if he got some water in there. He came into pits for just a little bit, but it sounded like he was good when he got out.
So I'm zoomed in, and I don't see who this is going to be. This
That
is
is Farley.
Oh, Farley, yes, the
Yep.
48-24 of Scott Farley, and he's going to hit this with
Yep.
some momentum. I think he should have taken that far left line the first time, but here comes. Oh, that's Ryan Bell. All right, so we going to have a race. And look at Farley
Almost there.
letting
He's still
those
going.
Maxxis tires eat.
There he goes. Good boy. All right, I'll let him eat him down, burn him down like that. But when he's doing dumb stuff,
Oh, and look, we got a race up top between Ryan Bell and Scott Farley. Farley's not going to check up. He's going for it.
yeah, they'll probably catch him up there, and Farley will let him by.
I love it. And explain this, because the racing track's really cool, but I don't physically use the machine. So there's that push to pass. So kind of explain the push to pass, the stop alerts and that. Kind of give us a run through.
If they can see them with all the mud right now, if you're the car behind it, you hit the push to pass, and it'll warn the car in front of you. It'll come up and it'll say, I think a P with the question mark. The car in front of them hits the same button, acknowledges it, says, "Hey, I'm looking for a place to pull over."
So you have to have Brad hit that P button a lot, huh?
Yeah, when we're passing Paul. You
No,
know,
I'm saying
Paul
you're going to get past.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
messing with you.
Yeah, but it's a good safety thing, and also
And
there, if you roll over, it automatically will put an alert out.
Yeah, we were in a group text here, and David says, "Hey, tip alert or whatever,
Right.
keeping me up to date." It's really cool. And then there's also the mechanical button. You hit that, and then it sends a signal 1,000 feet behind them to
Correct.
let you, the next driver, know somebody's having issues, to pay attention, keep an eye out for somebody out on course.
Correct, and it doesn't follow the track, so it's got an arrow in there that tells it which way, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, whatever. But it's a good safety thing. I like it, especially out here in the mud. There's also a medical alert in there. If somebody gets injured or something, they can do it.
And when that, that's not an accident button.
No,
There's
that's-
better be something happen, because when somebody hits that button, we throw a lot of our volunteers out there to go check on.
Yeah, it's but it's needed. It's been used. I've been involved in a couple of those where that's needed, and safety is the first on all these racers. So
100%. Yeah, because obviously we all love this sport, but it is dangerous. So you have to be keep safety in mind for sure, and that's definitely the number one factor we try to keep up.
Yeah, the people who get in these cars, including myself, we have a few screws loose, and
more than a few,
and those visor goes down,
and the brain goes off.
So,
and I'm getting an update from Screen Door. Our race leader, number 1313 of Josh Hacker, is through. So we should have him here in about 15 to 20 minutes.
So when I left pits a little while ago, Cody had a minute on Hacker corrected.
Man, on timing here, ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Cody St. Clair is 3 minutes 9 seconds behind Hacker on adjusted time.
So Hacker's been picking up some speed.
Yeah.
At the end of lap 1, Cody had a minute on.
Okay, so after the lap 2 then. Yep.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, he picked it up and doing good. But hey, you can't take anything away from Cody St. Clair. He's running strong.
No, he's been doing this a long time, and I enjoy watching. We were out there in the pits. Him and Tyler are out there having fun, and Tyler got a good look at this with Peanut yesterday, and finally Peanut finished something, and whether it be
Finally
qualifying or racing or whatever. But
and just everybody back home, they're buddies, so they can pick on each other.
Yeah,
that's why I can pick on you, because we're buddies.
Exactly.
And everybody else. Mama Ann said she was going to hurt me, but I think she'll hug me later.
I wasn't around her when y'all did that Axel joke, but I know that she freaked out too. And I was watching the chat on there, and I think he freaks people out back at home. Which,
like I said,
well
I came back, said that was a joke, but I was having fun with you.
Yeah. So Farley's went in.
So
fifth
Farley,
place
yes.
still,
Oh, don't hit that button.
So yeah, the cool thing about him being young, 22 years old, and coming into Rufus Racing, he's the young gun. He's teaching us things. We're teaching him things, and he could have very easily just pulled off after lap 1, but he's like, you know, I got my finishing points, but if anything happens, we might even get one more place in the points. He's going after the series. We're going to do the whole Central Series.
I love it.
And I love what he's doing.
Yeah, no, it's he's putting on a show and having some fun and making memories, right?
Yeah, we're definitely making memories. He's the quintessential description of what Rufus Racing is.
100%.
So, but we got a lot of friends and family out here.
Hey, you guys you're fairly local out of Dallas, Texas area.
Correct.
So most of your guys are within 2 hours of this place. You come here, wreck wheel a lot, and test and tune, break your stuff, hit some trees.
This is definitely our test and tune. There's basically from here all the way back to the camp where the Area 51 guys are. If you follow this road out, I'll get my secrets. That's my shock tune route.
Oh, all right.
It's pretty dang close to what we get out in Hammers between the desert and then the rocks. So Paul's been down here. Wolf has been down here with us. It's close for us to come shake the cars down and have some fun.
So this course, I love it. I mean, we've got the prairie section where you can hit 100 miles an hour. We've got the mud, the creek crossings, the tight trails with a lot of trees. Did you bring the chainsaw for race day, or how's that? I don't know if that's in the rules. Can you bring a chainsaw with you out there?
They didn't say you could.
so that means you got one, huh?
So maybe. But I made it through here at Nationals, podium, my first
yes,
podium in
your
Ultra
first
4.
podium. That was pretty cool.
I didn't hit a single tree. We made a bet for every tree I hit. I had to do a pickle shot, which I absolutely despise pickles.
Uh-oh, and here's our physical race leader in the 4600 Spider Track stock class of John Rance, and 2 thumbs up as he passes by. So he is on his second and final lap. So technically, that's our physical overall leader. Even though he doesn't have to do one lap, I would say I finished first.
Yeah, well, I say he's doing good.
Yeah, and you've been out on this course. You've been pre-running. How hard would it be doing what John Rance and Mick Henson are doing out there?
I wouldn't do it. My back could not survive it. I don't know. I thought the stuff I do is dumb.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, but I applaud them for what they're doing with these stock class cars. DOT tires on 35s, and I just watch them get in and out of every time. I'm like, I can't believe y'all are still walking.
Oh, I know it. And they're out there having some fun. So what's where'd you qualify at? Fifth. Okay, right in the middle of the pack.
That's where I normally do it. I like that, and starting right behind Paul. Philip McGilton was on a tear yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Our strategy is going to go in. I'm not a light switch type driver. I got to warm up like the car does. So starting middle of the pack is normally what I like to do, and I start picking people off.
And talk about adjusted times. So now you know who's in front of you. You know who's behind you. Hopefully you have comms working, so I don't have to mess with you guys again. And then you have that adjusted time that push harder, slow down.
Right.
Where am I at? So if I see the guy in front of me, I'm beating him on adjusted time.
So Brad's not racing with me this race. Diamond will be in with me. So our strategy's first race, we're just gonna go do our own race, let everybody burn it down, and then we're gonna start picking them off because it's
and you guys are running 4 laps, which is gonna be brutal.
4 laps, and we have to go up O'Schmidt, which we came down last time. Going up it's not any better.
Yeah, and a lot of people are having problems at screen door.
So I think we bypassed screen door.
Oh, that's part of that one. Okay.
We turned right before screen door, and it ain't easier going where we're going either. But coming into O'Schmidt, there's a hole if you're not watching doing it. I nosed into it, and my whole front of my car disappeared yesterday.
Oh, and I just got an update from my buddy Benji that Scott Farley has cleared the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. So he's making his way through there.
Did I hear that he made it up Dead Man Slide? I know they're going the bypass part of it, but he made it up 2-wheel drive, not winching.
I believe so. That's pretty impressive.
Straps on the back.
So it looked, no doubt, got that fresh meat. So I see Mick Henson in Kelly's cut. So that means we should have him here. And I'm looking, Mick Henson, how far back is he from John Rance? So Mick Henson to John Rance, about a 5-minute split. So, and that sounds about right. So I think John Rance has about a 5-minute lead on adjusted time over Mick Henson. John Rance started in front of Mick, so there's a 1-minute adjust there. So, 4 to 5 minute lead over Mick, but they're still pushing, and we're just shy of the halfway mark right here. So there's still I'm just saying for this lap.
Here goes Mick right
so
here.
Mick Henson, Thumbs up from Mick Henson and Joe Fabrizio.
I think my favorite video is when he was at Disney going through that rock garden and that tailgate was just bouncing.
So I was looking at his car at Tech the other day, and he's got it welded. He's got it bolted. It shouldn't fall off now. If it falls off, I think the rest of the car is going to be falling off as well.
So I think his transfer case fell off yesterday or something.
When he was pre-running, it fell off, and he lives in Tahlequah, which is a couple hours away from here. So he drove home, worked all night, got it put together, and was unable to make qualifying, but he was able to make the race. And solid run.
Qualifying's an interesting thing. You can go burn it down in the qualifying. You could crash. You could break. A lot of things could go wrong, but starting from the back sometimes is kind of fun because nobody knows you're there.
Exactly.
I call it the Gomez effect.
I get that. Yeah, JP Gomez won a couple years from the back of the pack, and when he finished, I remember that. He just yelled from the back of the pack, and he was so jacked up and to pass most of the field. That's impressive.
He passed me.
Who doesn't?
I got to give a shout out. I'm looking at all the Warren flags out here. So Wednesday before we left, we had a box show up on Farley's doorstep, and King of the Hammers, he broke his winch rope.
Oh, okay.
Ordered one, and didn't make it for whatever reason. A whole brand new winch showed up.
Nice.
With the long rope. So when he was running it out,
so I was like, I don't think he's going to make it. He almost made it. I saw he had to go back and get a strap.
Exactly.
And but yeah, so brand new Warren winch and Factor
rope.
55 hooked him up and made it happen.
He had about 20-foot shorter rope on it before we left, and now he's got the new one on there. So shout out to Warren for taking care of him. So yeah, when we come in the 4400 class, we don't get to go on the bunny slopes over here.
Okay.
They're making us go up right here behind you, and I'm looking at it. It's changed a little bit.
The hero line is what I call it. So hey, just letting you know, when you turn and go up the hill, take it a little easy here. Don't roost me too bad. All right.
I'm putting it in two-wheel drive. I'm going to do it like Farley does.
I don't think you're going to make that one. Him. Yeah, and I'm just getting an update from Benji. He said Scott cleared Dead Man Slide both times without winching, so that's pretty impressive.
Scott is definitely a driver. When Zandy and Ange and I and the rest of Diamond, we all started this. It was about making memories and going to help other people and bringing other people inside of our family. Zandy wanted to do this as long as he could, making memories, and he sure as hell did.
Oh, man, he made a stamp, that's for sure.
He did, and Ange is like, we're still going to do it. And Farley's, I can't say enough about him.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's learning from Diamond. He's teaching us stuff.
You said Diamond's riding with you this race,
Diamond's
right?
riding with me. I heard Brad and Amherst, so we're saving his back for when we go to Badlands.
So how many back massages do you owe him? Oh, that was
we won't talk about that.
Got to keep this PG.
Right,
huh?
Exactly.
All right.
But now he's sitting this one out, so he'll be good for Badlands. And then one of the cool things I heard in the drivers' meeting is Sturgis is not a short course.
Yeah, it's it will have short course, but then we've extended it by like 5 miles. Extended it by 4 to 5, so it should be 6-ish miles up in the hills, and
awesome.
I love it. I'm excited about that. Obviously, I do love short course, but I love all genres of it. So that's what Goodby was like. I want to have one short course per region, and I love how he's.
We'll be there with the Harleys and the Groms, and
a couple years ago, RDP made that video of you guys with the Harleys, and it switched to race cars, and I loved that.
That it was a good time. That's probably one of my favorite promos that we've done, and every time I see it, it's between that and then Zandy hitting that rock and exploding with the front end.
And so and obviously if RDP can make you look good, he can make anybody look good.
I know. He looks what he does with you. I'm sure this is a filter on this live feed.
Exactly. I need all the help I can get. So I saw another car heading into Kelly's Cut. Let's kind of catch up and see who's where.
I met Kelly for the first time here.
Good dude, isn't he?
Yeah, the Area 51 guys, they made Zandyland.
Yes.
So I haven't seen it yet. We brought some skins from him from the shop, and we brought the famous Happy Birthday JT roof.
He loves you, by the way.
Oh, I know. We missed him out here, but it's it runs so much better when he's not here.
This must be our physical race leader on his third and final lap. I believe this is going to be Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle coming through out of Austin, Texas with Shit Show Racing in that TMR car. And yes, it is Josh Hacker coming through
Brown car chasing the
Yep.
brown car.
Big thumbs up from Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle.
So we should see Cody in about 5 minutes for what we saw earlier.
And look how
So he's
slick this is. He's going through the water now, and full throttle assault. Gets a little crossed up, but made it happen.
That's impressive with DOT tires going up
Isn't
that. Thankfully, there's not a whole lot of water on that, but I've been out here when the side-by-sides are out here on the weekends.
And just splash, splash, splash.
And if you don't have a sticky, you're not going to make it up that.
He doesn't have stickers. That's
Yeah,
a
I know.
DOT
That's
tire.
what I says. I'm impressed. And actually, I think he left skid marks all the way up it too.
Yeah, yep. Just burning them down.
But we appreciate all the recovery guys, the volunteers out here, Ultra 4, helping put this on because, I mean, it takes an army to do this.
It does. I mean, and obviously without the racers, we can't do it. It's a full team effort to put it all together, and it's been a lot of fun. I've been around a long time, so has yourself, and it's definitely a love for the sport for sure.
Yeah, this Crossbar Ranch is great when we've raced every Ultra 4 race out here. Thankfully, we got good weather this time, unlike the first time when we got that 10 inches of rain the night before. Nobody qualified, and we're going to talk about brown car chasing brown car. I think when I finished that race, I was racing for old man Doug Jackson that day.
Yes, that's probably the first time I met you then, wasn't it?
That was in 18.
Okay.
We were chasing championship points.
I remember he was sponsored by Deep Eddies. I remember that from that
Deep
weekend.
Eddies, yeah.
He tried hurting everybody that weekend.
Well, that was our game plan. Was everybody drunk and have a hangover and we could do good. It worked sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. But
yeah.
that was fun. Old man Doug Jackson. He was a
Oldest
good time.
man in Ultra 4.
I don't know.
Well,
Bill
that's what we just
Baird.
told him.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think Bill Baird wins
Bill
that one.
looks younger than Doug, so that's why we said that.
Well, you may be winning that one because you're starting to look like Doug.
Well, you know, I'm only like 37 years old.
Something like that. I was 37 also one time.
Yeah, me too.
But no, it's going to be a great day. So you guys take off at 1 p.m. What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Yeah. So you got 2.5 hours before you take off.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we kind of talk strategy. I've been asking fuel. Do you think you can make the entire race on one tank of fuel?
I can do. I've got 42 gallons usable on my car.
So and that's what are you getting? 3 miles a gallon, my guess.
I wish.
Oh, but what is
Hammers, we get 1.8. When I did
2,
when we pre-ran, I did 6 laps around the qualifier, and then we did 1 lap, and I went through 10.5 gallons.
Jeez.
So I'm going to be right on the cusp. I
Okay.
can see how much fuel we used in the car.
So at lap 3, you'll make that decision if the PCI pits or not.
Dump maybe 10 gallons in it. We
Okay.
should be fine. I
So-
think we'll be okay, but it just depends on some of these assaults. I mean, when you're trying to get up these climbs and get in the throttle a lot, you burn a lot of fuel. It's not like when you're in the desert, you can kind of go half throttle or, just kind of put it on cruise, but not really. In this mud and rocks, we get a lot. I
Okay.
think I get like 1.8 miles a gallon or so.
Wow. So that's incredible. So yeah, so let's call it 2 for easy math. So that you should be able to make 80 miles, and you guys are doing what, 60?
Yeah, so I'll be
Okay, so
40,
you should.
40 gallon
Yeah.
usable.
Yeah,
But
usable.
remember, we're going up and down and all of that. We
Okay.
got the hydromats and all that
So
stuff in there, but I'm not going to cut it that close.
Again, you're going to have to make that decision on your
Correct.
3rd lap where you're at. Are you winning? Do you have time to stop, or do you not want to run out of fuel? I mean, it's going to be a little bit of strategy.
It's going to be an interesting race. I think there's 10 of us starting. There's 11 starting. Really, only 10 of us are going to race.
Yeah. Anthony Yount is front wheel drive in his Prius,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is not. But
Dog's
tough
telling you
break
on
there.
things.
Yeah, yep, he's good at that. So
But,
tough break there. But yeah, he'll start, but he's basically just getting his starting points. He's going
Right.
to pull over.
Well, hopefully I can make it further than him and get a top 10.
Hopefully so. You
But-
never know.
It's going to be interesting. There's some deep holes. It's a different track than what these guys are running. Trotter and Ramsey and the guys.
You love them and you hate them and
Yeah.
you love to hate them, right?
That's the interesting thing about this course. My car gets more torn up joint wise, tire wise, and all that than it does at King of the Hammers from this race doing 60 miles. And
It's hard on equipment, that's
it's hard
for
on
sure.
the body too. But we like it. But there's some deep holes. There's some hard, gnarly climbs. We're going up. Was it Devil Slide?
Yeah, Devil
We're
Slide.
gonna go
Yeah,
right up the gut.
there's a tougher one there.
Yeah.
Yep. And obviously, right here at Rockface,
Right.
this is going to be some action here. The first lap of the EMC race was awesome. There was a lot of action because they're pretty
Bunched
close to each other. And then Farley with 2-wheel drive put on a show.
Well, just wait till you see the 4400 guys come
Oh,
stacked up
man.
in here, and we're We'll have some fun.
Oh, I
We
can't
might
wait. I
start
love
pushing each other up and love tapping.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a good time.
So we'll see how things go.
So let's zoom in here on the tracker.
And we got Cole Clark in a side-by-side racing with us.
I think he's got a really good shot here. It's very tight and technical here. TV has a chance. I really do.
And then the horsepower, he put a bunch of horsepowers in that thing.
So I was talking about that. He can push up to 500 horsepower, but he's dumbed it down to mid threes.
That's probably smart here with the rocks and the axles.
Oh, and here
Looks
we
like
go.
Barth, I think.
Looks like Justin Barth and Paul is the guys in Hagen cruising through in that Jimmy's car.
It was pretty cool seeing his little girl up on a podium with last night.
Yeah, that was cute. We were down here packing up, so I made it right at the end. But, yeah, a little chunk butt. She was cute. So I guess I was going to say, would you take that line? No, you're not, because
Nope.
you're going to take the line behind us. That's a lot tougher.
So what I've been
give
trying
me-
to figure out is,
give me your strategy on this one.
so when I pre-ran, you got the 4400 only pointed to the right. I went up this far left lane, which
It's going to be blocked off.
is blocked off, but there's another way to get up to where they're going and not over here where Justin just went. But when we raced back in October, I went the left line where you see the dirt on the side.
So right next to the flags?
Yeah, I side
Okay.
skirted that, but you
Don't
see
hit my flags, all right?
you
They're
shouldn't have-
$100 a piece.
shouldn't have put 'em.
No, they're $200 a piece.
But this middle line is a little easier, but you have to check up, cross over to the driver's side, then back to the passenger side, so you lose some momentum, but it's a little bit smoother. Or you can go straight up the middle all the way to the top, which we've done that too.
And
It's
there's
rough.
a line over here by that tree. Is that feasible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, the
so
way we're
there's-
coming in, you can get a straight shot at that, and there's almost a ramp where we can jump halfway up it.
Yeah, so there's two main lines, you'd call it, and a third if it's jammed up.
Yeah, I see 4 different lines there.
Okay.
Maybe
That
5.
one would be tough. That's more of
Yeah,
a play line
Yeah,
than a
well,
race line.
I know I've seen people go over backwards, but if you go up this middle line between the King and the Maxis flag, you can also go to the right around those trees. It gets a little hairy up at the top, but that is that's another way.
All right, so yeah, so it depends on. I mean, you can have strategy. You can pre-run, and then somebody's in your way, so
Yeah.
it goes out the
So,
window, and you
I
just
could go one
see
way,
what happens.
Somebody gets broke or whatever. We don't wait on them. We'll go around them or whatever. We got to make it up.
Well, they usually wait on you.
So I'll knock the trees down for them.
There you go. No, all in good fun, buddy.
Yeah.
It's been a great weekend, and obviously it's been some really good racing. But my favorite is the 4400 Unlimited. That is what it's all about. The biggest and baddest names of our sport. 4400 unlimited horsepower, unlimited suspension. You dream it, you build it, you come race it.
Yeah, and I think they're going to see some evolutions with the UTV winning.
Oh,
and King of
man.
the Hammers.
Yep.
Philip McGilton's already
Oh.
jumped on that with that
UFO. Joe Thompson building that. I think it started as a Can-Am Maverick R, and now it's
Yeah.
a UFO.
Yeah, and I think they put it out on April Fool's Day.
So you couldn't tell if it was real or not,
right,
but
it's
it
kinda
is.
like me. You never know if I'm telling the truth or not.
I was doing an interview with Dylan, Paul Wolf's media guy, and he was asked, you were part of the script.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I was like, what do you think about Chip? I was like, I love that guy. And you're the class clown of Ultra 4. So I hope you're all right with that.
Well, we're doing something a little special, teaming up with Wolf Racing and some other guys and girls, Chad Hunt. But I was messing with Paul yesterday, and I was like, I ran into this old boy down in Dallas at a gas station a couple weeks ago, and he's like, I go, he came up with this thing called the dire wolf. He brought it from like 12,000 years ago, and he gave us some of the DNA, and we put it on the car. So that's why the car's going to stay clean. We're going to go cross all the mud and be fast.
And see what happens.
See what happens. And he looked at me, he's like, what's wrong with you?
Oh, how much time you got,
Yeah,
huh?
exactly.
Josh Blyler has a similar story that's even better, but I can't talk about that on air.
But I can.
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, no, Josh said he used some bull semen, and that's what how he kept the mud off of his cars. And he told me that, and I started thinking about how he applied it. And I just
One
left
could
it
only
at-
think,
I
huh?
was like, gloves, no gloves, wipe on, wipe off. know, those Blyler guys up there.
There's some good cats
they're
for
so
sure.
far up there in the Northeast that they're bored and don't have much to do.
Yeah, we raced up there in Pennsylvania early this year, and they showed us around, took us a tour around their place. Absolutely amazing. We were chatting. They built us this new table that is awesome. I love this thing. So a huge shout out to Big B and making everything possible for us. They do.
Yeah, those guys are great. I'd like to go up there and race. It's a long drive for us.
Roush Creek. It was, that was the first Ultra 4 race outside of King of the Hammers, and I've only seen videos of it. I've been, a fan of Ultra 4 since the very beginning, but I didn't go back in the early days. I didn't start coming to all the races till 2017 outside of KOH, so I had only seen the videos, and being there was really something special.
Click on Scott. Does he look stopped off a mile marker 4? I don't know if
Let me get my.
He's down on the bottom right.
Bottom right. There he goes. Oh, yep, right there. So he updated a current update.
Oh, that's Ryan Bell.
There you go. So, yeah, you're wrong.
I am wrong.
Again.
Like 48-20. I'm always wrong.
I think he's going to be up in this area because there's our physical race leader of Ryan Bell at race mile 10. So 6 more miles to go. Where is he at? Chasing around. Oh, and I see the 48-18. Oh, that's Brian Moore. We do know he's out. So he is way off race course. Huh.
So he'll be
let's see. He was
yellow is second lap, right?
Correct. Yeah, yellow is second. Green is third. But he should be. He was through Dead Man Slide, so he should be in this area. But the trees have been messing with the trackers a little bit.
Okay.
So we'll have to just wait and see, unless it's stacked. Let me zoom in here. He could be in the pits. There he is. So he was hiding behind. Ryan Bell.
So he just passed pits. So he's going in to finish his lap 2.
So he should finish lap 2 before the Grand Prix finish of Josh Hacker. So do you think he's going out for a third lap?
I don't know. Click on the overall. He's in 5th place, or he was.
Let's see.
It might not be the smartest thing for him to go out because he might not need to.
So Scott Farley is 3rd in class and 4th overall. Ryan Bell still moving. Flanagan still moving. They're not in the same class. Yeah, okay.
I would. I mean.
So are you in? You still don't have radio communication with them?
Oh, they were just ignoring me.
That's even better.
Yeah.
I can't say I blame him. I mean, I don't know why he would ever do that.
Maybe it's because they were on the other side of the park and we were trying to transmit. That's what I'm going to go with. But they also can get text messages on their GPS. They weren't answering that either.
So does that mean you're on the new Garmin setup then?
Farley and Littlefoot are.
Yeah, so you can text through that. That's wild.
We're Diamond and I are old school. We're still on the Lowrance.
All right, it looks like the 5337 of Ben Ertl is up. Everything looks good. Engine is still not happy. And then the 449 of Antonio Grijalva is up, but no front wheel drive, just like Farley.
Well, ask Farley. He'll show you how to do it. So it looks like he updated Flanagan's in front of Farley, so he dropped down to 4th in class.
So, yeah, let's go through the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Our overall leader is Josh Hacker, and then it's Justin Barth, then Jeff Flanagan, and then Scott Farley, Ryan Bell. And then the 4,500 modified class, it's Cody St. Clair, and then Sean Rance. And in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class, it is John Rance and Mick Henson. And it looks like Mick Henson is about 6 minutes behind John Rance on adjusted time. We'll see how that shakes out, but we got a pretty good race on our hands out there.
Cody's got only 3 minutes behind Josh Hacker. So
3 minutes and 9 seconds. But remember, they're in 2 separate classes, but he's going for that bragging rights.
Cody doesn't care about the 4,500 class anymore. He's like, I want bragging rights on this 48. And so he's picked up some time, but if something happens, Josh, zigs when he shoots zags or goes straight and goes backwards or whatever, Cody can catch up.
So I've already explained in my words what the difference between a 4,500 and a 4,800 car. So kind of explain each class, just your quick little tidbits.
4,500 can only run 35s. 48 can run.
No, they're both 37s.
No, they are.
I guess I'll take this over.
I can't really count.
But mainly it's mechanical steering. The 45 cars can have 2 shocks. 48s are only 1.
And then 48s can have full hydro.
Correct. Yep.
So that's the
steering's the biggest, and shocks.
Correct. And that makes a huge difference.
Oh yeah.
But so for Cody being going up that, he's competing with the 48s right now, and he's
Yes,
always
it's impressive.
been a consistent, impressive driver when he keeps things together, and he usually does. But him and Bird, his dad, love having them coming out there, part of the Rufus family as well.
Oh yeah, they've been they parked right next to you
Correct,
most
yep,
times,
Most times when we let them.
or they let you.
True.
So it looks like Scott Farley updated at 32. So 3 minutes ago, he's at race mile 2.
So he went back out for lap 3. He's trying to complete all 3.
Yep, he's on the green lap. Oh, and just like that, Cody St. Clair is showing stopped at race mile 5. I don't think that's a technically. There's no easy areas out here, but 3.5 is the tough area. So I'm not sure what's going on with Cody St. Clair, who is in second place overall and first in class.
Well, the interesting part about this track is even if he showed stop in what we would call a relatively easy spot, he could have broken in a different spot, kind of like Peanut yesterday, where you all saw the wheel wobbling.
Yeah.
And he had a problem with the way that the wheel nuts seated on the wheel. And so right after he got up rock face, he was in an easy spot, and the wheel came off.
Yeah, and you were keeping me updated. Thank you. Those little tidbits really do help. But he took one lug stud out of each wheel and put it in the one that fell off.
Correct. He finished with 3
so,
studs on each.
So that means he had to take every single wheel off his car.
Correct.
Jeez, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, so him and Tyler, I guess they had a system. They did it pretty quick.
So, I mean, I guess you loosen the lug nut, hit the lug nut to back it out, and then grab some pliers and not tear anything
exactly
up.
How they did it, but I said, y'all try to do it without taking the wheel off? And he goes, I thought about that when he did the third one, but it was already off. But yeah, he had a heck of a race. Peanut did yesterday. They rolled in the short course.
I missed that one.
He barrel rolled in the S turn right before the finish, landed on his wheels and kept going.
Oh, well, perfect. If you're going to roll and land on your wheels is the way to go.
Then he rolled in screen door on the he went the first time when everybody was the bottleneck, so he went the here line, made it.
Do you think it's called scream door now? You think he was screaming when he rolled?
Yeah, he screams like a girl anyways. At least he does when he's riding with me.
I think everybody does. I've talked to Brad plenty.
That's why I unmute him. I unplug his helmet. But, yeah, he got in screen door and laid it over on the side. But, we build these cars to do a little bit of everything, even if it has to roll.
Yep. So it looks like Josh Hacker, our overall race leader, is at race mile 11 of 16 on his third and final lap. So he has got a great run going.
Yeah, so Cody's 5 miles behind him. So,
yeah, and he was showing stopped.
Correct.
Looks like Jason Adams, Noah, Kev Cab, Crafty. Oh, your brother, Andrew McLaughlin's tuned in.
Yeah, evidently he can't spell his name right.
Well, one of you can, huh?
Exactly.
And Wreck Boys?
Those guys did great down at San Felipe last
Yeah, that
week,
was
so
fun to follow along. Yeah,
to those guys, fellow Max's teammate.
If nobody's been down to Baja, that place is magical. I absolutely love it down there.
We went to what was the first race that we put down in there at
San Felipe, right?
Yeah, but we had the
El Rey de la Baja.
Yeah, something like that. But we had a blast down there. That was right when Zandy got the other car. We took it down there, and we had a blast. Love it down there. We raced down there twice. Love to go back down there. We were going to do the 250 last week, but racing this, we couldn't.
There's
turn the cars.
Too much going on. Yep. Oh, it looks like John Rance is about 5 minutes out from grabbing the checkered flag for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So I guess I don't know that completely. He's only doing 2 laps. So does that mean it's a Grand Prix finish since he's only doing 2 and everybody else does 3? I believe so.
I think they would let the 3 laps go out.
I don't know. Jeremy probably heard me. Hopefully he lets me know.
We probably weren't thinking about a 4600 car winning. No, I think they're going to let
But regardless, Hacker's only 2 minutes behind him, so I don't think there's anybody between. So it should just work out that the – So, yeah, I believe the checkered flag will be flying soon for John Rance and Josh Hacker and the rest of the field. So let's kind of zoom in here. Where we at? There we go. Well, I don't even see John Rance on my tracker unless they're on top of each other, which actually could be. Yes, they are. Look at that. So on my tracker,
maybe one of them's towing the other one.
John Rance is at
32 miles an hour.
Yeah, at 10:37, so accurate. Josh Hacker, 10:38, accurate. So they are on top of each other. So I'm going to guess Josh Hacker will pass John Rance because he's got probably triple the horsepower and suspension.
Thankfully, the wind's blowing today. Yesterday during the UTV classes, they didn't have those big fans on back there, and it was really dusty.
And now, just like that, it updates, and Sean Rance is about a half mile ahead of Hacker. So we'll see. But the checkered flag will be flying here in just a few minutes here for the 2025 PCI Race Radios Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma.
Rance is on lap 2, Hacker's on lap 3, so it doesn't really matter. The starting or finish flag is going to be out regardless.
Yep, because they're both on their lead lap for their race, because 45 and 48 are doing 3 laps, 46 is doing 2. So John Rance and Josh Hacker have ran an amazing race. So good on both of those. And then how far back is Justin Barth? Oh, there's Mick Henson and Justin Barth are race mile 11. So they're second in their class. And then how about Cody St. Clair?
Cody was stopped up around 5 minutes.
He's still there. Yeah. So he's been stopped there for 10+ minutes. So he had such a good race going.
Farley's at 3.5.
Ah, bummer.
He's probably winching.
Okay. Oh, that's a screen door, I'll bet you.
Yeah.
And I just heard my phone go off.
Peanut and Bird and them are in the pits. They might be able to text us and tell us what's going on. Y'all hear what happened to Cody at all? All right, maybe they'll text Brad or Ange or somebody else, or even you, Miles.
Who am I texting?
They might text you.
Oh yeah. You guys, you've texted me more than one time from the course. I'm like, shouldn't you be driving?
I've also walked in and came and given interviews.
Yes, you did.
On the course too.
Yeah, so try not to do that.
Right.
But if you do, please do.
Yeah, Brad says I owe him a couple pairs of shoes.
Yeah, making him hike too much.
Yeah,
he's just smiling over there and probably pretty excited he gets to sit in that UTV all day and not have to ride with you.
Well, then he's driving me around.
Driving Miss Daisy, huh?
Exactly. He gets to drive for once. He's horrible at it.
Oh, Benji's telling me Cody is at the start of the goat trail, so there may be a little bit of a hang up there, and it does sound like Josh Hacker just passes John Rance. So the checkered flag should be flying here momentarily. Yeah, he's less than a mile away. So we'll get on the other screen.
It's pretty cool at pits. We're at mile marker 15, I think, at pits, or 14, somewhere in there, but we can see him at 11.
You told me yesterday 13.5, so I went with that.
I was making it up.
Well, perfect.
I just drive, but we can see him about mile marker 11.
Okay, so you can see him off in the distance for a ways.
Yeah.
Huh? That's where the go fast section is?
That's where we come out of the woods.
Yeah. How fast? I've been saying the big cars can probably kiss 100 miles an hour. Do you think that's accurate?
I don't know if we're going to be that fast here, because the fastest part last year was when we passed pits and we took off down the road. And I think I told y'all Farley was at a little over 100. I was wrong. It was 92 or something.
It's still pretty good.
But it's still.
And I do see dust in the background, so that should be Josh Hacker.
I'm going to say we're going to be in maybe 80.
All right, that's
70,
still
80.
pretty good out here. And like I said, you have the short course, you have the go fast, we have the rocks, we got the trees, and a little bit of mud.
The interesting thing about this track is we're running it backwards.
Yeah,
we always have.
From last year. Yep.
And well, even the short course, we're running it backwards for the first time.
Oh, I guess you're right. Okay.
It's kind of
it's a new course now,
it's
huh?
a brand new course. We're immediately going into the rocks and the mud instead of going out on the go fast first.
Okay.
So in October when we're here, we got the brakes really dang hot.
And here we go. Josh Hacker just unofficially wins the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. Number 1313 out of Austin, Texas, in his TMR car with a Mass Motors LS 408 stroker, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, and Brannick Motorsports. Congratulations goes to Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle. What a great run they just had in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
It's an impressive 49-minute fastest lap of the day.
I think Paul Wolf had a 35 yesterday. That just goes to show you how fast and nimble those cars are.
Yeah, that's
so you guys aren't running the exact same course as the UTVs. You have a couple extra hard lines. So do you think you'll be in that 40-minute range for the fast lap?
I'm guessing 40, 45. It just depends on how much water we carry up.
Okay.
Schmidt, it's dry right now, but how much water we carry up the top, and if it gets muddy and slippery,
It's going to get interesting.
It's going to get really interesting.
And now you guys get 4 laps, so that's going to be fun.
It's going to be. I'm looking forward to it. But the interesting part is we're going to the muds and the creek first, then we're going to go fast. So that's Wick's car.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully we're going to Vegas Arena with.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. Is that going to be Justin's or?
No, Justin won't be able to touch that.
Okay.
That's Eric's.
Okay, that's Eric. Oh, that's right, his uncle.
Yep.
He's been building that one for a while.
Yeah, he's trying to debut it here in a couple.
Man, that thing's rad. And that's who's building that? Trout?
I don't remember.
Okay.
But the interesting part about here is when we were racing in October, we got the brakes hot. So when we got in the water first time,
steamed.
Yeah, we glazed brakes. So most of the time coming through these rocks, we didn't have brakes. We were having to use the engine to brake, engine brake.
Ooh, that's tough.
Get the crust off by the time we hit the go fast. Now we're doing it backwards. So it's going to be interesting to see how the brakes come in.
That's interesting. So you had the brakes so hot and you'd splash it and it would literally just put a glaze on the rotor, huh?
Yeah, and we would lose the brakes.
St. Clair has a broke high steer bolt and is trying to do a trail fix. That's from your buddy Peanut.
All right.
Bummer, but hopefully he can figure it out.
Well, he's on lap 3, so Justin is probably going to catch him, but he still could maybe.
Oh, guess who's at screen door? Scott Farley.
Oh, yeah. Well, the good thing about Cody, he's going to podium regardless.
Yeah, you're right, because now the checkered flag's out. Nobody can get him.
There's only 3 in the class.
Well, in that.
Well, they probably got some baling wire, some extra bolts, or take some bolts from somewhere else. Get that sucker in there somehow.
No, okay. I saw something on my computer update. I don't know what it was.
Is the only timing loop the start finish?
Yes, correct. Yep. Okay. There is a heads up loop, but it's somewhere over here. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, just at the start finish. So obviously Cody St. Clair is out there, but stopped. So we should see John Rance right there. Perfect. Yep, talk about perfect timing. So John Rance, the 431 out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Drew Anderson riding shotgun and Mud Nut Racing, and that Ford Bronco with 74 weld portals, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, Rough Stuff Specialties, Funhaver, and Ford Performance, unofficially winning the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Pretty impressive. His fastest lap was a minute 14 or an hour 14. Hacker was 49.12. That's still pretty impressive. Between the difference between those two cars, 4,600 to 48.
Yeah, no, it's very impressive. That is for sure. Sounds like we got another car coming through. I've been watching the start finish, so I'm not sure exactly who this is, but I should have a physical view on him pretty soon. Oh, I believe this is going to be Ben Ertl then, and he has been having drivability issues. He made it up behind his barely. This thing was spitting and sputtering.
Kind of sounds like it might still be spitting and sputtering.
Yep, it does still not sound healthy. Oh, we'll see. He's going to have to hit it hard.
So the interesting part, when we first started racing out here, we had never really raced in this much water. The water plays havoc on the coils and spark plug wires and everything.
Yeah, it took out Brian Moore.
Did it?
Yep.
I know when I was racing Donkey, even being a rear engine, we get water on it. It'd spit and sputter coming down this creek, and it'd take about a mile for it to clear up and take off again.
All right. Well, Scott Farley is up, but just got passed by Ryan Bell. So he's going to have to drop another. Well, who knows? It's still the race isn't over.
So Ryan Bell was already ahead of him.
On adjusted time,
Adjusted time, so he's sitting in 5th. Still, I mean, for what doing it in his, I call this Baja mode, 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, no doubt.
With the winch, it's still impressive out here. But we got to give a shout out to our partners, Maxxis. They've been a partner of ours for a long time. Vision Wheels, Eco Staff. I'll probably get rocks thrown at me, Mama Ange, for keeping us going. We got a new sponsor this year. We got new fans. Why can't I remember the name of the Marathon?
Oh, cool.
We got we're trying out some new fans. They're in NASCAR.
Awesome.
Been in a NASCAR group now. They're coming out, picked us to do it in Ultra 4, but it's basically a soft start type radiator fan, and they blow pretty dang good.
That's awesome. And it looks like Mick Henson has crossed the line. The number 4619 unofficial second position in the 4600 Spider Track stock class out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma. The number 4619 with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun with Rusty Nail Racing in his 1981 Toyota with a DAO racing engine, trail gear, Warn, Factor 55, Milestar, and Raceline wheels. So it's a good showing for John Rance and Mick Henson.
Justin just come across?
I don't see him.
This is 3.
Oh, yes. Yep,
So
good
he's
call.
finished.
So Justin Barth got another one.
Good job.
We've been chatting a little bit. So Justin Barth, unofficial second in class, the number 417, with Paul Geisenhagen riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing in that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, Raceline wheels, Nitto tires, and King shocks. So he's going to podium twice this weekend. He podiumed yesterday in the stock UTV class and today again in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But this is all unofficial.
Correct.
We've got to pull the racing tracks, follow them around, make sure there was nothing goofy going on, dot our I's, cross our T's.
Make sure they zig when they should have zagged.
So it's looking good for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class overall winner of Josh Hacker. And then it's Justin Parth. That is in the 4800 class. And the stock class, it's John Rance, then Mick Henson. So we're waiting on the 4500 class. Let's go back to the tracker and see if St. Clair has started moving yet. Oh, wrong button.
Somebody forgot to give their tracker back.
No, that's Brian Moore.
Oh.
He's getting towed.
Got it.
So
Cody's
I
still
thought,
sitting there, looks like.
was he?
No, that's.
So Cody St. Clair's showing 1.2 miles an
but he's
hour.
in the
Not
same
sure.
Spot.
Yeah, it looks like the same spot.
It shows Scott is stopped a little past mile marker 4, bunched up with a couple of other people.
So David Clay is doing the VCP check on everybody right now, so we should have some updates. And it looks like Sean Rance is through screen door as well as Jeff Flanagan.
I thought Rance finished.
John Rance.
John, okay.
Sean Rance, his
Okay,
dad's in the
got it,
4500 class. That may be leading the class now. How far back is he? I'll have to look for him here in just a minute.
So
Farley stopped charging battery from the mud, washed out the alternator with the fire extinguisher, and it started charging again.
that's awesome.
So add to the water problems. Alternators are taking a biting now.
That's shocking. I'm just kidding. Alternator joke.
Yeah, I get it. I'm
Sure.
trying to do 3 things at once, and I can barely tie my shoes. So that's why I got slip-ons.
That's pretty good. Your shoes like that.
All right, so where is the 4531 of Sean Rance? Is he in the onion patch area of screen door? Yes, he is. So
He's right there with Scott. He's 3 of them.
let's see, and he is showing stopped, but he is in screen door, so he's probably winching. Obviously, Scott Farley's there, Jeff Flanagan. So there's a little bit of a bottleneck in screen door. And then still moving. Yes, Ryan Bell is doing 17 miles an hour right now at race mile 5. So we'll see how this all shakes out. Cody St. Clair, how old was that update? 49. So 4 minutes ago, it showed him moving at 1 miles an hour.
But he's
Not
still
sure
sitting-
how accurate that
he's still
is.
sitting in the same spot.
Or did he do a trail fix and he can only do a couple miles an hour? I don't
Yeah,
know.
That's a rough. If you know it shows straight there, that's a pretty rough area right there.
And Antonio Grijalva is still stopped at race mile 6. He's been there for a little bit. I know he was having, just like Farley, only rear-wheel drive. So it looks like we still have a few competitors that are a little bit we still got to wait for just a little bit.
Yep. Well, Miles, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go get ready for my race.
All right, buddy. Well, Chip, always a pleasure.
Hope
Good
not to see
times. I understand that. Not till this evening, right?
We'll throw some stuff at you, some rocks and stuff.
I would love it. I'd love you to.
I
All
will.
right.
See
All
ya.
right. Well, sorry for giving you a heart attack early.
Oh no, I thought it was funny.
Perfect. I did too.
See y'all.
All right. Chip McLaughlin, he'll be racing in the 4400 class here in just a little bit. Always a good time. So let's go back, see where people are at for this finish line. Looks like we have some time to go before we see anybody coming into the start finish. Rolling through the tracker. Looks like Ben Ertl, who we just saw through here, is at race mile 8. So he was definitely having some drivability. So he's got a little bit of ways to go. So we just got to hurry up and wait, Owen. Just like that, current update of Ben Ertl is stopped on course. We saw him having drivability issues, so hopefully we can get that squared away. So we'll have a little bit of a break in the action. I'm going to step away, but we'll be right back with some more finishers here in just a little bit. Welcome back to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. Had to take a quick little break, but we are back, and we should see Ryan Bell and Scott Farley coming in here to Rockface at mile 6.5 here in just a little bit. I think Ryan Bell is here. I may have missed him going into Kelly's Cut. Not quite sure. And the crowd is starting to build as the weather is getting a lot nicer out here. It's going to be upwards 80 degrees today. The wind is blowing, and just like that, Ryan Bell is heading into Kelly's Cut right here and now. So Jack's getting the Believe Cam drone up in the air, and he'll be taking off. We got more racing action right here in the Brannock Bowl, and I see some of the fans running down the hill. They want to see the action. It's been a wonderful day of racing. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Looks like Crafty, Jason Adams, and Jason Farley. It's been a lot of fun watching the action today. Lap 1 was some fun to watch. And again, it's been a good race, but this afternoon's race is going to be a great one because they're taking the hero lines right here at Rockface proper. So we got the Believe Cam in the air, and we should see him any second. As we chase him down, he'll turn around and follow him through. And there he is. Scott Farley. Oh, that was Scott Farley, not Ryan Bell. I do apologize. So full throttle assault will be happening. Oh, they're neck and neck. Oh, Ryan Bell has a right front flat tire, so that's what happened there. So we'll see if Farley can make it up that left line quicker. So look at Ryan Bell. Gets all sorts on the throttle. He's going to try to drag race to the top. But remember, a right front flat tire is definitely going to slow him down. Is going to have enough to get around the two-wheel drive of Scott Farley. Uh-oh, the camera's got a little funk on it. They splashed him coming through that little creek. So I'm not sure if he can even see where he's going, but hey, we got some great pilots out here with Believe Cam. Jack's been flying around and bringing us all the action. And it's, like I said, a drag race trying to catch Scott Farley, but Scott Farley gets in. All right, well, Peanut gave me an update. St. Clair did do the MacGyver trick and got the car back and rolling. And we do have a mechanical alert for Antonio Grijalva at race mile 5.7. Yep, I was guessing 6, so not sure what's going on, but it's looking like Antonio Grijalva's day could be over. Hate to hear that for him. And we should have a few more cars coming in here. Jeremy Dickinson's helping run race-offs back at home. We've got our PCI base radio here. He's got his back at the home base up there at short course, and he's keeping me honest on the tracker. So thank you, buddy, for that. We got Brian Trotter running race director. We got Goodby back there overseeing everything. Mike's doing lineup. RDP's getting the cool shots. Pam's doing social media. Roxy and Robert are selling the Ultra 4 merchandise. I know Abe's out on course. The Area 51 crew is here thick and heavy, helping everything run smooth. We got Chris out there, Hoffman, Doug, Mike, Walls, and ML, all part of the Ultra 4 family here with Area 51. So that was a great little fun action watching Ryan Bell trying to pass Scott Farley, but Scott Farley got in the woods first. So it's going to be interesting. Two-wheel drive for Farley, a flat tire for Ryan Bell. So it's going to be interesting to see that battle all the way to the finish line on their third and final lap. And just to think, Scott Farley almost called his race after lap 1 because his transfer case is broken and only has rear-wheel drive. But he said, nope, I'm going to keep on rocking and rolling, and he is just doing that. So who else should we see next? It should be, Grijalva. We know he has stopped with a mechanical, and there's a couple other cars on top of him. I'm trying to zoom in, but my fingers aren't quite working. There we go. Hit the right button. So it's Jeff Flanagan just getting around Grijalva, so he should be our next car. We know Cody St. Clair is moving, but he is slow. And when they're on top of each other, it's hard to click who's who, but that's Sean Rance. Oh, so 4,500 is our new race leader is Sean Rance in the modified class. As we know, Cody St. Clair is limping along, so as Sean Rance can keep on plugging away, he may steal this race away from Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid. And the update just happened, and Sean Rance is ahead of Cody St. Clair by about a half mile. And there's Warren Racing Dead Man Slide waiting for Farley and Ryan Bell. Let me switch back here to Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports, see if we have any other finishers. And it doesn't look like we have yet. And it looks like VCPs are all good for the first 4 finishers. So it's still unofficial, but it's looking like it's locked down for Josh Hacker winning the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with Justin Barth just behind him. And then the 4,600 Spider Track Stock class, it is John Rance 1 and Mick Henson in that second position. Again, unofficial, but it's pretty good, looking good for those 4 competitors. And up next at noon, we will kick off the Youth 170s for their race. We do have that start line finished there. But then 1 p.m., do not miss this. If you have any errands to run, I do them right now. Go grab a bite to eat. If you're here on site, go check out the Roach Coach. Yesterday had an awesome Philly. They've got some burgers. They got fries. They've got cheese curds. Go check them out if you're here on site. If you're at home, do whatever you want. Get your cooler ready. Get this fridge stocked up. This afternoon is going to be wild. And again, the 4,400 class does kick off at 1 p.m. Central Time. So depending on where you're at, I know we've had some Australians tuned in down in Baja, over in Europe, all over the world, tuning in to Ultra4 USA for the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. Wreck Boy is rooting on the 4,600 class. Thank you for tuning in. And the wind's picked up once again. I started off in a hoodie, took it off, got in the t-shirt, realized that was a bad decision, got the hoodie back on. So Sean Rance is probably about 5-ish minutes away from coming through here. He is doing 7 miles an hour, just shy of race mile 6. And Flanagan has stopped now at race mile 6, just behind him. Cody St. Clair, how fast is he moving? 4 miles an hour. Remember, he had some steering issues, so he MacGyvered it back together and is moving, but obviously way, way off course, pace. He is on course. Sorry, he is off pace. So let's scroll down towards the bottom, see if we have any finishers coming in. I don't see anybody for a little bit. Next one in should be Ben Ertl, it looks like. He will be a lap down, but an official finisher. And if you go on racing tracks, you can see the checkered flags right there. That's at the PCI start finish. And that's why everybody is, man, I'm hitting the wrong buttons here. You can see everybody stacked up there. Looks like Brian Moore has made it back to camp. He had that DNF earlier. What a great race it has been today, and it is not over yet. Let me run through yesterday's UTV races. We started off with the Youth 1K. And it was Jet Chambers and Hunter Biddle in those Youth 1K UTVs. And in the UTV stock class, it was Rodney Van Eperen 1, Owen Van Eperen 2, and Justin Barth in that third class. And then in the all things UTV open class, it was Paul Wolf, Robert Lee Bull, and Jay Shaw. Where's my other sheet? There it is. Oh, and we got a competitor coming through. This is Sean Rance, gives me a wave as he comes through. And Paul Wolf did win the open class and the pro modified with Jay Shaw just behind him. So Sean Rance being chased by the Believe Cam FPV as he's taking that left line, still plugging along. So that is our physical race leader in the 4,500 modified class. And can Cody St. Clair make it to the finish or not? I don't know. He's moving, but moving slow. Ben Ertl is out on course. He will be a lap down. So as of right now, it is Sean Rance 1, Cody St. Clair 2, and Ben Ertl in that third position. And it looks like that's the way it's going to play out. We'll see what happens. The wind has picked up once again. I'm going to say it's blown about 10 miles an hour or so off and on. The sun is out. It is absolutely beautiful out here. As long as the wind doesn't pick up too much, this is perfect because it blows that dust out of those racers' faces, especially there in the short course. There's not a whole lot of dust on course. There's definitely some dust, but it's not, blinding dust like sometimes we're used to when that dust just sits there and hangs. So Ben Ertl is race mile 11, it looks like, at 10 miles an hour. And Ryan Bell is now showing stopped again at race mile 10. So he did have that flat tire. I wonder if he's changing that. Again, that's just me just guessing and remembering what he was doing earlier. So Scott Farley is moving at 20 miles an hour at race mile 8. So maybe we'll see him at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. Because what's that at race mile 8? Yes. So we should see him there here in a little bit, I believe. So we got about 45 minutes to finish up this race before we kick off the Youth 170s. And then 1 p.m., the biggest and baddest names of the sport will be kicking off. Scrolling through here, I'll give you the rundown of qualifying from yesterday. For the 4,400, it was Philip McGilton in that first spot. And then it was Cole Clark and his UTV. Then Christopher Branton. And then Paul Wolf, Chip McLaughlin, Tad Dowker, Chad Hunt, Tim Hooper, Rick Lavezzo, Kevin Taylor, and then Anthony Yount. But we do know Yount is going to take the green flag and pull off. He is in front-wheel drive only, and that Paul Horschel IFS IRS fully independent suspension machine. That thing is an absolute beautiful car, but sometimes it's just a little too fancy because it's hard to get spare parts for that car because they're all one-offs. So it'll be interesting with Philip McGilton giving those 7 extra points for being the fastest qualifier in his race. And I'm trying to go off memory on the pro mod, so I'm going to have to scroll down. I know it was Paul Wolf, then Jay Shaw. Who was third? I'm dropping that one. I apologize. It was Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio. That's right. So that was our podium for there. I just ran through everybody else's. And it's showing Sean Rance is stopped at race mile 7, so not sure what's going on. He is our leader in the 4,500 modified class. Scott Farley is still moving. Again, we should see him there at the Dead Man Slide where Benji is here in just a little bit. Let me scroll down. Oh, no. Scott Farley just updated big time, so he is already through Dead Man Slide. He is at race mile 9. Again, sometimes it takes a little delay with what we have here in the woods out here in Davis, Oklahoma. And it still does show Ryan Bell is stopped on course at that same spot right there at race mile 10. Ben Ertl is stopped still. So the attrition is getting thick out here towards the end of this race. But I hear somebody coming. I was on the other end of my tracker. Sorry. Who's this going to be? Oh, this is Jeff Flanagan. Getting a thumbs up from the co-driver. Jeff Flanagan is still cruising along as the Believe Cam FPV flies by the Big B studio. Jeff Flanagan out of Disney, Oklahoma with Flanagan Motorsports and that Bent Fab chassis. With Max Motorsports, Kenny's Island Spirits, Schultz Creek Campground in Disney, Oklahoma, Rocks and Docks Rentals, and CMT Trucking. And he is just running a smooth and steady pace up the Brannock Bowl right here at Rockface. So again, today's race is a 16-mile lap. This stock class ran 2 laps. The 45 and 48s ran 3 laps. And then up next for the 4400s, they'll be racing the same course with a few added little trails in difficulty, and they'll be doing 4 laps at 16 miles apiece. So that's going to be a wild 64-mile race for them guys. It's going to be a fun one to watch. But before that, at high noon, will be the Youth 170s up on the short course. So at Dead Man Slide, getting an update from Benji. Scott Farley was just ahead of Ryan Bell still, but then we did see Ryan Bell stop. So not sure what's happening there. And we got our next competitor coming through. Oh, was that Antonio Grijalva? He was showing stopped. He had that mechanical alert, but obviously got it going. And he is giving a full throttle assault in 2-wheel drive. So, yeah, right in the back of my screen, Antonio Grijalva with Let's Roll Off-Road is in 2-wheel drive, going to take that left line and see if he can get a run at it, just like Scott Farley was doing. And he is all over the throttle, giving it every ounce of juice he's got and getting all sorts of slideways, gets crossed up, completely dusted out. What's he doing? Is he moving? I can't tell. Yes, he is. There he is. He was giving it all the juice. So Antonio Grijalva giving us a show right there. Man, yeah, he is way up there on this steep rock climb. You know, he's up there. He's like, if I start going backwards, this is not good, because I'm sure those rear view mirrors, you can't see a thing out of those right now. They're completely covered. So Antonio Grijalva just gave us a pretty good show. And that white truck you're seeing right there in the center of your screen, he's been stuck there for a little bit. I thought he was really hung up, but apparently he's just playing. And then joining me in the Big B studio right now is a friend from a long time ago, Dave Schneider. How are you doing, buddy?
Not too bad, Miles. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great. Now you're a fellow Kansan with me, huh?
Yeah, been almost 6 months now.
Yeah. So you moved from California out to our area, huh?
Yeah, moved from Reno to
I guess that's Nevada then, so West Coast.
It's close.
Yeah. You're one of those people. Now you're one of our people.
Retired.
There you go. But yeah, Dave Schneider, we've been buddies from probably back in 09, right?
8 or 9.
Yeah, I think it was 09 because we were on the way to King of the Hammers and stopped there at the Parker 400 and met you guys. And man, we had some wild times back then.
That was a lot of fun back then.
But yeah, so you raced with Trent Fab for a very long time, and obviously you still own the car, but you've slowed down, and it's great to see you out here enjoying yourself.
Yeah, no, actually, I still have 2 of them.
2 of them, all right. Well, you got problems.
Tell me about it.
So are those cars in Kansas, or are they still up in Reno?
The old 4500 car is in Kansas. It's in the barn over at Gabby's dad's house.
All right.
And,
is it still drivable?
Oh, yeah, no, it's runs, drives, everything. It's
cool. So it's more of a like a wreck wheeler then?
The only thing I've done to it is I took the cable steering off of it, put full hydro on it.
Okay. So now it's not a 4500 car.
No, about 2.5 hours it could be back into a 45 car.
So you kept the parts. Gotcha.
I left all the mounts, all the brackets. I coupled all the lines, changed it up so that it was, I don't know, it's probably a half-day job to get it right and centered back up. But I left those parts in Nevada, so one of these days if I ever make it back out that way, I got to swing by and see Derek again and pick that stuff up.
I get that. And did I miss somebody finishing? I don't think so. I just saw some dust. But yeah, no, DSI, it's great to have you out here. You were texting me the other day like, hey, I think I can sneak out of work early and come on out. How's the spectating? I was like, it's actually great. How long you been here? You just getting here?
Oh, yeah, we just pulled
in.
We took the long way.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
That, and, it's an LJ on 35s with stock arms and coils. So
yeah, well, I've been bringing the JK on 35s down here. I took the shortcut. I'm not scared. Well, I am, or maybe I'm just stupid.
Well, either way, we still have to drive it back to the hotel.
Yeah,
so,
me too. I got a 6-hour drive home. Well, you do too now, right?
No, we trailered down.
Oh, you trailer? Oh, see, come on.
No, we cheated.
All good. So yeah, you're here in the 4400. They're doing 4 laps, not 3 like they're doing earlier. So this is going to be wild. And you see how open this is?
Yeah, this is great.
Nope, we're gonna shut it down, and they have to go up from the flags over for 4400. So it's going to be I think I picked a bad spot to sit. I think I'm going to get pelted here.
I really think that might be the better place to sit over there where they're at.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you're in the line of fire.
Whatever. I'll take one for the team.
If anybody comes through a 2-wheel drive like that car
just did, man.
You're in the line
I
of
think
fire
I'll take the headset off and run away. But yeah, it's going to make for
a wrench, Mike, and run.
Yeah, no doubt. We don't have it out here this weekend, but I got it at home. It's still ready. It's in the case.
All right.
But yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. And man, yeah, you've been racing King of the Hammers. What was your first race? 09?
8.
Oh, you were 08. So my first year was 09. So yeah, you've been around the sport since basically the beginning. Obviously, you missed the OG 13.
I got a call and an invite to it, and
so you're cooler than I am. I didn't get the call.
Well, the girl I was dating at the time had a hockey tournament that weekend.
Okay,
too, and it was like,
you made the wrong choice.
I did. I made a real trust me. I made a poor choice.
You made a lot of poor choices. No, I'm just joking. All in good fun.
You're not wrong.
But it looks like you're making a good choice now, right?
Yeah, I definitely upgraded. I don't know what she sees in me, but we're going to go with it.
I think she feels sorry for you.
I'll take the pity on that one. That's fine.
But no, it's great. And man, look at the weather. It's perfect. A little bit of wind to keep the dust out of your face. It's going to be 80 degrees. I mean, it's awesome.
That was one of the deciding factors. Looking, I'm like, the weather's actually, I've never been there when it's not raining, and I've never left the short course pit area before.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're winning right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you did text me. He's like, is it close to hot pits? Because that's the only place I know.
Yeah, I've never been anywhere but up there. So.
And there's Antonio Grijalva. They're running through the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. And this was actually going to get tougher for 4400 because we're going to lock that course off as well. So there's about 3 or 4 sections out there that's going to get tougher and tougher.
Well, they get real tires, so it's only fair they get a hard.
Oh,
course.
you're right. Yeah, we're talking about that. The EMCs all have to run DOT tires, but up next is the Youth 170s on the short course.
Right.
That'll be a fun little about 3/4 of a mile run, and then the 4,400 beasts get unleashed.
That lets off at 1 o'clock or so.
Yeah, that kicks off at 1 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
And it looks like the 4824 of Scott Farley should be crossing the PCI start finish here in just a little bit. Trying to get the right screen pulled up, and there it is. We missed it. Scott Farley, the number 4824, just finishes unofficial third in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. What a great run by Scott Farley and Johnny out of Irving, Texas with Rufus Racing and that Tribe 16 chassis with a Grom Racing 427, EcoStaff, Maxxis Tires, Vision Wheels, Texas Dents, Baja Designs, Dynamic Motorsports, and Mama Ann's. Wow, he made this entire race in 2-wheel drive.
That's when I walked up. Ryan was telling me the last one came through in 2. He said,
yeah,
both of them
Antonio.
came in-
Yep.
First lap came through in 2-wheel drive and just.
Yeah, Farley, his first time coming through on lap 1, he tried going up the gut, wet tires, 2-wheel drive, and he got completely sideways, started sliding down, and luckily it was wet. He goosed it, and it just kind of slipped and went down. If there would have been an ounce more of traction, he was upside down. It's not deep, but rolling underwater sucks.
I'm fortunate enough to say I've never rolled into water, and
I have. It makes you realize you need to practice getting out of your belts more.
well, after watching Bailey do it once, I decided.
Oh, that was the worst one I've ever seen. I remember it was at Crandon at the big house, and he went underwater, and the car, you could see just the antenna, and the LED lights were still on. Looks like that Sean Rance physical first in the 4,500 modified class, heading up the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide.
So where is that in relation to where we're at?
So we're at 6.5, and that's at race mile 8. So just about a mile and a half down the road. And I was watching Racing Tracks just a moment ago, and he was stopped. So obviously he got back moving.
Okay. So I looked at the map, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, first time.
Like I said, you're in the pit, so
exactly.
They yell out race miles when they're coming, and you're like, okay, you can count down.
Yeah.
Well, this one's a little tougher because it's 16, not just 10. So you run out of fingers.
That's the A-B loop thing again?
No, this is a single lap, which is a
okay.
lot easier. The A and B was cool to get more terrain, but, man, that infield got confusing, so we were trying to simplify it.
I remember with Doc, he was actually leading the thing a couple years ago, and they came in and they right back out.
Right on the wrong
wire.
lap. Yep. Josh Blyler lost his race a couple years ago.
Right.
Same thing. And those are two top competitors. So if they're getting confused in the heat of the moment, I'm glad we simplified it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it was harder to understand on the tracker as well. Well, limited service, so your updates are a little out. But
yeah, we didn't have Starlink back then. This is a game changer.
It is. It's funny as I actually debated. I'm like, don't want to go out and get that out of the motorhome and take it? No, we can live without our cell phones.
You probably should have, but yeah, sometimes it's nice to not have service.
So it's funny, Gabby just can disconnect, leave her phone on the counter, and disappear for all day on a weekend.
And every 13 seconds, you're like, was that my phone ringing? Nope, I'm just shaking.
Yep. Where is it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm bad about it.
What's on Marketplace now?
Oh, don't get me started on that. Or Amazon.
No, I stay off that.
Oh, it bites me.
Joint account.
Nope. So yeah, it looks like it's been a good race, and unofficially in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is Josh Hacker. Then it's Justin Barth, and then Scott Farley. And in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class, it's John Rance, and then Mick Henson. In the 4,500 class, it's his dad, Sean Rance. And then Ben Ertl, and where is Cody St. Clair? Yeah, there he is, Cody St. Clair. So I believe in 4,500 it's John Rance, Cody St. Clair, and then Ben Ertl. So we're still waiting for them to come through. Let me get back on the tracker.
And they're all still running on lead lap, but
they're Well, Ben Ertl's a lap down, and Cody St. Clair showed stop again. He's having steering issues. He Jerry rigged it, and apparently didn't rig it good enough.
Well, it's 45. There's a lot to the steering there.
Well, RDP's keeping me honest. It looks like Cody St. Clair is off course. So it's not official, but it's not looking good. And he was running in physical second, trying to chase down the Legends cars, and he was going for those bragging rights and maybe pushed a little hard.
Well, the 45 class steering is a little on the sensitive side. You got to be a little more careful hitting things with it.
Yeah, and you said yours is the cable, like a boat steering system.
Yeah,
so kind of give us a rundown on how this steering works on those.
Well, that cable steering there's a lot to it.
It's
without
kind of
pictures,
fancy.
It's kind of hard to explain. But a steering shaft actually connects to a manual steering rack, like a Volkswagen style Seiko rack. And then off the ends of the rack, the cables run all through the car, back down the links, cross over on the axle, and they attach to the end of the steering cylinder at the clevis ends. So it is a magnetic steel connection, and you've got a sweep valve, same as an IFS car under the rack. So the problem is the cables have a little bit of play because they're 9 and 10 feet long. So they get a little bit of feedback. So the servo's got chatter. So the steering wheel has chatter in it all the time. Now, if you keep a little load to it, like in a corner.
Okay, so left and right, just keep.
It's, you think, oh, it's mechanical steering. It'd be great. It's way scarier than full hydro in a straight line on pavement. But you keep it in the dirt with a little resistance or just a light curve to it. It's great. And, it's a lot faster than hydro in the rocks. Until you smack a rock with it, you've got a cable that's 500-pound pull, 100-pound compress, I think is what the rating on them is. I might have that backwards, but boom, cable bends, you're done.
So yeah, it's pretty wild.
Gentle.
All right, kind of running back. It looks like Ben Ertl is still stopped out on course. Antonio Grijalva's still moving. We just saw him coming through. He's at race mile 10.5, so he should be a finisher. Ryan Bell is still stopped at race mile 10 on his lead lap. Hate seeing that. And Flanagan is stopped as well, so the attrition is high. Sean Rance is still on the move at race mile 9 of 16, so he's just going to be a little bit out. And I see on the water trucks getting everything watered down for the Youth 170s. That's going to kick off here in about a half hour. So I think while we wait for a few more competitors to come through, I'm going to take a quick little lunch break, get everything set up. I'll watch the tracker and get everything set up for the youth race. But Dave, it's good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. So thanks for joining me here in the Big B studio. We'll get everything reset. And then if you want to hop back in during the 4400, I'd love to have you for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, may want to sit around that side of the table, but maybe we just turn the table.
That's not a bad idea.
Put a windshield up, or let's move the studio in your Jeep. That's what we'll do.
There we go. Oh, I didn't think of that. I may get a busted windshield. Is that workman's comp? I don't know. Probably not.
You might hit John up.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not worried. All right, Dave. Well, always a pleasure. We'll see you around, and
good,
we'll be right back with more racing action here in just a minute.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
And we are back for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. I believe we should have Jeff Flanagan. Let me get on my scoring real quick. And he hasn't crossed yet, but he should be there anytime. It's just finishing up the EMC race, and it is what a great show it was. But Josh Hacker, our overall winner in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then it was Justin Barth, Scott Farley, and then Jeff Flanagan just crosses this line just a moment ago. And then in the 4500 class, it was Sean Rance grabbing the checkered flag for the 4500 modified. And in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, it was John Rance and then Mick Henson. And I think Ben Ertl, I saw him off course. We saw Cody St. Clair off course. So I think the only official finisher completing all of his laps is going to be Sean Rance in the 4500 class. But everybody else has finished all the laps there. Scott Farley, I think, gets a podium in two-wheel drive. What a great showing for them. So let me pop back to the tracker. So I don't think we'll have anybody else coming through. There's a couple dead cars out on course. And I do see the 4899 of Ryan Bell moving, but he is on an access road. So he did not finish the race, but he had a great run going. Cruising back through the course. So I think we about have a clear course. Nice. I thought we were going to have more cars to go recover. But right now it's just Ryan Bell, right? Yeah, Ryan Bell, and it looks like he is self-recovering. So the only one that is on course and stopped and has been for a while is Ben Ertl at race mile 12. So we'll have to send a recovery out there before we kick off the 4400s at 1 p.m. But up next is the 40, sorry, not the 40. Up next is the Youth 170s, the future of our sport. They are going to race the short course. We've got a fun little about 3/4 of a mile race for them. And it will be a lap race. I'm trying to figure out how many laps they're actually going to do. Up next, here about hopefully the next 5 minutes or so. It's been a great day of racing. It's been a great weekend of racing. There's been a lot of action. The start of this race was insane. I loved watching it. And I'm telling you now, you've got 1 hour before the 4400s take off. So be sure to not miss that one. But hey, show some of these kids some love. We got the Youth 170s getting ready to take off here in just a little bit. We got Wreck Boy. We got Flamingo Chick, Lindsay, Jason Farley. Everybody's tuning in. Thank you, everybody. We're getting the water truck out there and watering the track, making sure everything is all set and ready to go for the Youth 170s. We should have 4, maybe 5 of them out there. We have Ryder Nelson, Hunter Biddle, Eli Robbins, and Lane Plummer. And there may have been one more that entered. I don't have them on my list. Also, I'll switch back and wait for the ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com to get updated. Obviously, we are still finishing this race, so not sure how delayed we will be for the 170s. Hopefully not too bad. But again, yeah, if you're up here, if you're here on site, make sure you go up to the Roach Coach. They've got burgers, they've got Phillies, and all the fried food you want. I had one yesterday, and it was amazing. They got one up there at the trailer for me, but I'm just too far away, so I'm going to have to skip that one today. Had a quick sandwich just now, and it is It's going to be a good day. Obviously, we have Maxxis here on site, Raceline Wheels, and then Roxy's up there selling the Ultra 4 merchandise. If you want a hat, a shirt, or a hoodie, go check her out at the short course at the Ultra 4 trailer. It's got the schedule on the tailgate of it. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Clash at the Crossbar Ranch is presented by PCI Race Radios and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI Race Radios, G4 Suspension Technology, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, and King Shock. So please support who supports the sport. Whether you're building your UTV, your Jeep, your truck, your mall crawler, your tow rig, go show some of these companies some love. The same love they show to Ultra 4 USA. And just like that, Ultra4Racing.livemotorsports.com updates the timing sheet. And starting in that pole position is Lane Plummer, number 4, out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, with overall racing in the limited class in his Hyson, MRT, overall weed and pest control, overall roll-off dumpsters, 984 farms, and he's got the best family backing him. And then in that second position is the 107 of Hunter Biddle out of Longmont, Colorado, that raced yesterday in the Youth 1K as well with Hunter Racing, part of the limited class as well. And his Polaris single seat 170 with side-by-side performance, Elite Power Sports of Colorado, and Warren Racing. And then it's the number 7 of Ryder Nelson out of Gainesville, Texas, with Nelson's Off-Road in the stock class with his Hyson, Bearded Stitch, Starwood Performance, Hess Motorsports, G3, Triple Threat Off-Road, and the Graphic Guys. And then the 831 is Eli Robbins with out of Decatur, Alabama, with Full Throttle Power Sports with his Polaris, All Things UTV, Apex Powder Coating, Vision Wheel, Super ATV, and MRT. And that is Dustin Robbins' son, the presenting sponsor for the 4900 Open All Things UTV class. And then Hunter Biddle is Tom Biddle's son. So great to see the future that has grown up in the sport starting to enjoy themselves and having some fun out there on course. So we have 2 in the stock class and 2 in the limited. Getting everything set up for the Youth 170s. The water truck's still out there on course, trying to give them a perfect race course. Again, it is a short course race. It is a lapped race. I've reached out trying to get confirmation on how many laps, but we try to usually run them for about a half hour. So I'm going to guess they're going to run, 10-ish laps. Again, that is my guess. It is a 3/4 mile loop there in the short course. Got some rollers. It's got the King Kicker, and you can see the winds really blowing up there at the PCI start line. And again, we are set up still at Rock Face, ready for the 4400 race that kicks off at 1 p.m. Central Time. So we do not have enough time to run up there and set up a drone. I do apologize, but at least we have the start-finish there at the PCI. And it looks like they are on their parade lap. So we should be live racing for the 4900 Youth 170s. Again, we have 2 in the stock and 2 in the limited. We have Lane Plummer, Hunter Biddle, Ryder Nelson, and Eli Robbins. For this race only, do not go to racing tracks. They're not on it. So make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Drop a comment in the YouTube. I'll be monitoring YouTube and the Ultra 4 Racing live timing. Rec boys rooting on the Youth 170s. And I'll bet you the 4400s are getting ready to start lining up and staging. All right, and if you're being smart like me, I just went to Ultra 4. I just went to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com and screenshotted the 4400 lineup. That way we have it for later on today for the adjusted time. They'll take off one at a time every 1 minute. That race will be on adjusted time. And to reboot my timing, I accidentally cleared out of it for some reason. But now we are set up in the Big B studio, getting ready to take off for the Youth 170s. This is all part of the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. This is the first round in the Ultra 4 USA Central Series. Up next will be in Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beach Bend Raceway, May 2nd and 3rd for the second race in the Eastern Series. And then we'll be going to Area BFE in Moab, Utah, May 9th and 10th. And then hitting Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana, June 6th and 7th. And they'll be heading up to AOP in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 27th and 28th. And then during Bike Week in Sturgis, South Dakota at the Buffalo Chip Power Sports Complex, August 1st and 2nd. And then in the West, we'll go to Vegas to Reno, August 13th through the 16th. And then over Labor Day weekend, the Big House, Crandon, Wisconsin, for the Crandon Ultra 4 Short Course World Championship for the Central Joker Race. And then the Eastern Joker Race is back to Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky during LS Fest. So that is going to be a jam-packed house for sure. That is September 5th and 6th. And then the Joker for the West is back to NorCal and Rancho Cordova, September 19th and 20th. And then we'll end up the year and crown the national champion at the 2025 Ultra 4 USA Nationals, all part of the Laughlin Desert Classic in Laughlin, Nevada, October 16th through the 18th. Go to ultra4usa.com to get all of our information. We have our full schedule of events built out for each one. And we are doing the parade lap for the Youth 170s, showing these guys and gals. I believe they're all guys in this race. We have a lot of younger gals that do race with us a lot of the time. And it looks like Brian Trotter takes them on their parade lap, and he's going to have a quick little chat with each one of them and let them know how this is going to play out. Brian Trotter is our Ultra 4 USA race director with USAC. They are a sanctioning body. They run timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech. And the wind is definitely picking up right here. Looks like the timing guys with live timing are topping off their generator, make sure everything is set. Right there at the PCI start finish. Again, I do apologize. I'm remote out here, so I'm not at the start finish. But it looks like they're possibly doing one more sight lap to make sure these young guns know where they're going. But again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma. It is a 3/4 of a mile short course race for these young guns. And again, I am guessing, but I'm thinking they do 10 laps. Looks like it should be about a 15-minute race. So how fast can they make it in 15 minutes? I don't know. So it looks like they are back. Again, these are the little 170s. Rear-wheel drive, solid axle. Not much suspension on these things. A little fancier than a go-kart, but not much. We've got a couple Polarises and a couple Hisons, I believe. Yeah, 2 of each. Oh, okay, that's what's going on. Timing is having issues reading the cars. Working on a fix as we speak. Thank you, Abe, for keeping me updated. And again, we will definitely want to keep you as updated as we can. So that's why we're getting the timing fixed at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. For the same timing I have right here in the Big B studio. We're all set up, getting ready to get geared up for the 4400 main event of the weekend. And the crowd is definitely starting to fill in. See everybody enjoying their favorite beverage. They got their t-shirts on. It's getting a little windy, but it is beautiful here. It's been some great racing today. And I'll run through the race we just went through once again. It was Josh Hacker, our overall winner, and in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then it was Justin Barth and then Scott Farley. In the 4500 modified class, it was Sean Rance, then Cody St. Clair and Ben Ertl. And then in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, it was John Rance and Mick Henson. It was such a great race we had. In the pro modified class, it was Paul Wolf. Yeah, this was yesterday's race. Paul Wolf, Jay Shaw, and Ben Ertl. And then in the open class, it was once again Paul Wolf, Robert Lee Bull, and then Jay Shaw. And then in the stock class, it was Rodney Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, and then Justin Barth. And then Youth 1K, it was Jet Chambers and Hunter Biddle. So again, I do apologize for the delay of the start for the Youth 170s, trying to get the trackers or the transponders per se with live timing squared away. But it looks like Brian Trotter, our race director, is pulled off the course. So hopefully we got this all squared away and we can go live racing for the Youth 170s. Should be about a 15-minute race, and it looks like we are off and running. So make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing I have right here in the Big B studio. And then we'll flip to a shot that we're going to show you here in just a little bit. That was the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. Now that's right behind me here at Race Mile 6.5 at Rockface. So the Youth 170s are out there on course ripping around. Hopefully the timing is updated. We'll have that running in the top left of your screen. But we have out on course number 4, Lane Plummer, number 107 of Hunter Biddle, and number 7, Ryder Nelson, and then the number 831 of Eli Robbins. They're running on a 3/4 of a mile lap. And again, I apologize for only having one camera there at the PCI start finish, but being remote here, we figured we'd have the more action back here at Rockface throughout the weekend. And we got our first car through. And it looks like that's the number 4 of Lane Plummer out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, with Overall Racing in the limited class, who is out front. And who is going to be next? It looks like it's going to be the Hunter Biddle, number 107 out of Longmont, Colorado, followed closely by the number 7 of Ryder Nelson with Nelson's Off-Road out of Gainesville, Texas. So where is Eli Robbins? He took off. We know that. Again, I was told this was a lap race, but looking at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, it's showing it's a 15-minute race. So at 15 minutes, the white flag should go out. That's my guess. Again, I'm remote and don't have the best comms back there. And that wind is starting to kick here. And there goes Eli Robbins, number 831 out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV. So we have 2 in the stock, 2 in the limited. So Lane Plummer is winning his class and Ryder Nelson is winning the stock. But this race is just getting started as Lane Plummer finishes lap number 2 out on lap number 3. Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. And there goes Hunter Biddle, then Ryder Nelson. So it's a battle between Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson. Even though they're in 2 separate classes, they got the helmet on and they are racing. And it's getting a little windy down here. We're getting blown pretty good. It feels nice. The table's getting a little wobbly. Getting my papers mixed up a little bit. And I believe this should be Eli Robbins. And yes, it is. With all things UTV, Eli Robbins. But look, coming into screen now, that should be Lane Plummer, number 4. And yes, it is. Lane Plummer is really starting to run away with this race. Out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, with Overall Racing. This is his first Ultra 4 USA race. Well, I guess he raced one of our races at Mid-America once, if I'm remembering correctly. But in the near time, this is his first race back in a little bit. So great to see Lane Plummer out there ripping around. And then there's the great battle between Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson. Who's it going to be across the first? It is still Hunter Biddle, but followed very closely by Ryder Nelson. Lane Plummer and Hunter Biddle in the limited class, and then Ryder Nelson and Eli Robbins, part of the stock class. And then up next at 1 p.m., the 4,400 Unlimited class is going to be ripping it up. So we should have them here, I'm going to guess about 120 or so, as long as we can keep on track, which so far everything seems to be running pretty smooth today. Hopefully I didn't just jinx us. And Lane Plummer rips down another one. So that means he has lapped Eli Robbins. So Lane Plummer, he comes from short course, if my memory stands correct. And he is showing why he likes to get out there and rip around. And I'm excited he's here racing with us at Ultra 4 USA. I believe he races down in Texas a fair amount. And the battle right now is still Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson. Even though they're in two separate classes, they're out there having some fun. Looks like we have about 9 minutes remaining in this race. So who is it? Is it Hunter Biddle? Yes, it is. Hunter Biddle and then Ryder Nelson. Still neck and neck. And it's only a 1 second split time between the two. So everybody is out on their fifth lap, except for Eli Robbins. He's still on his fourth, I mean. So the youth 170s are out there having the time of their life. They qualified yesterday morning just before all the big cars. And then they got to enjoy yesterday afternoon's racing, this morning's racing. Now they get to do their race, and hopefully they stick around for the 4,400s as Lane Plummer rips out another lap. So the fastest lap is by Lane Plummer this lap with a 120.744. This should be Eli Robbins next, and yes, it is. Out of Decatur, Alabama, Eli Robbins with Full Throttle Power Sports and all things UTV. They're racing on a 3/4 of a mile short course. So a 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30-ish lap. That's pretty respectable. Oh, looks like we got still a battle between Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson. And he has moved from a 1 second lead to a 1 minute to 1.2 second lead. So it's still right there. It's anybody's battle between those two. Again, they are in separate classes, but they're racing each other and having some fun. There goes Lane Plummer once again. Number 4 out of Blanchard, Oklahoma with overall racing. And the wind is definitely picking up, but it's beautiful out here. It's 74 degrees. So the wind actually feels pretty good as long as it doesn't blow anything over out here. So we should be seeing Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson come into screen here pretty quick. And there they come as we speak. Perfect timing. I believe it's still Hunter out front, it looks like. Yes, it is. Followed closely by Ryder Nelson, and it's back down to 1 second even between the two. So they are neck and neck. Ryder Nelson is following Hunter's lines, but you can't follow him. You got to get inside or outside and try to get around him. This should be Lane Plummer coming in. And yes, it is. With a 125 this lap, his fastest lap was his last lap with a 120.4. Hunter Biddle's fast lap is a 1:30 even. Ryder Nelson with a 1:30 even. And then Eli Robbins with a 1:37. This is the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We are right in the middle of the Youth 170 race. And up next at 1 p.m. Central Time in 30 minutes will be the 4,400 main event of the weekend, the Unlimited class, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. And through the field once again is Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson, and he has doubled his lead, so he's now up to 2 seconds. But it is all about Lane Plummer is really walking away with this race with a demanding lead, a commanding lead. And there he goes once again, number 4, Lane Plummer out of Blanchard, Oklahoma with Overall Racing. Lane Plummer once again ripping around out there. I believe we have about 3 minutes before the white flag comes out. And the crowd is starting to build down here at Race Rock Face at Race Mile 6.5. It's going to be a great show. So as soon as the 170 race is done up there, I would run by the Roach Coach, grab a sandwich, and head straight to Rock Face. You do not want to miss this one. Oh, we got a little lap traffic coming through, isn't it? Yep, it's Eli Robbins and Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson. So now it's only a half-second lead between Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson. Hunter Biddle probably slowed down a little bit by the lap traffic of Eli Robbins. We should see Lane Plummer coming into screen here shortly. This was a 15-minute race on a 3/4 of a mile short course loop. So that looked like it was Jeremy Dickinson, so I assume he's getting everybody staged up. That could have been Mike Davis, one of the two. They're getting everything staged up for the 4,400s up next. And I'll go through the field once again for those guys. It is Philip McGilton out front, or starting in the front row. They'll start one at a time in 1 minute increments. So again, Philip McGilton 1, Cole Clark 2, Chris Branton 3, Paul Wolf in that 4th, Chip McLaughlin in 5th, Tad Dowker in 6th, Chad Hunt in 7th, Tim Hooper in 8th, Rick Lavezzo in 9th, Kevin Taylor in 10th, and then Anthony Yount will be taking the start and then pulling off, having car issues. So Lane Plummer really starting to walk away with this race. And then it's been a great battle between Ryder Nelson and Hunter Biddle. And then Eli Robbins is out there putting some laps in, having some fun. All right. Well, the time has expired, so I believe that means the white flag will come out for the rest of the field. And out front is still Lane Plummer, then Ryder Nelson, Hunter Biddle, and Eli Robbins. And there it is. The white flag flies for Lane Plummer, followed closely by Hunter Biddle and Ryder Nelson. Lane Plummer has lapped the entire field. He is out there running away with this thing. Lane Plummer, number 4 out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, with Overall Racing, and his Hyson with MRT, Overall Weed and Pest Control, Overall Roll-Off Dumpsters, 984 Farms, and the Best Family. And that second spot is Hunter Biddle, number 107 out of Longmont, Colorado, with Hunter Racing in the limited class in his Polaris single seat 170. Side-by-side performance, Elite Power Sports of Colorado, and Warren Racing. And then it's the number 7 of Ryder Nelson out of Gainesville, Texas, with Nelson's Off-Road, and his Hyson with Bearded Stitch, Starwood Performance, Hess Motorsports, G3, Triple Threat Off-Road, and the Graphic Guys. And last but definitely not least, Eli Robbins, number 831 out of Decatur, Alabama, with Full Throttle Power Sports, and his Polaris with all things UTV, Apex powder coating, Vision wheels, Super ATV, and MRT tires. So the checkered flag is out and ready, and it's going to be number 4, Lane Plummer with Overall Racing grabbing the checkered flag. What a great race by that young man. And then it's been a battle the entire time, and it is Ryder Nelson gets around Hunter Biddle on the last lap. That was a great race by Ryder Nelson and Hunter Biddle. It was a battle to the finish. So Ryder Nelson in a stock car gets around Hunter Biddle in a limited car on the last lap. What a great run by them. So I was guessing 10 laps, and the average lap was 11, so not bad. And then Eli Robbins grabs the checkered flag, second position in the stock class. A great race by the future of our sport. So it looks like we're about 22 minutes away from the green flag flying for the 4400 Unlimited class. So I'm going to step away from the action, but don't go anywhere. Here in about 20 minutes, the big race starts, the 4400 Unlimited. So make sure you go grab your snacks and grab your drinks. We'll be back with some amazing racing action here in just a moment.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Just got confirmation over the PCI race radios. We are 11 minutes to the green flag for the 2025 PCI race radios Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. So again, if you need to grab anything, now is the time to go. We'll be right back with the action here in just a moment. Welcome to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch. The Ultra 4 USA Series rolls into Davis, Oklahoma. The Crossbar Ranch offers some of the most rugged and thrilling trails in the country, making it a perfect backdrop for this action-packed race we are about to kick off. Whether you're a die-hard off-road fan or a first-time spectator, this race promises high-speed thrills and jaw-dropping moments. This course has a little bit of everything to test an Ultra 4 car to its limits, and this is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest. I am Miles Hasselquist, and we are about to kick off the 4400 main event of the weekend. It's going to be a great showing. It's been a great weekend. We started yesterday with qualifying. Then we raced UTVs, just got done with the EMCs and the youth, and now it is about to kick off for the 4400 main event. And in that pole position, grabbing those 7 important points, is Philip McGilton. And that number 2 spot is Cole Clark. And then third is Christopher Branton. In fourth is Paul Wolf. In fifth is Chip McLaughlin. In sixth is Tad Dowker. In seventh is Chad Hunt. In eighth is Tim Hooper. In ninth is Rick Lavezzo. In 10th is Kevin Taylor, and then in 11th will be Anthony Yount, but his car is hurt, so he is only taking the green flag and pulling off. This will be a 4-lap race for the 4400s. So each lap consists of 16 miles, so it's 64 miles in total of some of the gnarliest terrain we could find here in Davis, Oklahoma, and I can see they are staged and ready to rip and roar. Looks like we should be about 3 minutes away from the green flag flying. So thank you everybody for tuning in on the YouTube channel. Don't forget, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing I have here in the Big B studio. And then also click over to Racing Tracks. And the wind is starting to blow a little bit. Starting to get my papers ruffled up. And then, so again, Racing Tracks. Click on Crossbar Race. Go to the 3 little dashes next to menu. Click that. Go down to Class 4400 and Show All. And that shows you they're all there staged and ready. And then you can follow your favorite racer. And you see all the red dots at the bottom of those orange little teardrops. That means they are stopped on course because they are staged during the race. If you see a red dot at the bottom of that teardrop, that means they are stuck on course and not moving. Getting all my ducks in a row, and we are about to go. Oh, and we're going to switch it up. It's going to be 2 minutes between cars. Give everybody a little bit more space out there. So that's going to make for an interesting finish with all that adjusted time. So that means if Kevin Taylor can stay within 20 minutes of Philip McGilton, he could win this race. Philip McGilton could physically finish this race first, and if Kevin Taylor finishes within 20 minutes of Philip McGilton, he could steal that win away. So again, 1 at a time, every 2-minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. So if you click over to livemotorsports.com, that'll be at the PCI start finish at the end of each lap, and there will be split times there, and that'll be on adjusted time. So it'll be really easier to tell after lap 1 who is actually winning this race on adjusted time. As the race progresses, I will start my unofficial stopwatch here at the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface at race mile 6.5. We've got Benji at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. And then I got my other buddy from Area 51, Doug. He's at Screen Door at race mile 3.5. And then we got a couple other guys out on course that'll keep me some updates. So, again, this is going to be wild. Stay tuned. It's about to go down for the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race up in King of the Hammers, over in NorCal, Badlands, Vegas to Reno, Kentucky, Crandon, here at the Crossbar. They run over some mountains and everything in between, but we are green flag racing. And off the line first is the number 47 of Philip McGilton out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports and his Campbell single-seat chassis with a Schofield Performance LSX 454, Southern Tire Mart at Pilot, Yokohama, KMC Wheels, Simpson, and Willwood Brakes. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers back in 2016. He's also raced in ARCA and Craftsman Truck Series with NASCAR. So he has really moved his ranks up here with Ultra 4 USA. And his first win was 2 years ago at famous Reading in Pennsylvania. So it's going to be exciting. Wow, splitting this up to a 2-minute start. That's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. So up next is number 24 of Cole Clark. He is patiently awaiting. You know the butterflies are high right now. And Cole Clark is actually in a full UTV. It does make the rules for 4400. You have to have a complete tube chassis that passes tech and everything else. So it's pretty impressive what he's done. And also has to run 37-inch tires. So 37-inch tires on a UTV is very impressive. So getting ready to take off the line here is Cole Clark, number 24, out of Cortez, Colorado, with 2-4 Racing. He's in a Polaris single-seat Turbo Pro R that can make up to 500 horsepower, but I think he's got it dialed back to about 350 or so. He's got that K&T Performance, Maxxis, and Bilstein. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2018. He has won in Moab. He has won in Reno, a couple times in Oklahoma, and at the Stampede. So Cole Clark is definitely one to be reckoned with, and he is off and running with 2-4 Racing, Cole Clark, and that Polaris-built UTV. I'll switch over to the YouTubes real quick, see who's tuned in. Looks like Wreck Boy, Phoenix RC, Flamingo Chick. Thank you for tuning in. It is about to go down. Well, it is going down. We're green flag racing. So here at race mile 6.5, I suspect to see our leaders right around that 120 mark. But taking off every 2 minutes is going to play a little bit more strategy and be a little bit tougher to tell who's where. But again, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and it is going to be one show to watch. So off the line next, if my computer doesn't blow off the table, that wind is really starting to kick. So off the line next is the number 4046 of Christopher Branton. He's got Ryan Reb riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing. He's in a fairly new 2C IFS Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. He's got an LSA 446, Maximum Turbo 400, SCS, Kryptonite Customs, Liquid Moly, Raceline wheels, and USD Sticky. So Chris Branton patiently awaiting, but getting ready to take off. Good thing I had enough of these Oklahoma rocks on my desk to keep my papers from blowing away, but it is getting ready to go for Chris Branton. They are taking off one at a time every 2 minutes. So this race is on adjusted time. And again, they are racing 4 full laps, 16 miles per, so 64 miles in total. And Chris Branton takes off. We have about 4 sections that we have added to this race that do not include a bypass. So there's 4 sections that are a lot tougher. So as we wait for Paul Wolf, let's give some love to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G-Force Suspension Technology, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, and King. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. So off the line, getting ready to go right now is the number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. He's in that 2018 UFO single seat IFS with an LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, VP, RCV, and All-Tech. Paul Wolf has 10 wins in a row in a Can-Am. He put that post up this morning, and that is a very impressive stat. So congratulations to Paul Wolf for absolutely dominating in his Can-Am, winning both the All Things UTV Open and the G-Force Pro Modified UTV race yesterday, winning both of his classes. Can he three-peat in one weekend? I think it's possible. He was winning this race at Nationals last year until he had a mechanical failure. We'll see if he can keep the car together. He pushes hard, but man, he can drive. And the green flag is dropped, and Paul Wolf is off and running. So I'm going to switch over to the racing tracks to see where our top competitors are. Looks like Chris Branton is at race mile 1. And it looks like Philip McGilton is right. Oh, man, they are neck and neck. So it's Philip McGilton trying to get my tracker. There we go. Nope. Got to zoom in a little bit. So Cole Clark and Philip McGilton are right on top of each other at race mile 2. Cole Clark updated at 105 1 minute ago, and Philip McGilton at 2 minutes ago. So I do think Philip McGilton is still out front, but that means Cole Clark is starting to catch him already and pulling away from Christopher Branton. What a great start to this race. They are at race mile 2. So trying to get a visual. It looks like Chip. Let me look at my list. Yes. That is number 4 of Chip McLaughlin with Diamond Dave running shotgun out of Denton, Texas with Rufus Racing. And that Tribe 16 2-seat IFS machine, Irene. He's got his Grom LS7 with 900 horsepower. He's got his Maxxis tires, Vision wheels, EcoStaff, Baja Designs, Dynamic Motorsports, Mama Ange, and the man above, Zandy. Again, they are taking off every 2-minute increments. I like this little play of games on our drivers. This is going to make for some clean racing out there. But talking about that, Cole Clark is already starting to gain on our race leader of Philip McGilton. So there goes Chip McLaughlin. Chip happens himself. We were giving him some hard time here in the Big B studio during the EMC race about how many trees he was going to clip. He doesn't think any. I'm going for 3. So up next with, I think, the highest horsepower of the weekend is number 906 of Tad Dowker and his buddy Andy Eustace out of Elk Rapids, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks. This is a Trent Fab solid axle machine, Bambi. He bought this car from Dave Cole probably about 5 years ago, and it's got an FTA 501 billet block, 1,000 horsepower. Fox shocks, Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson tires, Baja Designs lights, Warren winch, and Yukon. And again, the wind is kicking, trying to blow me out of the Big B studio here. Catching some of my paperwork here. Again, the wind is starting to kick a little bit, which is good for the racers. And it's kind of, you know, I'm under a Monster Easy Up, so I don't have the sun beating me down. So to me, it's perfect. I'm sure the fans out here at Rockface love the wind, keeping them a little cooled down. So while we wait for Tad to take off, let's see if we get an update. And it hasn't updated quite yet. So Cole Clark and Philip McGilton are still battling out there. Looks like Paul Wolf is roughly race mile 1, and he is definitely one to watch. Oh, there it just updated. Let's see. Cole Clark updated at 05, so that's a 4-minute-old update. Philip McGilton updated right now, so he is at race mile 4. I'm at race mile 6.5. At race mile 3.5, I'll bet you I got a text and haven't even looked at it. Yep, Doug with Area 51 has been texting me. Oh, he's at Hell's Gate now. Hell's Gate. So Philip McGilton is through at 107 and Cole Clark through at 109. So I'll have some time splits from Doug with Area 51 from Hell's Gate. I just asked him what race mile he is at. I am not sure. But at race mile 3.5 at Screen Door, that's a pretty tricky spot there, and they've already cleared that one. Looks like Paul Wolf has moved to about race mile 2.5, and I probably just missed Tad Dowker taking off, and I did. Number 906 with North Shore Raceworks, Tad Dowker is out and running. So that means it should be the number 456 of Chad Hunt, who won this race at Nationals last year for his first ever Ultra 4 USA podium in first place. Out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports, and that 2022 Miller Pro Chassis with a Mast Motors LS 427. Brannick Motorsports, Mickey Thompson Tires, and he's got 42-inch Mickey Thompson tires this time. Dirty Life Wheels, Indiana Muscle Cars, and Fox. His first Ultra 4 race was Badlands back in 2013. He was the 2023 Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year, and again, got first place right here in Nationals last year. USD Sticky, so that must be Christopher Branton is through at 111. And RDP's keeping me honest. We do actually bypass Screen Door and then go to Hell's Gate and Schmidt happens. So it's that's why we had Doug move right there. So Chad Hunt must have taken off already because that looks like it's Tim Hooper, again, trying to watch racing tracks and a few other things. We've got 11 cars taking the green flag, but from the back, Anthony Yount's going to take the green flag and pull off. His car is hurt. So it looks like it should be Tim Hooper, number 1505, off the line next out of Bentonville, Arkansas, with Fuel Works Racing. He's in a Trent Fab top shelf solid axle machine. Thompson Motors LS 427 with 750 horsepower. Fuel Works, Brannick Motorsports, Sherway Transportation, Old Town Auto Body, Baja Designs, and Warren Racing. He went to King of the Hammers back in 2009, my first year there as well. He went with a tent and a dream to one-day race, and racing is what he has done starting in 2019. He's got a podium at the MAO 918 race and comes out here and always gives it all. A part of the great family here at Ultra 4 USA. Paul Wolf is now through Hell's Gate as well. Okay, and we still are at race mile 3.5-ish at Hell's Gate. It's just kind of a little deviant of the course. And that was a quick shot of the rock face right behind me. Now we're at racing tracks. You can follow along at home as well. And yeah, so earlier you see where that Jeep is? That was the preferred line going up Rockface. That is closed off. Now they have to hit Rockface proper and take the hero line. So Tim Hooper is off and running. So Kevin Taylor's supposed to be next, but I can tell that's Rick Levezzo, not Kevin Taylor. So up next is Rick Levezzo. Oh, I was reading the screen wrong. It is supposed to be Rick Levezzo. Sorry. So the 449 of Rick Levezzo and Mitchell Sweat out of Fort Worth, Texas, with R Squared Racing in that old pin hall that's been redesigned by Horschel Motorsports in that 2C IFS Bronco called Pepe. He's got a CBM LS7, Yokohama tires, Raceline wheels, and King. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers in 2017. He's won at Visions. He's won at Sturgis. He was the national and Eastern champion in 2022 in the 4,500 class, and now has stepped into the 4,400. So great to see Rick Levezzo move his way through. Jeremy Dickinson tell me leaders are about 2 to 3 minutes out from Rockface, so it's about to get rowdy. And it looks like Chip McLaughlin has made it through Hell's Gate at race mile 3.5 as well. So listen for the horsepower off in the distance. It's going to be Philip McGilton, we think, but it could be Cole Clark. Let me click on Racing Tracks, see if we got some accurate updates. Oh, on the Racing Tracks, it does show Cole Clark. So at 1:15, Cole Clark updated 1 minute ago. And 3 minutes go for McGilton. So I think it's going to be side-by-side racing coming through here. This is getting ready to get exciting here at the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. Cole Clark and Philip McGilton are neck and neck. I'm not sure who's going to pop into Kelly's Cut first. And here we go. It is the number 911 of Kevin Taylor and Heath Day out of Texarkana, Texas with .1 Racing. In a Dazed Fabrication Porsche 911, LS3 416, Fritz 4L80E, ORI Struts, Brannock Motorsports, Jensen's Brothers Off-Road. He's been racing with us at King of the Hammers since 2021. Tad Dowker has cleared Hell's Gate as well, so they're clicking right around. Got lots of people out there keeping me updated, and I thoroughly appreciate it. I took the headphones off for just a second. I'm not sure if I hear them or not, but they got to be getting close. All right, it sounds like they're ripping. And getting a little chatter through the PCI race radio. The race is running completely smooth thus far. So Kevin Taylor should be taking the green flag any moment, and he does. So up next is Anthony Yount, number 69, with Matt Wilson riding shotgun out of Macon, Missouri, with H&H Paving and No Respect Racing. And that Paul Horschel 2C IFS IRS four-wheel steer machine. He's got a Danzio P600 with 1,000 horsepower. H&H Racing, No Respect, Brannock Motorsports, Steinjager, and WB Enterprises. But again, I believe he's going to take the start and pull off because the car is hurt. So I'm still waiting to get a visual, and once I see him at the top of the hill, it takes him about, I'm going to say just under a minute to make it through Kelly's Cut, and we will have them here at Rockface. And I hear Philip McGilton. I hear that Schofield Performance ripping in the background. It's about to get rowdy here at Rockface. The crowd can hear it too. They're starting to turn around and get a good viewing point. So I hear him, and that's definitely Philip McGilton. And I've got a visual. Philip McGilton is still our physical race leader. But on adjusted time, Cole Clark, I think, is starting to reel him in. So Philip McGilton is in Kelly's Cut. So we got Jack with the Believe Cam FPV drone. He is out there and ready. So we'll flip to the drone here in just a moment and watch Philip McGilton hit Rockface here at the Brannock Bowl at race mile 6.5. And I hear him. I'm about to see him, and here it is. Philip McGilton coming through. We'll see what line he takes. Remember, they have to hit rock face proper. And he is going to take the center line, using all the horsepowers, making it up, dancing all over, getting all sorts of slideways, but making it happen. Philip McGilton, our first one through rock face. How far back is Cole Clark? I should have started my stopwatch, but I was making sure he wasn't going to spit any rocks at me. Accelerator impact alert from Chip McLaughlin at race mile 3.8. So we'll see if he can get back and moving, hopefully. And here comes Cole Clark. And he is winning this race on adjusted time. I watched him in pre-running, and he took the same exact line. So he's going to take a left here. And yes, he does. He takes that left line and makes it on up. So Cole Clark is starting to reel in Philip McGilton. Remember, they took off in 2-minute increments, and he was only about 1 minute behind Philip McGilton. So Cole Clark has Philip McGilton right where he wants him. What a great start to this race. Who are we going to see next? It looks like it's going to be really close between Paul Wolf, and he's on top of the other one, so I can't quite get it clicked. And Christopher Branton. So Christopher Branton updated at 120. Oh, and he just updated again. So current update for Chris Branton is ahead of Paul Wolf. When did Paul Wolf update? 120. So I do believe Christopher Branton is ahead of Paul Wolf, but on adjusted time again. I think Paul Wolf is ahead of Chris Branton, and they're almost to race mile 6. So we'll see them in the next 5 minutes. So hopefully the camera can catch Philip McGilton and Cole Clark at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. Getting some updates here from Hell's Gate. Chad Hunt has made it through, and Tim Hooper. Lots of information going on. So Chip McLaughlin is still stopped. So David Clay's keeping an eye on that tracker to make sure everything is okay. So the accelerator impact means, he could have hit a tree. He could have, flipped over. We're not sure. Oh, nope. And just like that, he keeps moving. So that's probably what happened. He went over and hugged a tree, and now he's back under an action. So great to hear that from Chip McLaughlin, almost to race mile 5. And Paul Wolf on the tracker is in front of Branton. Let's check the updates. Wolf updated exactly now. Branton's update is 3 minutes old. So it's going to be interesting. Is it going to be Paul Wolf or Christopher Branton coming through next? We should know in just the next couple minutes. So Jack landed the drone and changing some batteries because he knows the next 2 competitors are getting close. Getting some updates, making sure everything is A-okay. And I hear somebody. Man, I can't tell if that's Paul Wolf or Christopher Branton. They both got some loud ones. And the 4409 is through. Or sorry, the 449. Rick Levezzo is made it through. Man, I can't tell who's who. And it is Paul Wolf. So he has gotten around Christopher Branton. So on adjusted time, Paul Wolf is sitting pretty right now. The number 1018, his daughter's birthday, or his daughter was born in October of 2018. I absolutely love that. My old race number was 1010. My daughter Jade was born October 10th, so kind of same principle. So the family man of Paul Wolf with Wolf Racing is out in front of Chris Branton by about 30 seconds. So Jack's got the Believe Cam FPV and ready. It's going to be Paul Wolf and then Christopher Branton. And they are not going to be letting up at all. So Paul Wolf is all over the throttle. Let's see which line he takes. He's going to take the far left line, I believe. The hero line here at Rockface. Making his way on up, and right behind him, Jack's going to turn around and see Christopher Branton with those huge USD sticky tires. Let's see what line he takes. It looks like he'll be the center line. So now he'll either take a left. Yes, he does. He's going to cross over. So everybody has made it pretty clean up here. And again, the camera does not do anything justice. That I put those flags up there. I could barely walk up that hill. And now they're just driving up it, obviously using all the horsepower, but they're making it look easy. And I promise you, it is not. Getting another update from my buddy Doug with Area 51. Kevin Taylor is through Hell's Gate. So again, we need to thank all of our volunteers, especially the Area 51 crew. They've been absolutely amazing. Chris Hoffman, Doug, Mike, ML, and Walls, you guys have been amazing. Thank you for all of your help, as well as the Crossbar staff, the Ultra 4 USA crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. We could not be putting on this race for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. It's been an amazing event, and it's been building to this exact moment. Man, my phone's blowing up trying to check this out. And my buddy Brian Crofts talking about phone blowing up. The big question is, can Cole run the whole race on fuel? That's a good question. I'm going to doubt it. I think he's going to have to stop for fuel. Most of the big cars can make it. I was talking to Tad Dowker about that, and he's like, oh, yeah, I can make it, no problem. Talked about Chip about that, and he said he didn't know. He's going to make that decision on his third lap as he comes to the PCI pits and see where his fuel is, see how much fuel consumption he's used. But that's my guess. Again, I think Cole will have to stop for fuel. So let's see. On the racing tracks, it looks like it should be Tad Dowker here in the next few minutes. I'm going to zoom. Well, I'm going to try to zoom out. All this dust is on my touch screen, but it looks like everybody is still moving. Uh-oh. Chad Hunt, is it right at the start-finish line? How old is this? 12. Okay, Chad's Hunt racing tracks is a little goofy. Good. But on the tracker, it still looks like it's Philip McGilton out front. Let's see how old his ping is. It was at current ping. How about Cole Clark? It is current as well. So Philip McGilton is still out ahead of Cole Clark physically, but I think on adjusted time, Cole Clark has him. And then it's a very between Branton and Wolf. Branton updated currently. How old is Wolf's? Wolf's is pretty current as well. So it's I don't know who's in the lead between Wolf and Branton. And then it's Tad Dowker, Chip McLaughlin. They're bouncing back and forth. Tim Hooper and Rick Lavezzo. All right, well, I hear somebody. That must be Tad Dowker. I can hear that 1,000 horsepower 501 FTA billet block ripping in the woods. Again, Ultra 4 is so amazing. I mean, that's where I got my start in this, is I was just a pit crew guy, and at the end of the night, I'd bounce around and drink beer with all my buddies and became friends with most of the racers. And I'm telling you, everybody is so walk up to anybody. They may give you a koozie or a shirt, but they'll definitely let you crawl over their car. And each one is different. That's why I love Ultra 4 is it's an open class. You dream it, you build it, you come race it and prove that your car is better than the next guy. And I'm telling you, the different ideas these guys have pushed the limits with Campbell's, with Miller, with Slauson, Trent Fab, Joe Thompson with UFO. I mean, Paul Horschel. There are so many amazing builders in Ultra 4. It's so cool to see the different designs. If you're a gearhead, you'll really love it. If you're not, I bet you still love it, or at least appreciate it. So here comes Tad Dowker in Bambi in that Trent Fab solid axle machine. We'll see him showing off all the horsepower here in just a moment. Jack's got the FPV Believe cam chasing him up. Is he going to take that far left line? No, he's going to take the center line and then probably cut over. And there he goes. He's cutting over as we speak. That's been the more prominent line out of most everybody, except for Paul Wolf took that far left line. But that comes down to pre-running. You know, what are you doing? You're out there finding lines, and you want to pre-run more than one line, because if you pre-run one line the whole time and then you come through and it's blocked by somebody stuck or flopped over, you need to know if you can hit or which line you can hit. So here comes the next one. This is Chip McLaughlin with Rufus Racing in Irene, an IFS machine. I've been talking a lot about IFS and solid axle. IFS, independent front suspension. And then a solid axle is like your standard truck or Jeep. And Chip McLaughlin has a right rear flat tire. So not sure what happened there, if he cut it on a rock or he clipped a tree. But, hey, Chip happens. But he can still make that climb with a right rear flat tire. That is very, very impressive. What a great showing it's been. The start of this race has been absolutely amazing. All right, we are just underway. This is lap number 1 of 4 laps. It is 16 miles per lap, so 64 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain we could find here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. And it is just shaping up. And on the tracker, it is a battle between Philip McGilton and Cole Clark. And then for second and third, it's Paul Wolf and Christopher Branton. So we should see Chad Hunt and Tim Hooper coming here any moment. And then stopped on course at race mile 4 is Rick Levezzo. That's near the Hell's Gate area, so not sure if he's stuck winching or what's going on. And just when I say it, Chad Hunt, who won this race last year, is coming up and through. So Chad Hunt is giving it all and hits my King flag. Come on, buddy. But he makes it up there. That Miller Motorsports car gets a little crossed up there, but he still makes it happen. And that's what I haven't talked about it yet on this spot, but they keep dragging more and more water up this lane. So it's going to get slicker and slicker. So I thought I had that flag in the right spot, but I was wrong. So Chad Hunt making his way through. Jack with Believe Cam is bringing us some amazing drone action. Chris Lundy with Take It Live has been running the show from behind the scenes back home. RDP and myself been setting up all this gear out here. Benji's right there at the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. Got his camera on course. We're waiting for some cars to come through. So far, so good. This is not a disappointment at all. Okay, well, that red dot at the bottom of Rick Levezzo is because he does have a tip alert right there at the Hell's Gate area. So Rick Levezzo looks like he's on his side. So he's putting Mitchell Sweat to work. Mitchell Sweat is an excellent fabricator and co-drives with a lot of these racers. He co-drives with Paul Horschel at King of the Hammers, obviously fills in with Rick Levezzo here, rides with Jake Versey a fair amount. So definitely a great co-driver and an amazing fabricator. So anybody that can work on the car, you want them in the car when it breaks down. So I think that's some good strategy right there. So this is a dead man slide there, and earlier they were going to that far left lane. You can barely see right there, but they've blocked that off, so you have to go down the center of Dead Man Slide. So it's going to be some pretty good action here in the woods as well. And I see some dust. Must just be some wind. Nope, that is. Looks like Chad Hunt. Okay, so there's another line even further left that they were running earlier. Couldn't quite tell by this camera point, but he makes quick work of it and through in that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in beautiful Davis, Oklahoma. We've got Brian Trotter, our Ultra 4 USA race director, coming out, making sure everything is running smooth. Brought the whole family, huh? All right. I'm not babysitting. That's not part of my job description, buddy. Okay, I guess we all babysitting. You're right. And then hopping in the booth once again is Mrs. Pam Hall. She's been running around doing a lot of social, keeping everybody up to date. You been having fun, Pam?
I have been having a blast, Miles. It's been great out here. I mean, all the action in the hot pits this morning for the EMC race was absolutely crazy. Like getting that footage and then having Scott Farley come in, who was our top qualifier, coming in with that, you know, he changed out tires and went, but man.
And only two-wheel drive. That's why you needed tires.
I know. It was pretty cool. Barth came through. He was having issues with window nets. They were switching those out, and it's just been action all over the place. I was listening
100%.
to your stuff.
Oh, it's been fun.
I could not come over here to Rockface.
Oh, yeah. So stay here for a couple laps and then go over to Dead Man Slide. It's going to be wild back there as well.
I don't know how to get there.
It's over through the woods. You can't miss it. Well, I guess you could. You can miss anything.
Oh, Miles. I'm really good with direction, by the way. All right, who is that one we're watching here?
I can't tell. That may be Chad Hunt, and I just called him through. So it was probably Chip McLaughlin and then Chad Hunt through there.
Okay, yeah. So as I was driving over here, I did see Paul Wolf go through. I saw Cole Clark, Phil McGilton. Like I saw them still.
Yeah, Chris Branton. You should have saw him.
I did see him as well. So. Give me a rundown, I guess, people at home. We got McGilton, Clark, Branton, Wolf, McLaughlin.
Yeah,
Have you seen Tad Dowker go through yet?
Yes, for sure. So Philip McGilton and Cole Clark on the tracker have been bouncing back and forth, but it looks like it should be Philip McGilton coming through, so I'll switch over to that in just a moment. And then it's been a battle between Christopher Branton and Paul Wolf. Looks like Paul Wolf's in front. And then Tad Dowker, Chip McLaughlin, Chad Hunt, Tim Hooper, and Rick Levezzo was tipped over. Well, he's still in that same area, but the red mark is gone. Let's see how fast he's moving. 12 miles an hour. So Rick Levezzo did flip over, we think. We did get a tip alert, so at least we got him back and moving. So then I'm going to switch back over to Ultra 4 Racing. Sorry. ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and then we have our timing loop there, so that'll give us our split times and on adjusted time. And it looks like McGilton, look at this, I call it, and here he comes. So Philip McGilton still physically out front, but now I'm interested how far back is Cole Clark, because they left this afternoon one at a time every 2 minutes. So it's going to be a little harder to keep track of, but thank goodness we have ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com.
Now, when I saw them after this area, I'm not sure what race mile it would have been at, but when I saw them on my way over here, Philip did have, it seemed like a pretty good distance between him and Cole.
When they came through here, I think it was less than a minute.
Yeah,
so
that's what I say. But
we'll see. Oh, and Cole Clark. So, yeah, Cole Clark is winning this race by 1 minute, 31 seconds already. So that was only a 29-second physical lead. So on adjusted time, Philip McGilton has him right where he wants him.
Wow.
Oh, man, it's shaping up, Pam.
You know, Cole Clark is definitely wanting to get that top spot. He's always a hard and fast driver, but it's all about the car holding up for himself as well.
And we got another one coming through. This is Tim Hooper with Fuelworks and that Trent Fab machine.
Yeah, Tim Hooper for sure making his way through here. Let's see what line he takes.
He takes the far left line. The only other one other than him was Paul Wolf. So he is getting all sorts of on the throttle. Gets a little wide. Oh, gets crossed up. What happened there? Is he having steering issues?
I have to say,
I wouldn't park there.
I would
Well,
not.
Maybe he's trying to practice parallel parking. I would do that at home.
Definitely not on a mountain of rocks like this that you can go tumbling down for sure.
And again, so that Believe cam actually does show this hill a little bit of justice because he was down about 10 foot from him. It shows you how quick this thing elevates. And the wind is starting to blow my computer a little bit.
As long as it doesn't blow your computer off of your table, but he is still parked there, so that is not a good place to be parked. I would not want to be right there.
Well,
for sure.
obviously he is having issues, and usually he has James King riding shotgun, but I usually ask, I forgot, but I haven't seen James walking around, so I don't know if he has a co-driver or who it is.
You know what? That's my bad too. I was talking to him the other day and I didn't ask as well, but it looks like window net might be down. Yeah, window net down. I think just could be the pixelation.
Looks like some movement.
And we're going to have another car coming through here.
So this is interesting because that takes out line number 1 and line number 2. So Tim Hooper is out of the car, and he does have a co-driver. So driver and co-driver are out of the car, and it's kind of blocked by the woods. So, yeah, who is this? Kevin Taylor. Brian Trotter, our Ultra 4 USA race director, is showing him, hey, there is a car on the preferred line 1 and 2. So this might be fun, but Kevin Taylor comes from the rock bouncing world, so we're about to see some show on right here. So what's Kevin Taylor going to do in that Porsche 911? Oh, he hits the throttle, and look how slick that is getting.
Yes, for sure. That
almost kisses the King flag again.
And what is this called? A Porsche?
The Porsche 911. It's only got the hoods and the headlights. So what's he doing? That line's blocked, I think. Oh, there is more line on the left that I couldn't tell.
Oh, you can see that he tapped.
Oh, he kissed it a little bit, but Rubbin's racing.
And the driver and co-driver on the front of the car, so it was safe. So
and they did give him a wave saying, we see you, come on through. So we're definitely safety first here at Ultra 4 USA. And we do have the yellow flag waving, just let other drivers know. And Tim Hooper is at the back of the car.
You know, he was telling me, I don't know if you had a chance to speak with him, but the other day at registration, I got to talk with him a little bit, and he was, getting the car, getting it prepped and everything. He was having some issues with it as well. So hopefully that this is not a part of what he was having.
I'm going to tell you something. This is an issue.
No, part of what he was having during
I
prep.
know.
Man. Not a good spot, but look at our drone going right up to him. This is where the drivers are like, man, we don't want the drone on us right now. But he's looking at that driver rear.
Well, I think that's where he's got some tools stashed in there. So he's probably trying to get something figured out. And you've been here for 2 minutes and already spilling your drink on me. Come on, Pam. I've been here 2 days and haven't spilled yet.
I will clean up this Big B desk. A little bit of energy drink I needed today.
So you can barely see it from this because he is in you see the 3 flags up top. He's kind of right over that center flag behind that tree. And that is where Kevin Taylor is parallel parked on the side of rock face.
Basically, it's like a little tree island right there in the middle of that rock climb area.
Oh, and Mama Ange is giving the update that Daniel Parker is Hooper's co-driver. Thank you, Angie.
Nice.
And Dickinson is it just closed on me. Leader is through on lap 2. Yep. Okay, so let's switch back to that. We had too much action here. So we do have, and look at this. We have a new leader on adjusted time. It is Paul Wolf, 22 seconds ahead of Cole Clark and then Philip McGilton. And that is physical on course, it's Philip McGilton, Cole Clark, and Paul Wolf. But on adjusted time, Paul Wolf is winning this race once again, 22 seconds ahead of Cole Clark. And then Cole Clark is a minute 30 ahead of Philip McGilton. So the top three are really close. Let me go back to Racing Tracks. How far back is Christopher Branton? Because he was in the mix. Uh-oh, I don't see him. He must be on top of somebody else. So he's still running strong right now. There he goes. Just when we're talking about him, Chris Branton, number 46, out of Bossier City, Louisiana.
All right.
Is 2 minutes 11 seconds behind Philip and 4 minutes behind Paul Wolf.
And Paul Wolf was qualified 5th, I think, wasn't it?
Correct. Yep. Well, I took a picture of it so I wouldn't forget. But he was mid-pack because he was having that drivability. He was in 4th.
4th. Okay. You have enough paperwork over here to deal with.
Oh,
to not
tell
have
me
to
about
have
it.
That.
Again, I
Thank
kind of
goodness
feel
there's not any
stupid.
rocks out here for weight
Yeah,
weights.
I kind of feel stupid as much stuff I got in front of me, but my brain gets full.
Well, Miles, we all have our own ways that we work, and paper sometimes is the best, and digital is the way to go. But you have your way. You're again, like I said yesterday, the encyclopedia of Ultra 4, and you can't, like you just said, have everything in your brain.
I know you're older than me, but I kind of like the old school paperwork.
I'm a paperwork person myself. I don't like the new age digital. But which is this area that we're looking at here, Miles? Because you've been
That
looking
is
at
the
this all day.
Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. That's
Okay.
where Benji's is at.
That's where you're telling me I need to go to.
Yeah, you'll definitely want to check it out. It's a cool little section.
Well, Miles, we have a little bit of break on our action right here and on the camera. So give me your thoughts on your weekend so far. What's been your favorite part?
The weather. I've been here when it's been crummy, so this is absolutely beautiful here. But yeah, it's just the people. Racing's amazing. That's why I'm here. Don't get me wrong. But it's the Ultra 4 family that we have built. Seeing all our friends, our core team getting together. Having some beverages, getting some work done. Eating at the track. It's it's the vibe. It's feeling really good right now.
100% agree with you on that. And the spectators that are out here too, like they've all been super cool, having fun, running into some of them like at our hotel or actually last night shopping to get a few more items for all of us too. I ran into some people and they noticed the Ultra 4 logo and they're just like, man, this is so cool. We were out there today. We're going back tomorrow and can't wait. But yeah, you're right. And the team that has been put together, that we come out here and do all of this work and like you said, eating together and hanging out together and just having fun. It's a great teamwork all around. As we are watching, I can't make out who that one is. Is that Kevin Taylor?
That would be my guess. Yes, that's got to be that Porsche themed machine. And we call it a Porsche, but it's got a Porsche headlights and a hood. That's it.
Yes, but he's a little sideways.
He's pulling a Tim Hooper in parallel parking.
Behind a tree.
Uh-oh. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, huh? Can't tell if that front end is moving.
Well, there's a big rock in front of his tire right now, the driver tire. It doesn't really, maybe right there.
I think he's just, like I said, that off camber, and I think his cage is hitting that tree. So, man, that's getting tough for him.
He's kind of looking like that Austin Powers movie when he gets stuck in the hallway.
Yeah, he's definitely. So I think if he turns hard driver and back up, I would probably try to take another run at this one. But this is a great shot. We've had this camera for a couple days now, but haven't seen a whole lot of action because they were bypassing this section. They were going the easy way around, but now you have to go up the true Warren Racing Dead Man Slide.
So now Kevin Taylor's getting himself stuck on that tree. He just kind of slid into it. Oh, there we go. He backed out of it. Sounds like we have our own little race going on.
Yeah, somebody's having some fun.
Stock class over there.
Yeah, oh yeah. We had a four-door long bed truck over there playing around, and he was in a situation, but he got out.
The white Ram.
Yeah.
I saw it on the live show.
Okay, did you?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been paying attention.
I was watching him, not watching the live show. I was like, man, I'm glad that's not my truck.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to. We have somebody that is on the infield right now, it looks like.
And I missed it just a moment ago, but Christopher Branton did go out. No, I did talk about it already. There's a lot of stuff going on.
You did.
So let's see. So Tad Dowker should be getting close. Then it's Chad Hunt,
And
Chip
really,
McLaughlin.
really quick, Miles, if you can hear in the background, that's a good sign. Tim Hooper started back up.
He's running, but he ain't moving.
Yeah, at least he's running so far. So hopefully it all pans out and he's going to be okay.
And another good news is on the racing tracks. Looks like Rick Lavezzo should be here any moment. And then they are at Hell's Gate right now. Philip McGilton, Cole Clark, and Paul Wolf are very, very close.
And another car just went through.
That
the
was
start
Tad
finish.
Dowker with North Shore Raceworks. And looks like
Kevin Taylor must have backed down
Yeah.
farther, and he went and took that left line.
I was looking at that right front. It must have been a hole. I couldn't tell. But, yeah, looks like Kevin Taylor did make it through. And it'll be a fun another camera angle we have. And getting another update from my Area 51 buddies that Wolf just came through, maybe about 4 minutes behind Cole Clark. Cole Clark is through about 30 seconds behind Philip McGilton. So it's a tight race between our top three, but on just the time, it is Paul Waste right now. Benji's keeping me updated. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, look at that. I love the drone footage whenever they're hauling the mail through the race course in the woods. It's so much fun.
Oh,
and here-
100%.
This is where we're at, right, Miles?
Yeah,
an overview.
yeah. So that's Kelly's cut to our left, and then we're at the far right of the screen.
And some horsepower in the background. I'm sure that our drone is going to go down to it. But like you said, Rick Lavezzo should be coming here soon.
Yeah, he's definitely our next culprit. Oh, but now I'm showing him stopped.
Uh-oh.
So he is stopped just outside of our site, and that was 1 minute ago. So Rick Lavezzo tipped over, we think, earlier on, and now is stopped once again. But there's Tim Hooper, who is still parallel parked in the middle of Rockface.
I'm surprised nobody in the crowd has yelled to him that he can't park there yet.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, you can see that tree that he's nosed into is like, I called it a tree island earlier, but he is parallel to the downslope of this hill. Is he turning around to come back down this way?
No, he's trying to make his way up, and I'm sure he's fighting steering issues is what it's got to be. And he's pulling a move out of Chip's book and bumping into that tree.
Chip was having a good time in the hot pits this morning, giving Cody St. Clair a hard time about his extended warranty. They were going to talk about that when he came in.
Well, Pam, I think I see Jeff Flanagan over there sitting in the back of that Can-Am.
I'll go
So
get
here
him
in
for
just
you.
a minute,
Yeah.
go grab him and have him hop in here with me.
I definitely will. Tim Hooper's front end just was sliding down a little bit, like because it's so steep. But let's hope that
Man,
that
I'm
thing turned
glad
around.
I'm not sitting where he's at.
You know, it looks like he can't turn to where his rear end can go passenger. He's having trouble with that.
Well, it's also just the way he's off camber. It's really trying to slide downhill. So he does finally make it on up. Hopefully he can get up top, and if he needs to readdress the vehicle or not, we'll see if he stops again. But yeah, again, I believe he was fighting some kind of steering issue, but he is back and moving. Great to see that for Tim Hooper.
Yes, it is. So awesome. But Miles, I am going to step out of here so I can work on some social stuff, and I'm going to go get Mr. Hooper for you.
That
Or not
sounds
Hooper,
good.
Flanagan. I'll see you later, Miles.
All righty. Thank you, Pam. Always a pleasure. All right. So Rick Lavezzo still shows stopped out there. And USD Sticky of Christopher Branton is through 3 minutes and 12 seconds behind Paul Wolf. So it's still a fairly tight race between our top four. And we are only on lap number 2 of 4. Each lap consists of 16 miles. So that is 64 miles in total here. It's going to be a wild race. So again, don't go anywhere. Hey. All right. Well, I sent Pam over to grab Mr. Jeff Flanagan, fresh off your race for the Everyman Challenge, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Been a lot of racing this week. Fourth place, does that sound right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they got me at. We actually, the last lap, we broke the upper shock mounts.
Oh, no.
And we had to stop and take the winch line and
tie her up,
the
huh?
shock and hold it together.
Well, if anybody can fix something out in the woods, that's you.
And we also helped one of the fellow racers that was broke on the bottom of the hill. I turned around and winched him up the hill.
Ah, so, good for you, buddy. And I mean, again,
we added that to what we did.
So. Well, good for you. And that's something that we do at Ultra 4 is there is no outside assistance other than fellow competitors. So you're hoping for some good karma coming back your way at the next one.
It's one of those deals when you look at them and you go like,
if I was that guy, I'd want some help too.
I could blow by them and keep on going.
Yeah. And obviously, if you were in first battling between 1 and 2, you probably would have blown by.
Yeah.
But you knew you weren't quite in that contention, so you want to help a fellow racer.
And they were off to the side of the hill and they were stuck.
Oh, they were in a bad spot.
So they were just like going, "Hey, can you help us?" So I climbed the hill, turned around, and then we winched down to them, and then winched them back up. So we probably spent 15 minutes there helping them out.
Wow. So. All right, going through the tracker right now. Cole Clark with a current update at race mile 6. Philip McGilton is 4 minutes old update. So I don't know who's in the lead, but the top 4 is very tight between Cole Clark, Paul Wolf, Philip McGilton, and Christopher Branton. And now Tad Dowker, I think, is in the mix. So our top 5, it's really going to be a race to the finish. I can't wait to see how it shakes out. So out there on course, what was your trickiest part of the race course today?
Oh, that right as you come out of the creek off of the waterfalls backwards.
Okay, yep.
That first turn up, there was, like the first lap, there was 6 cars.
I believe that's screen door. Does that sound right?
Screen door, I think so. And there was 6 cars. I mean, they were every direction.
It was a parking lot, huh?
It was crazy. And so once we actually kind of got a little jump on some of them because we made it up without even winching.
Oh, you one-shotted, huh?
Yeah, we hit it. We one-shotted it and made it up. And Trotter was up there going like, "No, you need to winch." And I said, "Oh, move out of the way." So
you said, "Hey, I know what I'm doing. Get out of here, huh?"
And we made it, but it was rough. I was surprised it took us as long to make a lap.
Yeah, it was a rough race, that's for sure.
There was some really rough.
Oh
spots.
yeah, they were.
It was a whole lot different than what the Nationals.
Yeah.
It seemed like it wasn't as rough going that direction as it was turning around and going backwards.
So next year, if we come back, which way you want to go?
I don't know.
You don't care. You just want to race, right?
Yeah. Doesn't matter. I'm going to race. So, yeah, we had a good time. I mean, this is actually my first Ultra 4 race that I finished all 3 laps.
All right. Well, good on you, buddy.
Yeah, it was a good deal. So we finished all 3 laps. And I just, we tried to take care of the car. That was the main thing. Even though we broke the shock there.
Were you able to drive it back onto the trailer?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a win of the week. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so I'm actually planning on going next week to Moab.
Oh, you're going to do all right, with
I'm
JT.
I'm going to race it at Area BFE. So
that'll be fun.
But, the Ultra 4, I plan on running the central, all of the races.
Sweet. So we'll see at Badlands up next, huh?
Oh, I like Badlands.
Oh, that one's so I was talking to somebody earlier about that is Badlands and Davis are completely different, but kind of similar because they have so much diversity. They got the sand dunes, the high speeds, the rock crawling, the tight trees.
Yeah, that wheat field, the two-track road on the wheat field, that was pretty cool because you could just fly down through there.
Yeah.
So it was really neat. And then being in a rock quarry, the rock faces and stuff was really good. I mean, it was cool. So
100%.
We had a lot of fun up there.
I've
never been to Sturgis, so I'm
that's a fun one. And during bike week, so it's a party. I'll let you know.
That's I've never been to either one. So
well, here we go. We'll break you in right.
Yeah.
Just get an update from my buddy Doug with Area 51. Tad Dowker is through Hell's Gate, and I hear somebody, and I believe that's going to be Cole Clark. That's a Polaris. Yeah. So.
Sorry.
If I wasn't paying attention, so that must mean Cole Clark has gotten around Philip McGilton.
Right, Cole Clark.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Some of the mud and water holes was pretty interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
So
I
while we
was
wait for
surprised.
the course is amazing. I loved it because they had a ton of rain a week
Well,
ago.
I was going to say, yeah, it's not as bad as I thought it would be from all the rain that's happened.
All right. Well, the FPV Believe Cam drone, Jack's piling along, chasing Cole Clark. And he is our new physical race leader with a left rear flat tire at race mile 6.5. So he's got to go, another about 10, probably about 8 miles on a flat tire. So that's going to be tough for him. And he has no spare tire. Can that tire survive 7 to 8 miles here at the Crossbar Ranch? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. How far back is Philip McGilton, Paul Wolf, Christopher Branton? Man, what a race we have here. Well, Jeff, always a pleasure having you in here. Thanks for joining me. And I'm going to bring in Scott in next, but always a pleasure, buddy. So congratulations on a fish goes to Jeff Flanagan. And now I hear some horsepower. I missed him heading into Kelly's Cut. I'm going to guess. Oh, and look at this on the tracker. It is Philip McGilton is stopped out on course. So what a tough break there. But I think that must be Paul Wolf coming in. And fresh off a podium finish, Scott Farley, the Burnout King.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I got you, buddy.
Yeah, that was an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, no, it was fun. So let's get Paul through here in just a moment, and then I want to talk to you about your race. But yeah, Paul Wolf is coming through right now. So physical second, Paul Wolf, and last time through, finishing lap 1, heading out on this current lap 2, Paul Wolf was winning on adjusted time, and you just saw Cole Clark come through with a flat tire and no spare.
Yeah.
That is going to be an interesting play. So Jack's patiently awaiting right now at the end of Kelly's Cut. And here comes Paul Wolf, the 1018 with Wolf Racing out of Alton, Illinois, in that UFO single seat machine. And he is all over the throttle, and he is pushing hard, trying to look at his tires. Yes, all 4 tires are holding air, but he does have to back up, it looks like. And yes, he does not single shot. So hopefully doesn't send any shrapnel this way. Getting all sorts of crossed up here. But putting that horsepower to work, making his way on up. So Cole Clark gained about 10 or 15 seconds on that climb. So that just goes to show you the light and nimbleness of a UTV that is built to 4,400 standards has a little advantage in some of these spots.
Yep, definitely sounds like he's got his motor running, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, during qualifying, he was spitting and sputtering a little bit. Not there.
Running good.
Oh, yeah. So let's talk about your run a little bit. How soon in the race did you break your transfer case?
So we were pushing hard at the beginning. I believe the first rock trail we went down the Hell's Gate area. We went to hit that waterfall, and guess I hit it a little too hard.
Gave her a little too much juice, huh?
Snapped the front of the Atlas off.
And you did you know it right when it happened?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
you heard a bang.
It was the kind of bang that like shakes you. And we realized front tires weren't spinning. Maybe we were hoping for a drive shaft.
Did you come out and check?
Yeah, Johnny got out to winch me up the trail.
You made him get out and winch a lot with that Warren, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Warren winches got the workout today.
And Johnny.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And then you
we're just gonna winch out of this trail. We're gonna see how far we can make it, and we ended up we had to winch one other spot, and then we had to wrench the first time on rock.
Where'd you winch here?
Yeah.
Oh, right there. Okay, I was watching the whole time.
And
that
then,
was after you did your. You won the burnout contest today.
Yeah, that was a little frustration built up in there.
I think I would have done the same thing. When the tires are spinning, you're grinning, right?
Yeah, for sure. If we can't win it, we're gonna get a good photo.
But hey, you didn't win.
Yep.
You got a good photo, and you got unofficial third.
Yeah, we as we had some issues in winching, slowing down the winch, we found some other lines. So second lap, we got a little faster.
Yeah, you started far left.
And then it ended up being the only spot we had to winch on the second and third. I think the second and third lap was the spot where we broke the car.
Oh, okay, right there at
winching once was
screen door, I believe.
Yep, I was pretty impressed that held up to the beating.
Yeah, it definitely was a good show you put on, and I love. So Chip was kind of keeping me updated that you're going to try to get your first lap done to get the finishing points, and then you kept going. I'm like, yes, I love the grit and determination.
That's what I was hearing, but these guys are fast out there, and I didn't want to let it go that easily. There was a lot of battles. I would put some distance down, try and get my spot back. I was pushing extremely hard, Car's already broke.
Yeah, so why not break it more, right?
And, we were doing good, and then we'd have to winch up that one spot, and we'd get past again. So we had to push hard and, try and pass them back, and, yeah.
It's all in good fun.
There, let me know. I'm a professional.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, my good buddy Scott Reddish is tuned in. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Looks like Justin Reese is tuned in. Kind of going to go through the comments real quick. I've been too busy. Looks like Wreck Boy, Justin Reese, Greg Frazier, Hunts Motorsports, Heather Barrett, Jody Jones, Greg Frazier, Kevin P., Alan O'Neill, Zach Wrench, and Squatch Kane. This is an awesome race. Again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. And I hear somebody, I believe, somebody's moving, trying to get here on the tracker. Could be Christopher Branton, I believe. I just missed it, but I think that was Christopher Branton. Let's see. Philip McGilton is still shown stopped, as well as Rick Lavezzo. So I believe this should be Christopher Branton. Tim Hooper is stopped once again at race mile 10. Hate to see that.
Sad to hear Philip's not moving. He
hell of a run. Man, he was the pole setter, got those 7 points just like you did during qualifying, and then had a good race until he didn't. So maybe the pole setters have some bad luck this weekend.
I know we talked about it yesterday. I was like, if I'm going to break right here so I can talk to you. But
yeah, no doubt. Oh, this is Rick Lavezzo, so he did get back going. Great to see that. Don't see too much damage on the car. We heard a tip alert. I can't tell if he tipped over or not. Maybe a little bit of damage on the right side. So he is trying to make it up that right lane, and it's getting slicker and slicker. That should be Chris Branton, and it is. So Chris Branton is here at Rockface. Now we got a side-by-side going up. Come on, Chris. Let's try to get a pass on Rockface. Take the left side. Come on, buddy. And what a great race we have. So Chris Branton is trying to chase up Rick Lavezzo, and Rick Lavezzo clips that tree and slows him down a little bit. But Chris Branton able to keep that momentum going and make it on up. And just getting an update from my buddy James Schofield that McGilton's steering rack is toast. So it's not sounding good for McGilton. It sounds like McGilton is probably out of the recovery's heading that way. Hate to see that. So and I just got a good update you're gonna like to hear.
Oh man.
Just finished looking at all VCPs from this morning's race. Everybody that finished is good. So, again, I'm going to say it's unofficial, but it sounds like you made that podium, buddy. So, Chip McLaughlin just clicked over, so he finished lap 1 out on lap number 2. All right, let's get back on Racing Tracks. Again, go to Racing Tracks. Right next to menu app up top, those 3 little dashes, click that, go down to 4,400, show all, and you can have that. And then also have another screen popped up. Go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and you can have the same timing I have here in the Big B studio. So I'm trying to look. It looks like Paul Wolf is way up ahead. Let's get them update. So Paul Wolf, current update. I'm going to go back to Cole Clark, and his updated 8 minutes ago. Okay, so we don't know who's in the lead, Cole Clark or Paul Wolf, but last time around it was Paul Wolf. Well, Scott, you're more than welcome to stick around a little bit if you want, but if you want to go party, you can. All right, well, thank you, buddy. So we just saw Christopher Branton. So next through should be Tad Dowker. We should be seeing him any second. And then Chad Hunt shouldn't be too far behind him. And I think I can hear it now. I can see it. Tad Dowker with North Shore Raceworks, number 906, with his buddy Andy Eustace riding shotgun. So that thing's got a 501 billet block in it.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? I love it. I remember when I had a 350 in high school and I thought I was cool.
Old speed racer.
Exactly. So here comes Tad Dowker. We should get the Believe cam in the air and start chasing him up through Rockface here in just a moment. And just as I say it, we do it. Thanks, Lundy, with Take It Live for switching the show for us back at home. And he came through the hottest so far. So Tad Dowker making some moves right now. He splashes the river, makes his way up. He's going to take the center line. I bet you he cuts left. Yes, he does. And he's going to head around that tree that Tim Hooper was parallel parked at for a little bit and makes a clean run up the Brannock Bowl right here at Rockface. So a good run by everybody so far. We do know that Philip McGilton is out with steering. Chip McLaughlin is stopped once again. Oh, but that's the Hell's Gate area, so I'll bet you he's just going super slow. And, well, I hope he's going super slow. Yeah. So next one through should be Chad Hunt anytime. Oh, and we got some updates on the tracker. How old is this one? Paul Wolf, 1 minute ago. Cole Clark, 2 minutes ago. So it's, I don't know. It's really close between Cole Clark and Paul Wolf. Cole Clark started ahead. So Cole Clark started in second position. Paul Wolf started in fourth. So he's got 4 minutes of adjusted time on his side because they took off one at a time every 2 minutes.
Spread that gap out a little
Yep,
bit.
they did. You guys were 1 minute,
Yep.
and then they did 2 minutes for the big dogs. And I kind of like it, switching it up on us a little bit. And it worked out perfect. By the time they got all the cars off the line, we had the leaders here.
Yep.
So for the action, it was perfect.
Yep.
Nope, and here comes Chad Hunt in that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis. And he's running those new 42-inch Mickey Thompson tires. And you know what they say, you can't lose on 42s. And he is giving all of it. And just dancing all over Rockface, but finally makes it up. Look how slick that's getting, Scott.
Yeah. As the day goes on, it's definitely going to get rougher.
And speaking about that, let's talk about your little showmanship over here. So you splashed up there, two-wheel drive, got all completely sideways, started sliding down, hit the gas, got lucky, I'm going to tell you. Because the front end wasn't pulling, I thought you were going over and going for a swim.
You know, thinking in four-wheel drive.
Yeah, you steered in, you gassed, and all you did was slide down.
The rear tires, it slid me back down it, so definitely saved me there. But
man, you got lucky. I was like, it's only about 3-4 inches deep there, but you're still going to get wet.
Oh, we were stuck with that.
It didn't matter.
The one thing I was worried about this race was the mud holes. Having 37-inch tires, getting diffed out, in the road.
Okay.
Then we got to the first mud hole, and I'm like, I'm in two-wheel drive. This is going to be even worse.
Oh, because you're going to be skiing.
As fast as we could go, we hit the mud holes and
trying to hydroplane across. Oh man. All right, so let's get back on the tracker. How long ago? Well, those updates haven't updated on me yet. Tim Hooper is still stopped at race mile 10. Looks like Christopher Branton is moving. Rick Lavezzo's still moving. but he is a lap down because he, I believe, had a tip over. Tad Dowker's still moving. We just saw Chad Hunt. Next is Philip McGilton, a heartbreaker, out with steering issues. Then it's your buddy Chip McLaughlin. And he had an issue at some time. We had the alert where you had a hard hit. So I wonder if he hit a tree. What do you think?
Hope not.
That was a little bit ago. So he started going.
Yeah.
What's the over-under on Chip hitting a tree? What do you think? Over.
Yeah.
All right. Say that again?
I know I hit one today.
Oh, yeah. I don't doubt it one bit. And again, if you're on racing tracks, you see yellow and orange. Yellow means you're on your second lap of 4. Orange means you're on your first lap. And you see at the top right, Philip McGilton and now Chip McLaughlin. They've got that red at the bottom of the teardrop. That means they are stopped on course. So not sure what's going on with Chip, but we do know that Philip McGilton sounds like he is out with a steering rack issue. Hate to see that. So let's see how these updates are. Looks like Cole Clark. Well, why isn't it working? There we go. So Cole Clark's 2 minutes old. Oh, Cole Clark is 2 minutes old. And Paul Wolf is right now. So I think Paul Wolf's starting to pull a little bit of lead on adjusted time. Oh, I'm hitting the center of the deal. There we go. One of these days I'll get this figured out. What do you want to look at, buddy?
We're getting into that fast section.
Yeah. So the last couple miles is pretty fast. How fast did you hit today out there?
I don't know.
Last year you hit almost 100 miles an hour here, if I remember right.
Yep. Maybe 60.
Okay, so it was a
very
little
difficult
slower
to
this
stay in
year,
the
huh?
ruts without, as you would say, getting sideways.
Getting sideways. You like that, don't you?
And then, actually about 5 miles before the finish, from being in two-wheel drive, I burned the tread off my second set of tires for the day.
Right here in front of me, I watched you.
So after this, I went back, got a fresh set, and second set I didn't change when I went back through because we kind of figured some lines out and just wore the tread completely off. And
that's crazy. Yeah, you put those Maxxis tires to the limits.
Oh yeah, very impressed today, especially with the front tires not pulling. How hard I was having to hit the walls and obstacles and stuff.
Oh, so even your front tires you were having to be a little more rough too because you were having to try to bounce up them, right?
I was very rough on the fronts today.
All right, Mick Henson just giving me an update. Paul just passed the PCI pits, physically out front. So Paul Wolf is making it happen, and it looks like Kevin Taylor is at Hell's Gate. So everybody's still pushing strong. So Paul Wolf was in this same situation last year at this race. He was leading and then had, I think he had steering issues just like McGilton is. So it's always something. It's not over until it's over. It's going to be a race to the finish.
That's for sure.
Oh, Chip barrel rolled on lap 1 at O. Schmidt. So that's what happened to him. Why are you shaking your head? Chip happens. I thought I heard something. Maybe it was just a spectator up there showing off. Get out of there. Wrong text. James Schofield just says Cole Clark is in the PCI pits with a right rear tire. We did say that. So we made it all the way around on a right rear flat. That's crazy. All right, and then now Mick's texting me too.
I wonder if he's going to throw a spare on there now.
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I would. So Schofield and Mick are keeping me updated in the pits. Thank you, guys. You sleepy, buddy?
Oh, dude, I'm beat.
You want me to grab you a monster and wake you up? Trying to get caught up. Everybody's giving me some information. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Well, I'm going to head back over there.
All right. Well, Scott, always a pleasure having you in here, buddy. It's always fun, and congratulations. Yep. I'm telling you, to finish a race in two-wheel drive and make the podium, good on you.
Yep. Thank you, Miles.
All right. Scott Farley with Rufus Racing. And as Scott Farley was leaving, we just saw Paul Wolf head out for number 3 of 4. We are at the halfway mark of the 4,400 race during the 2025 PCI Race Radios Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. And we got Brian Trotter over here. We're going to make him get on the mic for just a minute, as long as Pam doesn't just pour water on you. I don't know why she'd do that to you. I thought you guys were buddies. All right, well, we're getting Brian Trotter on the mic with me. How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right today. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. So Brian Trotter is with USAC. He is our Ultra 4 USA race director, and it seems like we've had a pretty smooth race this year.
So far, so good.
This season even. But this weekend specifically, man, yeah. I got you. But yeah, so everything's been going good. The Area 51 guys, man, they've been great out there.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely awesome set of dudes. Great friends, great enthusiasts for off-road racing. Couldn't ask for a better group of guys to
100%
to help out Ultra 4 out here.
Yeah, Wednesday night they invited us over their little compound, and they were feeding us dinner. We were drinking beer, telling war stories and fishing stories and all that good stuff.
Absolutely.
And they had the King of the Hammers from this year on, and they were just geeking out like, oh, remember this happened?
Yeah.
And I was right in the mix because I still geek out over it.
Absolutely. Who doesn't get? I mean, there's worse things to geek out about.
I get you there.
Probably
Yeah.
better things, but there's also worse things.
Oh yeah, but no, it's been a great time thus far, and man, we are just getting started. It's going to be a busy year, but I'm here for
it. Absolutely busy. I mean, when John Goodby and I were kind of discussing how many races put together, and the whole
so
crew,
it's your fault too, huh?
It wasn't my fault.
Okay,
I said, let's
all right.
do like 3. And he's like, let's do a little bit more than that. But
it's 3-teen, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So, I can see the process or the thought is that we bring the racers or the races to the people or the regions or the so. Yeah, we've got a busy schedule. We've got a joker. We've got 4 per series or
per region. Yep.
So, but plenty of opportunity, guys, get their rigs fixed. Plenty of opportunity to everything. Obviously, the economy of off-road racing. So
I get that
there's
for sure.
opportunity to get out and at least get your qualifying races for hammers, and take it as our task to kind of give them the best effort of what kind of flavor they're going to experience out at hammers if they kind of new to the race or new to the series anyway, and then try to make a good race for everybody to come out and enjoy.
And a good race you have made, buddy.
Well, thank you very much.
So when you were making this schedule this weekend, you threw your wife one heck of a birthday party. I mean, if you probably wouldn't have done it unless it was her birthday, huh? You wanted everybody to come celebrate her.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I blamed John Goodby for the schedule, but on the dates. I had to take all the sharp objects away from my wife, Kim, when she'd around John, because she was probably going to give him the old prison shank. But,
in the side, huh?
Oh, yeah.
And a little twist.
No. So, I'd coordinated, my master plan. I'd coordinated with Area 51 guys, and Pam was awesome as going to get supplies that I wasn't able to get to because I was out here building stuff. But she set me up with big chocolate cake and some decorations, and the Area 51 guys had a couple of libations and jumped right into the party mode. They're
good at that.
Yeah. they're I think their services are for hire now, but those guys put on a great party for Kim and double chocolate cake, and she was all giggly about it. So
yeah, it was
there's some leftovers, so we should should cut out here.
Okay.
And go get it.
You want to go right now? I'll go with you.
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking heads right now.
Exactly.
Right? So,
and while we were talking just now, Cole Clark, physical second, came through. So we went to the PCI pits, changed that flat tire.
Yep.
He came through here and then drove what? Is that 7-8 miles back?
7-8 miles, and that is not forgiving terrain from here on out. It's called. They had to run over to what they call Dead Man's Slide. That is one of the big obstacles out here. Is nothing but red sandstone. It is. I mean, you can just burn off surface and traction.
And that's where Benji's at, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a camera there. We've had a couple good shots of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then after he got through Dead Man's, he jumped on a roller coaster, and that's up and down.
Why do you call it a roller coaster?
Oh, you can go from the bottom all the way to the top. So you can see as far as the horizon up there, and then you can see all the way down to the bottom of it. So, but once he got out into the patcher and heading out to pits, I'm sure there was not much left of that rubber thing on the back left.
And that makes me a little bit nervous because as that tire starts coming apart, it starts shredding, and then it can grab brake lines and anything else, and it can really do some damage.
It's a rubber hand grenade for sure.
Yeah.
It can make a good day really, really bad.
In a hurry.
In a hurry.
So I wonder if he stopped and got his tire changed, if he put a spare on the back or not. I tried telling, but he just came flying by. But if it was me, I think I'd try to put a spare on as well.
Right. Especially being single seat. I mean, that's, it's, you just kind of roll the dice on it.
Well, he's out there hanging out with all of his friends.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep.
All in good fun, Cole. I'm just
fun,
giving you a hard time. And that is the debate is, solid axle versus IFS, single seat versus two seat. To each their own. It's Ultra 4 Unlimited Racing.
Oh, absolutely. There's some strategy that has to go into every race. That's what we're trying to build, so it can build up to when these guys get out to hammers, they're a little bit more prepared in that aspect.
Yeah, I love that, what you have done with that. And you were explaining that in the driver's meeting is, you're trying to give them a little bit of short course, trying to get a little bit of rocks. Here, you give them a little bit of everything to build everything up to what is the king of the hammers. Because coming out there with no seat time, you're a fool.
I mean,
I'm calling you a fool.
Yeah, there's quite a few of us out there. It's a collection of us.
Oh yeah, I'm one of them.
Going in blind into that race, that would not be very comfortable. I mean, there's enough jitters, and even the experienced guys get a little bit anxious and nervous about that race, and let alone just to pack up everything and say, I'm going to go race the hardest one-day race in the world. See what happens.
Yeah. I told my wife back in 2009, it's a once-in-a-lifetime trip, and then I've gone every year since. And I don't think you've missed too many in the last decade.
Not too many, whether it's working with staff or help set up the course or
racing,
or driving. Yeah,
navigating, you call it, right?
Navigating. Yep. Let's go that way as fast as humanly possible without breaking stuff.
All right, and that looked like it was Tad Dowker, I believe. No, that was Christopher Branton, number 46, out of Bossier City, Louisiana, with Upside Down Racing. So our top three are out on their third lap of 4. So it's throwing that fourth lap, I really like it. When we were talking schedule, this isn't nationals. We can do 3 laps. Well, then we shaved off some mileage, and we talked, and we're like, let's give it to them.
Let's turn it into a sprintathon.
A sprintathon. I may steal that one. That's a good one. I call it a sprint.
Trademark. I get 10%, but that's fine.
Okay, well now you owe me $10 because every time I say, because everything goes down when I'm talking.
Yep. No, sprintathon. You got to be aggressive, but you got to think about the long run. 4 laps out here is very, very hard. Not just on the driver physically, just from all the banging and all the shoulder arm work, head getting tossed around even with their horns on, but the machine also gets knocked, gets its fire knocked out.
I mean, you could see it yesterday and today. The attrition has been high.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so we've been buddies for quite a long time, and you've always talked about your kids. I didn't think they were real, but you brought the whole family out here, huh?
The rental kids.
The rental kids.
Yeah. So there's Sadie. She's a professional senior at the University of Oklahoma.
Oh, so you are broke, huh?
Well, yeah. There's a reason why I'm not racing. And there's a lot of them right now. Just kidding.
No, he talks very highly of you guys.
Yeah. So then,
or at least most of you.
Then I've got the next oldest is Riley. And so she's a up-and-coming artist, if you will. And then she's got a 68 Scout that she needs to get out to the shop with. And work
that'll be cool. And she's wearing the Rage Force hat. I like that one.
Next is her youngest brother by a minute, so twins. But he's also got a Scout that we're working on as well. Adam down at Tribe.
Oh, yeah. I drank a couple beers with him last night.
Yep. But then, of course, my beautiful wife, Kim. We had an anniversary yesterday. Her birthday was Friday. Anniversary is yesterday.
Oh, keep it all in the same weekend so you get all out of the way. Dang, you are smarter than you look.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and that's not hard. That's not hard to be smarter than what I look, for sure. So.
That makes 2 of us.
Yeah. Yep. And then I guess we got a rental boyfriend. I call him what's his name, but what is it? saw Caden. He graduated and now he's working his way over into pharmacy school. But
Nice.
he hadn't seen anything like this. Well, of course, all my family have been out and kind of seen the park over the years and see what I do. But this is a big first experience for him to come out and kind of see this side of things. So
yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Obviously, I've brought my kids to a couple races, but we're pretty busy most of the time, so we don't.
Yeah.
But it's great to see you be able to enjoy it at your home track with your family.
Oh, absolutely. And couldn't ask for better weather. Plenty of wind to get the dust out of the driver's eyes. Plenty of wind to quasi-dry the rocks off by the time the next car comes through. So.
And speaking about next car, it looks like that's going to be Tad Dowker. Yes,
nice.
It is, and he just moved into adjusted time second position. So now on adjusted time, it's Paul Wolf 1, Tad Dowker 2, Cole Clark 3, and in that fourth is Christopher Brandon. So this race is far from over. To finish first you must finish. We'll see how it shakes out.
That's
well,
right.
Trotter, I know you're a busy man. Thank you for coming in to say hi to me,
Not
buddy.
a problem.
And we'll see you later on today.
All right. I think the first drink's on you.
Again. All right, Brian Trotter, our Ultra 4 USA race director, giving us his little insight. Thank you, buddy. The wind is starting to blow again, but just like Trotter was saying, the wind is a racer's friend. So we are over the halfway mark. Let me get on my racing tracks. Had a fun chat with Trotter just now. Looks like Paul Wolf is at race mile 4 at 17 miles an hour, and that is a current update. Cole Clark is at race mile 3 with a 2-minute-old update, so pretty accurate there. We saw Christopher Branton, a 2-minute-old update, and we just saw Tad Dowker. So everybody, our top 4 are on their third lap of 4. So far, so good. It does look like Chip McLaughlin has not moved much. We know that Philip McGilton is stopped out on course. Tim Hooper has started moving again. That's good to see. And Chad Hunt as well. So it's going to be a race to the finish. Our top 4 are pretty impressive. And here comes Kevin Taylor and Heath Day with 0.1 off-road. So we'll see what he can do with a clean track. Last time around, we had Tim Hooper parallel parked in the main line. And a huge wheel stand by Kevin Taylor has to back up. That course right there is getting slicker and slicker. You saw Paul Wolf struggle in that same exact spot. So he's going to get back up a little bit, get a run, and see if he can make this another splash through the creek and another wheel stand. So we may have to pick a little bit of a different line here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines technically on this spot. So he backs up all the way to the red tape. We'll see if he clears her out. I'm sure they're talking a little bit of strategy and seeing how wet they want to get before they hit it. And I say get all the wet. Let's make a show. We got a great spectator viewing area right here at the Brannock Bowl. Rock face it is. Race mile 6.5. So he's going to take off a little gently and then kind of ease into it. We'll see if it works. No, it doesn't. Third time is not the charm for Kevin Taylor. And he gets up there once again, gets all sorts of slideways, getting a little crossed up there, able to save it, but it's going to have to back down once again. And the wind's blowing again down here at the Big B studio. He's going to see what happens, see if he can get it. It looks like he's got some pretty good momentum. And yes, he makes it up most of the way there. Oh, he may have kissed the drone with a rock there. So Kevin Taylor does make it up. So Kevin Taylor does make it up. What a great run we have. We should see him here at this next section here in just a moment. And I do hear somebody coming through. Oh, and good news, Chip McLaughlin is back and running, so that should be him. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Clash at the Crossbar Ranch is presented by PCI Race Radios and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, G-Force Suspension, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, and by King Shocks. So please support who supports the sport. But I hear horsepower in the distance. This should be Chip McLaughlin. We know that Chip happened earlier. He took a little barrel roll. We'll see if he can put on a show here at the Brannick Bowl here at Rockface. And yes, it is. Chip and Diamond Dave are still pushing with Rufus Racing out of Quinlan, Texas. Looks like he's going to square up and take that center line, spinning those Maxxis tires up the hill, and makes it look fairly easy. So good on you, Chip. And you can just hear him just smooth and steady on that throttle. All right, getting an update. I should have been paying attention to my phone, but I was talking. So 9 minutes ago, it was Paul Wolf. And then 4 minutes behind him was Cole Clark. And then 8 minutes behind Wolf was Christopher Branton. So about a 4-minute split between everybody. But that puts let me look back here. That means, where's Tad Dowker? I thought he would have been in the mix. Oh, but I guess he started a ways back. Okay, so we still have some time for him to come through. But physically on course, it's Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, and Christopher Branton. Oh, and just like that, Rick Lavezzo and Tad Dowker go through Hell's Gate at race mile 3.5. So on adjusted time, Tad Dowker is still looking good. And oh man, I'm just looking at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and last year's winner is in second position right behind Paul Wolf on adjusted time. So Chad Hunt from the back of the pack is making some moves. Remember, they took off one at a time every 2 minutes. So, man, oh, man, Chad Hunt is looking good. So that's going to push Cole Clark back into that fourth position. So Paul Wolf in that single-seat UFO. Chad Hunt in that two-seat Miller car. Tad Dowker in a two-seat Trent Fab machine. So IFS, solid axle. Paul Wolf, single seat. Chad Hunt and Tad Dowker both have co-drivers. Cole Clark in that specific built UTV is a single seat. So this is interesting. And is this our physical race leader? Yes, it is. The number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing is here on his third lap. We will only see him one more time before the checkered flag flies. Paul Wolf had the two-shot it last time, but it looks like he's going to make it up in one shot. Paul Wolf out front with a commanding lead, with a 6-minute lead over Chad Hunt. I think last year he had almost a 15 to 20-minute lead when he had a mechanical. So he is definitely playing it safe, but pushing hard. Paul Wolf, could he three-peat? That would be absolutely amazing. I saw his stat earlier on this morning that he has 10 wins in a row in his Can-Am. That is a very, very impressive stat. And if he can three-peat this weekend, it might make the highlight reel for Wolf Racing, or an all-time highlight. What a great job for Paul Wolf. So now I'm thinking next we should see Cole Clark and then Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt. But remember, on adjusted time, it is Paul Wolf, Chad Hunt, Tad Dowker, and then Cole Clark. And now Christopher Branton is on the lead lap. So we've got 5 that are in the mix, but our top 4 are all within 7 minutes of each other. So let's go with our top 5 are all within 10 minutes of each other. That's pretty impressive. So far, so good. So Paul Wolf is the only one through right here, and he is pushing strong and doing some things. And Chad Hunt is through Hell's Gate there at race mile 3.5. So how far back are we here? I got to zoom in. Okay, that was Chip McLaughlin we just saw through with just a little bit of a delay in the tracker update. So there our next one. Oh, that's Philip McGilton. We know he is out with a steering rack issue. Okay, there's our leaders. That's what I was looking for. So Cole Clark at race mile number 4 with a little bit of an older update. How about Christopher Branton? 3 minutes old. So I think Cole Clark is in the lead, then Christopher Branton, and then Tad Dowker. So I think that's pretty accurate there. So they are at race mile 4. I'm at race mile 6.5. So while we have a little bit of a break in the action, before we see them here, I'm going to step away, and we'll be right back after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
We don't take these lightly. They're not practiced or anything like that. We're here to try to win. And, we're getting bigger car counts.
Mad Max at Thunderdome.
Welcome back to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma. I am Miles Hasselquist, and I thought I was going to have a little bit more of a bathroom break, but I sure didn't. It is Cole Clark coming through as we speak. So we'll get the FPV drone and try to watch him around. He does not put another spare tire on the back. He just swapped it, so he's gambling once again. And is he going to get – oh, he just shredded another right rear tire. Oh, man. Yeah, so I believe when he came through, he had 4 fresh tires, and he shredded one going up the face of Rockface here at the Brannock Bowl. So he has to do that same 7 to 8 miles to the PCI pits again on a flat tire. So Cole Clark gave her a little bit too much juice. What a bad luck for him. He's still in the mix, but that's going to slow him down again. So it's going to be all about Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt are going to be putting some more time on old Cole Clark. So Cole Clark just came through and shredded a tire. So, man, this is going to play into it. Again, I was just talking about strategy on that I think I would have put a spare tire on, and boom, there it went. Oh, Chris Branton came through. Oh, I've already talked about that. We're all within 10 minutes. Oh, and here comes that wind again. Yeah, it froze for just a second. It definitely says 4406, but I don't know who that is. There isn't a 4406. So somebody messed up their numbers, I'm going to guess. All right, and hopping in the booth again with me is my buddy DSI. How we doing, Dave?
Not too bad, Miles. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm having a blast. Like I said, the racing this weekend has been great, but I knew the 4400 race was going to be on. You won't hear yourself. There's something wrong there, but I hear
okay.
you. Yeah,
all right.
You're all good.
Okay, perfect.
There's something I probably plugged in wrong. I don't. Yeah, you've got a bad audio guy up here. That's me.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm still learning. All
well,
right.
At least we know who to blame.
Exactly. I'll take all the not the credit, but all the blame.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it's been great. You and your fiance Gabby have been here watching the race, and it looks like she's got some big smiles on her face. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, that was the first social media drop of that one. Thanks, Miles.
My bad. Never mind. I didn't say it.
No, it's all good.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, we just decided to drive down here and hang out. Oh, the weather's just beautiful.
Yeah, so how far are you from here? 4 or 5 hours?
Just 3.5.
Oh, even better.
Oklahoma City traffic got us a little bit, but
yeah, I'm 5.5 hours, so you're a little further west, so that makes sense.
Yeah, you're a little bit northeast of us.
Yeah, northeast of you. Yeah, you're what, Topeka-ish?
No, Wichita.
Wichita. I get those two mixed up, even though they're not the same, but they're
not
west
even
of
close,
me.
But I'm still. I don't know why moving to the Midwest, East and West got backwards for me for a little while.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I'll
oh,
bet.
wait a minute, other way. So.
All right, and that looks like Is that Chris Branton, I think? It looked like USD tires. Yes, it is. So Christopher Branton is physically in
that's
third
what it looks
place.
like coming into where we're at.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? So Chris Branton is getting ready to head up the Brannick Bowl here at Rockface. Looks like he's probably going to take that center line and maybe cut left.
Yep.
Yes, he does. He cuts left right here and make his way on up.
Now he's been one of the easiest, from the bottom coming out of the water, climbing up that. He's had one of the easiest times all day long.
And again, him and Ryan Webb, his co-driver, are USD sticky. So they've been designing these tires for quite a while. And to me, when they first came out, they looked like mud tires. But you can see they hook up on the rock as well.
They're soft as can be. I've felt them before, and they definitely are hooking up on the rocks here. And almost kind of like a bouncer tire, which for what this hill is here, it's definitely the way to go.
Oh yeah, they used to be in the bouncing world, but they jumped in pretty heavy. I'm going to say 4 or 5 years ago in Ultra 4, and he had a Jimmy's car prior to this one. So this one's he debuted this Jimmy's car at King of the Hammers this year.
Oh, this is a different one.
Yeah, it's a new. They look the same, but trust me, it's different.
I've been out of it a little while, so haven't quite kept up on who's got what and what's new now.
All right, so again, the 4406 of who knows, but
that's somebody's number plate turned backwards. I think that.
Oh, so that would be ends in 44? I don't know. See, you're not as smart as me either.
Well,
I wish I could
I wonder
figure
if
that
that's
out.
in car of Chad, and it's one of Stan's old number plates. They turned around backwards.
Oh.
4408 would have worked on that.
There you go. So there is Tad Dowker.
It's Tad?
I think. Yep, Tad
Here he
Dowker.
comes.
That's a Trip Fab car. You should know that.
Yeah,
So-
that's Dave Cole's old car.
Yep, Bambi.
Yeah.
So Tad Dowker on adjusted time was in third position. We'll see if he can make it up. He hits the bottom hard, goes up that center, takes that left, I'd assume. And can he make it up and out? Oh, and he smokes the drone, but Jack keeps up in the air.
I turned around and missed that.
Yeah, it just clipped, or maybe just flew by. I saw it.
Well, the drone's still up, so
Yeah.
we're okay.
Jack with Believe Cam, he's been bringing us some great shots. Yesterday we were struggling on the tech side a little bit, but it always takes a little bit to get dialed in, and we are back and running. So
My cell phone's got nothing. You're kind of down in a hole here, so thanks to Starlink, you guys at least have something up and running.
Exactly. We got 2 Starlinks just in case.
Oh, you got a backup, or is the drone on a satellite?
Yeah, he's on his own just
Okay.
for the up and downs or whatever that is. The internets.
Yeah.
The
Airwave
megahertz
stuff.
So yeah, that's got to be an old number plate or something. So is that Tad Dowker?
No.
Man, I wish I
Actually,
could
no,
tell.
that
could be.
very well. Yeah, it is. The dash is familiar now that I think about it.
There you go. See, you should know these things.
Well,
you worked at Trip Fab for how long?
14 years.
Yeah, that's a long time. And up next is adjusted time, second place position, last year's winner of Chad Hunt. And he is all over the throttle. Can he make it up? Yes, he does. He'll probably take that left. So that's the preferred line. Go up the center, take left. We've seen Paul Wolf and Kevin Taylor take that far left line. Paul Wolf walked it a few times, but then struggled that once.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a bad bounce. Just got a little too far over, but he squared it back up, shot it no problem.
And he's got a 6-minute, 20-second lead over second position on adjusted time.
Well, if Cole could keep a right rear tire, I think it'd be a lot closer race.
Yeah, so when he came through, I looked at it. All 4 tires are good, and he gets in the middle. I'm like, no, he's got a right flat or a right rear flat. I was like, and I looked at you. Did that just happen? He's like, yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, hey, consistency is key.
No doubt. But he came into this section with a right front last lap, so I don't know where he got it. It's not the same spot, but man, he's fighting that right
doing
rear.
Something all right.
There's David Fox in the house. How you doing, buddy? Not bad. I'm going to talk with him for a little bit longer. If you want to hop in, I'd love to have you. Oh, I'm good. He's saying bye. All right. Well, good seeing you, buddy. Out here enjoying some racing. That is Derek West's old co-driver.
Okay. So you look familiar.
Yeah. Good dude.
It's been a few years since been to too many races, so I'm starting to forget who people are.
Oh, I get it. I come to all the races and I forget sometimes. There's sometimes there's too many faces. Yeah. And then obviously on screen, I see the name, I see the number, I see the car, and then they walk back. They're like, "Hey, Miles," and somebody's like, "Who's that?" I was like, "I don't know." And then they're like, "Oh, that's whoever racer." I'm like, "Oh, I know the name."
Yeah. Or you start the conversation, you're like, come on, something's gonna trigger, something's
Yeah.
gonna trigger.
I always started with, "Hey, buddy."
I thought it was just your friend.
Well, yeah, everybody's my friend. There's very few people I don't like, and you're not on that list.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
I might have been on your list a couple times.
Nah.
There's that one night you got mad at me when I jumped your couch with the razor.
I forgot about that.
That was the early days when we got a little wild back then.
Oh, it was looking back on it, it was some of the most fun though. It was.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't quite as professional and put together as it
The
is now.
good old
and
days for sure.
It was a lot more fun.
With growth comes growing pains, and yeah, I mean it has gotten a lot more professional. So we had to clean up our act a little bit.
Well,
most of the time.
Well, then they gave you the professional job.
Yeah, exactly.
So, now you're the poster child. They're like, "This is the craziest guy out here. How if we put him on camera?"
So the funny part is, Dave didn't know I was that guy and Miles, the announcer, until about 2 years in. So I kind of escaped that goat. And then when he put two and two together, he laughed, shook his head, and walked away. Oh, I love this star stream. And again, you see how it's glitching out. That's because they're in the trees, so the star stream is losing a little bit of signal. Okay. Oh, that is Tad Dowker. Perfect, because we just saw him coming into the dead man slide there. So, yeah, the number plate doesn't match at all.
No.
But again, it is backwards, so it just must be something old or we're reading backwards. No, it's got 4 numbers. He's 906, so I don't have a clue what's going on.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but
yeah, we'll
sure
roll
there's a
with
story
it.
behind it.
We'll have to say, hey, with a star stream, at least give us the correct number, buddy.
Right?
I'll have to give him a hard time about that later.
Or maybe he's running two transponders.
Yeah, there you go. So Tad Dowker, and he is, oh, my computer just fell asleep. He is on adjusted time in that 3rd position. So let's get back to racing tracks. Let's see our leaders. Come on. There we go. Paul Wolf. Oh, man. Paul Wolf is getting ready to take the white flag here in just a moment. Okay, and I'm just so Mick Henson saying Chip is in the pit getting a new spare tire, water, and fuel. So Chip McLaughlin's at the PCI pits. Thank you, Mick.
Yep, there he goes. Wolf just crossed.
And Alan O'Neill is agreeing with me. That is Tad Dowker. And yeah, okay. So Paul Wolf just grabs the white flag. 16 more miles to go. I hope that car stays together. This is a long, long race for all of these competitors. That must have been a lap down there.
Yeah. It was a little quick and dusty.
Yeah, nope.
You can't tell the cars apart after the green
flag.
anyways.
Man, it's tough, isn't it? People all the time ask me how I do it. No clue. Oh, and now Dave Williams, part of North Shore, that is with Tad. He said Tad's number plate is 906 on the front and 4406 on the back for score. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that makes sense. So they just have it on the car so they can just do a quick swap. Well, hey, turn it over and put 906 on one side and 4406 on the other. Help us out here, buddy. So apparently they're all tuned in watching. So speaking about that, let's flip back to, I haven't done this in a while, sorry. Getting to the YouTube chats. Got some Justin Reese's tuned in, Hunts Motorsports. That must be Nikki that's back at home rooting on her husband. Got Heather rooting on Cole Clark. Greg Frazier, he loves the slideways. Kevin P., Alan O'Neill, Zach Wrench, and the Dowkers. Yep. So they're So the Dowkers are saying it's Dowker. So it's got to be. I'm getting 3 people tell me. So I was a good guess, and then you finally saw the dash.
Yeah,
so.
The dash made sense after remembering. That was 2016. That car was finished. So.
It's older than that, isn't it?
No, Dave bought it just before Hammer 17.
Did he buy it new then? No, he bought it from somebody else.
It was still new.
Okay.
It had never actually taken a green flag.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it had 100 actual miles on it. It still was, it had some new build glitches and stuff.
car doesn't.
This is true. So Dave bought it.
And kind of turned it into a desert car, if I remember right.
That's what he did. So the plan was Dave bought it, and I'm drawing a blank. Number 68, the Belgian, has a Eurofighter. You know what I'm talking about. He was supposed to drive it at that
Rob
Hammers
Butler?
at 17. No. On the tip of my tongue.
Axel Berman?
Yes.
Okay, there
Yes.
we go.
Yeah. That's,
I'll get through it. The Europeans eventually.
right. Axel was going to race it, but it still needed a little bit of love and just refinement. So Dave actually took it, debuted it at Nora that year.
Okay. Man, Nora's awesome. I love it down there.
Raced Nora with it, and then took it back, added an extra fuel tank, the whole tail section.
Yeah, it had a big fuel tank on the back.
Upwards of 90 gallons with 2 tanks on it for the 1,000, and put the 4-inch Foxes on the rear, and raced 1,000 with it later that year.
And had it for a
popped
while.
in and out of it for a while.
Yep. And then, Bailey raced it for a bit, and then sold it to Tad, and he's had it for probably the last 4 or 5 years.
5 years, I think.
Done some refinement. And like I said, I've been saying it a few times, put that 501 FTA billet block in it, 1,000 horsepower. That thing's rad.
That was one of the rare cars that didn't have the exhaust over the top from day one. So,
okay.
Being that it was it 4 inches wider, 3 inches deeper, there was a lot more room in there that, they could
had a little more room to
I think
play.
It's got
huh?
an 8 stack on it now.
Nice.
So, that little hood scoop it's got, the engine sunk so far down with that car being bigger that it actually worked.
Nice. Chris Hickman said, the wolf is on the loose. So let's see if anybody else has came through. Not yet. Let's get back on racing tracks. How far back is Cole Clark? Oh, Cole Clark, remember, with a flat tire, is roughly 11 and a half. How old is that Ping? 59, so 2 minutes old. That's pretty accurate. How about Christopher Branton? His is 2 minutes old, accurate. Tad Dowker is current. So, yeah, the top 3 are all within 2, 3, and 4 are all within 1 mile. And then if you go on there, green is lap 3, and blue, we haven't seen that color yet this weekend. Blue means they're on their 4th and final lap of the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma. Again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. This is going to be a race to the finish.
So was that decision to go 4 laps for the 44? Was that something done in the driver's meeting or
the night before? Okay. Well, a couple days. It was in discussion when we got here because they shaved off about 9 miles of the go fast out front. So we're like, well, with nationals being nationals, let's have them run 4. But this is regional, it's 3. And then we got here, started setting course, and Trotter and Goodby started chatting. It's like, nope, this is 4,400. Let's go back to 4. And he announced it, and I like it.
It gives them more time on course.
Because otherwise, this race would be over right now.
Yeah.
So, and I think Wolf still has a lot of potential in that car. So.
Oh, absolutely. It didn't sound hurt. It didn't look hurt. He came right through. Looked like he was still on all his original tires.
And smooth and consistent. Paul Wolf, if he can win 3 races in one weekend, that is going to be both UTVs
about that.
back to back in the same car.
Oh, it's right. He races up.
Yeah. So obviously, you can race up. You can't race down. So he's in his Pro Mod car. He raced open and then Pro Mod. So obviously, you can't take an open car and race Pro Mod or stock, but a stock car could technically race stock, Pro Mod, and open. So that is Tim Hooper. Yeah. Another Trent Fab car.
Yep.
Oh, and Dave's okay, said Baker Fab did the tank and tail mods on Dave's old car. So he's heading up and all over the throttle. Remember, he parallel parked on this hill just a little bit ago.
It
so
looked like he was out.
Steering was my guess.
I think SERP belt because I didn't see him pull fluids out.
Okay.
Because I was sitting in a lawn chair, so I had a little better view. But, I think they pitched the SERP belt.
So now he's back on the throttle, and he made it up the roughest part of that area. So obviously when you lose the serpentine belt, you'll lose steering. So I was right, but you were more right. So back on board with North Shore Raceworks, the 906 of Tad Dowker.
Yeah, that car, Tim's in. Josh Tedesco out of Salt Lake City actually picked that up as a bare chassis.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
I know, right? But that is Tito's old car.
That's cool. I'm pretty good about knowing the cars, but there's too many of them down there.
Josh raced it he built it as a Legends car, turned it into a 44 car.
Here comes Rick Levezzo. He's got a little bit of fiberglass flapping on that right, and I do believe he rolled a little bit on lap 1. He's going to hit up there. Can he make it? Nope. He gets denied. He's going to back down. Oh, and the car actually shuts off. So we'll have to get it fired back up, get another stab at it, see if he picks a different line or not.
Got a body panel about ready to fall off, too.
Yeah. Oh, he's backing way up to get a run at it, huh?
Oh, this will be good to watch. Turn around for this.
Yeah. Oh, clears her out. And he makes it up. Does he kiss the flag? No, he does not.
That was pretty smooth.
Yeah, and as far as he backed up, I thought it was going to be a little bit full throttle.
The parking lot, so
he,
that was just good smooth bounce to get it to set up.
Okay, Abe's telling me that Cole Clark has changed another tire in the PCI pits and is heading out.
Can't catch a break on those things today.
Man, tough break. No, it looks like, I haven't been keeping up. So where are we at? 3:05. So right now, Wolf is through. Chip McLaughlin, his a lap down is through. That's Hell's Gate area. So Wolf is through Hell's Gate. How far back is Chad Hunt, Tad Dowker, and Cole Clark, and Christopher Branton? Oh, and I missed it. So Kevin Taylor, nope. Okay, I didn't miss it. We still only have Paul Wolf out on the lead lap.
Oh, okay. Cole's just about to take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's get back on the tracker. Yeah, this wind's a little rough, isn't it?
It feels really good out here, though.
It feels nice. I'm not complaining.
This is my 4th time at this park. It's the only time I've ever seen blue sky.
No doubt. I missed, 2017 with the tornadoes and the rain? I missed that one. Were you here?
You did not miss much.
That was the first race that Dave Cole called me to come to a regional race, and it was like the week before, and I had to call my boss to try to get the weekend off, and by the time I told Dave, yes, I can make it, he's like, sorry, we already got it squared away, but he's like, but I want you to the next one, and then I haven't missed a race since.
That's a pretty good track record.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. So Tad Dowker.
They evacuated us out of the room to the lobby in the hotel twice. The second time's like, if the window breaks, we'll come downstairs.
Yeah, exactly. I want to sleep a little bit. Yeah, at the time I had a Mazda Miata as my gas getter car. I wouldn't have made it across that river unless I hit it about 5th gear pin.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. They didn't have the concrete or anything in back then.
Yeah,
it was pretty deep. Getting out that with the trailer and everything the last day.
Oh man. At least when you're in the toter, you weigh enough, you're not worried to float on over.
No, but your under compartment's full of water.
Well, I guess I didn't think of that. All your tools are getting wet.
Yep.
So Cole Clark should be taking the white flag any moment. I do see some dust there in the infield as we're watching the PCI start finish. And now that the white flag is out, it is out for the rest of the field. All right, and he's coming on around. This should be Cole Clark heading out for his 4th and final lap, and it is. And I didn't see a spare tire on the back again.
Still not one on there.
That's
well, single-seater,
I guess
is it faster to get out and do it yourself if you keep moving?
That's a good point. I hadn't thought that part.
It's, at the same time, how far is that tire going to go before you hit the rim, before you start damaging parts? So.
And then the tire comes apart, takes out a brake line or whatever. We've seen that happen time and time again.
It's a gamble.
And then you get the vice grips out, fold it over, pinch it, duct tape the vice grip to the axle.
You're not carrying those in your pocket anymore, do you?
They're right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm close enough to Jeep. I can manage to be away from him for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, we saved you at what was that, Parker 400 back in the day with some good old vice grips.
Yep. Came back for just a split second here.
Oh, did you? Okay, well, let's try to play with the plugger inner.
There it is. There we are.
All right, you're back, huh?
Yep.
Perfect. Well, I could hear you just fine, so I wasn't too worried, but now you can hear me. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. Depends on the day, right?
No, it's all good.
All right. right. Oh, and the Christopher Branton has already came through, so that puts him on adjusted time in second position. So let's see how far back Chad Hunt is, because last time around he was on adjusted time. Ooh, but he is way back at race mile 10. How old's this update? 8 minutes old. Okay, so he is probably closer to 12 to 13.
There's somebody in the background up here.
Let's see. That could be. Oh, that's gonna be Tad Dowker, right? Yeah, that's going to be Tad Dowker. And we got Starstream on him, I believe. So that'd be a cool vantage point to see him cross the PCI start-finish. And there he is. And you can see the burned-in short course. So he should be hitting the King Kicker here in just a moment. And there it was, I believe. Man.
It's almost like you know what you're doing.
Every once in a while. Or I get lucky. So Tad Dowker heading out for his fourth and final lap of this race for the 2025 PCI Race Radios Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. It looks like we may have, I think that's just wind blowing dirt.
It is dusty enough out here, I believe that.
We had it over here a little bit ago. I thought a car was coming. Nope, just the wind. Because with the headsets on, sometimes you can't hear the rumble of the cars, but so Tad Dowker's, this is a cool spot. We haven't seen this part, of course, for sure. So this is coming out of the short course, and you come out and you take a right. Yep. So if you would have stayed left there, that was the qualifying loop.
Okay.
So this is where Ryan Bell went during qualifying. He he took a right instead of a left. Whoops.
I can admit to being guilty of screwing a qualifying run up once before.
Oh, yeah, it happens. I mean, you get in the heat of the moment, you're driving fast, and whoops.
That was Badlands, actually.
Oh, man, I'm glad to be back there.
That place is really cool. I mean, there's every terrain you can imagine.
And sand dunes.
Oh, trust me, we went out to pre-run. I'm like, hold on, we're still in Indiana? Because I'm looking I'm on a sand dune looking at a cornfield.
Yeah, and that back when you were racing, that was even before Google and GPS.
Damn.
I'm joking, buddy.
I mean, you're not wrong, but wow.
But no, it's really cool to see, like you said, a cornfield, sand dunes, rocks, go fast.
Mm-hmm. That rock quarry is pretty unforgiving too. That's a little harder than most rock when you hit it.
Yeah, it's you're right. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I watched 4400 qualifying. There was a little step up going across the bottom. I'm like, square up. No, in a Legends car you cannot do that.
You can try.
Oh, you can try.
Just like he just tried on his motorcycle. Yep. Did a little tip over. They're out here having some fun.
It was one of those. It kicked so hard that the only thing I could see was the ground out the window.
Ooh.
It's really weird because time slows down. And I remember looking down. Both my feet were off the pedals, and I'm like,
I should probably hit the gas so the front end hits and pulls you out.
Yeah, I had that. I'm like, which one do I hit?
Not the brake. Yeah.
And it did set down, but it pointed me the wrong way. So I just took a big long loop. Like I added, I don't know, a couple 100 feet.
Probably. Oh, that long. Okay.
Just around a tree and then back. But the problem was the way I came back in is I had to make a hard right to get up the wall.
Oh, so you really set yourself up good for that climb. Huh?
Oh, I set myself up for defeat on that one. Still got second qualifying somehow.
Yeah, well, that ain't bad.
No, but unfortunately in that Acrobat, I broke the back of the transmission case, so did not get the green flag on that.
Oh, and look at this. Chad Hunt has came through on adjusted time, is in second position, 8 minutes behind Paul Wolf. So Paul Wolf's right where he wants to be. Chad Hunt, last year's winner, is in second. So let's run through our top five. Paul Wolf, 1. And again, this is on adjusted time. Chad Hunt, 2. Tad Dowker, 3. Chris Branton, 4. And Cole Clark in that 5th position. So those top 5 are all within, looks like 14 minutes. But the top 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all within, 6 minutes. And I got boots on. That was pretty good.
I saw you look down. So we're at race mile, 7?
6.5.
6.5?
Yep.
Okay.
So we should be, let's get on there. How far out is Cole Clark? Paul Wolf. So Paul Wolf is at race mile 5.5. So he's 1 mile out. How old is that update? It is current. So Paul Wolf will be here in 5 minutes our race leader, we will see him for his 4th and final time here in about 5 minutes. Scroll over here to YouTube's. Oh, Jason's tuned in, part of North Shore Raceworks, wishing he was here, rooting on his buddy Tad. And that wind's kicking. All right, so Paul Wolf has, it looks like, about almost a 3-mile lead, and that would make sense by that 8 minutes. So, man, Paul Wolf is starting to run away with this race. He is almost to race mile 6. We are at race mile 6.5. So, again, we will see him shortly.
Tad's making up some good time there through the trees.
Yeah, so Tad Dowker with a current update. How old is Cole Clark's? His is, so Tad Dowker's catching Cole Clark. So we might see some dust here on this in-car. Man, I love in-car. The last couple years at King of the Hammers and out in desert racing, it's been an absolute game changer.
Oh, I can imagine sitting in the booth being able to watch, what do you got, 15, 20 cars probably?
Yeah, it's crazy, yeah. It's amazing. And obviously here in the woods, just like you see, it buffers some. But out in the desert where it's open to the sky most of the time, man, they work so good.
Rock canyons, you get vertical or,
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Or you get a little.
Or you go upside down. Now it's pointing at the ground.
I wasn't going to go that far.
Oh, it's happened.
I don't doubt it. Don't doubt that one. Luckily, Doc's never done it, so we've actually gotten good feed out of his car afterwards. So,
all right, Doug with Area 51 says Cole Clark is there 11 minutes behind Paul Wolf. So, man, Paul Wolf is smoking the field right now. And on adjusted time, it is Paul Wolf 1, Chad Hunt 2, Tad Dowker 3, Chris Branton 4, and then Cole Clark in that 5th position, all on the lead lap.
Cole's still physically second, though?
I believe so, yes. So the adjusted time, they took off one at a time at 1 p.m. every 2 minutes. This race is on adjusted time. Oh, and there's Chris Branton. Yeah, that's got a spare tire on the back. So Tad Dowker just gives his buddy Chris Branton a little love tap. 2 toots, 2 taps, 2 ton, right?
Pretty much.
So I'm sure he hit that push to pass and came in a little hot. Gave him a little love tap. I hear horsepower. That's got to be Paul Wolf.
There
and physically see him going into Kelly's Cut. So we'll have him here in the next 30 seconds to a minute. So Jack's getting his drone up to chase down Paul Wolf. Tad had to back up just a tick. Not sure what happened there. Wonder if this is Hell's Gate. Looks pretty gnarly. Let me see on the tracker. Yeah, this is race mile 3.5, so we have not seen this, and this is Hell's Gate, a gnarly section out here on course.
That's pretty impressive at the speed he's going through.
All right, well, now we're going to switch back to the drone. Perfect timing. Thank you, Lundy. Paul Wolf through here for his 4th and final time. Looks like all 4 Nitto tires holding up. He's going to splash through the water. He hits the throttle, jumps up just a little bit. Smooth run up the Brannock Bowl here at Rockface. Our physical race leader is up the probably gnarliest section out here for the rest of the course. So Paul Wolf with a commanding lead out there. It looks like Christopher Branton just got passed by Tad Dowker. So I don't know if we saw that when we were watching Wolf or not. But yeah, so Tad Dowker got around Christopher Branton, and then Chad Hunt's right behind him at Hell's Gate. And those 3 are all within a couple minutes of each other. So that's awesome. I love it. And Paul Wolf, again, has probably about a 3-minute lead. So we won't see those other 3 here for probably another 10, maybe 15 minutes.
Is this part of the race course the drone's going through right now?
Nope. He's just having fun right now.
All right.
We talked about bringing him up that creek, but it's just too wet. When it's drier, you can race that. But he Trotter turned him right there and took him down the main road.
Oh, okay.
Because there's enough water out here already.
Yeah, it's, evolution. Cars have been turning the air filters backwards anymore. The earlier
Yes.
cars, remember more than once, Bailey filled an engine full of water.
And the cab.
That too.
That wasn't your.
Yes, it
that was your car. That's right. I'm laughing with you.
Glad one of us is laughing.
There's the Warren Racing Dead Man slide right here. So we should see if we can stick with this camera. That should be our next action in my area. That is at race mile 8. So Paul Wolf should be coming here in the next few minutes, and we won't have anything at my area for 10 to 15. So we'll stick with this camera right here and watch Paul Wolf. Most people have been taking that further left line, but we saw Kevin Taylor on the far right line and get all kind of tangled up.
Those shelves look like they give you a bad bounce, especially with that one rock kind of laying loose in the middle.
And right in the center of your screen, right where those stairs are, there was a tree completely crossing that when we got here. So I took the Jeep up there, got the Warren winch hooked up, and we dragged her out of the way. And, man, what a cool area. But it was more than I probably should have took my Jeep out there with. We got there pretty good, but we were going down this one hill. I'm like, I got to go back up this one. We made it, but we had to have a little fun.
Inner monologue, Miles, you have to drive this home.
Yeah, I need that sticker. Stupid, you have to drive this home.
Right.
I actually do need that. I recently put a Hemi in that thing, and it's fun. So driving down the road is just nice. And then you get here and you want to play, and I'm like, oh, come on, settle down, buddy.
Yeah, you didn't change the axles out yet. So.
No, it's a 44, so it's okay.
My LJ's only got the third beat in the front, so I understand.
So I'm beating you.
Oh, yeah.
Man, where is Paul Wolf? He should be there. He's within a half mile. And we're back on board with Tad Dowker. So let's keep an eye on Dead Man Slide if you can, Chris, with Take It Live. But I love this on-car. So Tad Dowker is running through the woods, and I keep telling you how tight and technical this course is. We haven't seen much of it until now.
No, this is great.
Man, and just look how relentless this is. Just every turn you hit a rock and you're bouncing up and down. Yeah, I'm just having fun watching.
Right, yeah, the in-car view is just great to actually be able to see what the whole race course is.
I only made it around probably 1/5 of the race course, so I haven't seen it all. We've been busy doing everything. Obviously, we split up and conquer what we can. So this is fun for me to just sit back and watch.
Well, this is the most race course I've seen in 4 times of being here. So
no doubt. Yeah, Hammers. I've only been out on the trails a handful of times. I'm always stuck in town, so that's a fault to myself of not knowing the course near as well as Jim Marsden or especially Dave Cole, because Dave Cole lives there.
I love when you guys pull Dave in,
halfway
through the race towards the end, and he's like, directing the cameras. Hey, can we look at this real quick? Come back, just telling a story about it,
and watch this. If he hits his left tire on that next rock, yep, he does. Makes it right up. It's like, man. And that may have been the dust of Paul Wolf. I'm not sure. I hope not. Hope we didn't miss it.
There's somebody walking around up the trees there. So either
it's one of our recovery guys.
Oh, okay. It's not a photographer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's either media or safety.
Oh, it's media. They're staging up then.
Let's see. Well, how old are these? I'm going to update. I'm going to refresh. So if you're on racing tracks, click the Crossbar Ranch. Next to menu, there's 3 little dashes. Click that. Scroll down. 4,400. Show all. And now you can see all the racers out here on course. How old's this update? It is, they're having a little bit of update issues. Oh, and just when I say it.
Oh, there's a big jump.
Yep. So Paul Wolf, I believe, is through the Warren Racing Dead Man Slide. He is at just past race mile 8. And then Tad Dowker, I believe, is physical second. But on adjusted time, he's in that 3rd spot, I believe. We'll see how that shakes out. Oh, and we just had another jump. Chad Hunt.
He's got the red.
So I'm trying to get to, is that Cole Clark? Yes, Cole Clark. Let me double check. Yeah, Cole Clark is stopped at 0 miles an hour. Did he have another flat? Did he roll over? That's right around Hell's Gate, and that's pretty gnarly because we sent him down a gnarlier spot. So in a UTV, a little shorter, a little skinnier, who knows?
I hope he's not on a.
Hope. And just when we're talking about it, a mechanical alert from Cole Clark. Uh-oh. So tough break for Cole. He had an amazing run going. He stepped up from the open class and is playing with the big dogs, and it may have been him. How old's Tad's? 2 minutes old. So the Chris Branton, Tad Dowker, and Chad Hunt are all within a quarter of a mile of each other. So we have definitely going to have a battle coming through here. They're at race mile 5. We're at race mile 6.5. So this is going to be wild.
What was their starting order versus where they're on course now?
Let's go through that. I had to take a picture of it earlier. So Philip McGilton was on the pole. He is out of the race. Cole Clark was second. He is currently stopped out on course. Chris Branton started in third. Paul Wolf, our race leader, started in fourth. Then it was Chip McLaughlin in fifth. Tad Dowker started in sixth. Then it was Chad Hunt, Tim Hooper, Rick Levezzo, and Kevin Taylor. So Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt, it's going to be, they only started 2 minutes away from each other, so it's going to be very close.
And Tad was ahead of Chad.
Yeah, Tad was ahead of Chad by 2 minutes, and then Branton was ahead of both of them by, either 6 or 8.
So,
and that keeps updating back and forth. I think it's
last
Tad
time I looked,
Dowker.
Tad and Chad were flipped.
Yeah. So, but I think Tad Dowker should be our next competitor through. Well, actually, we'll have Kevin Taylor, but he is a lap down.
Okay.
He's going to be. So we'll have 4 cars coming through here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It's going to be a lot of action. But Chip McLaughlin and Cole Clark are both stopped right around race mile 4. And just when I say that, Cole Clark drops his red tear dot and is moving at 3 miles an hour, I hope. Getting an update from Peanut. Chip changed another flat tire out on course. So this course has proved to be tough. Thank you, Travis, with Rufus Racing. And Paul Wolf, let's see, 1, 2, 3, is up to 4 miles ahead of the rest of the pack. That guy, I mean, it's not over till it's over. To finish first you must finish, but it's looking amazing. I'm trying to think, has somebody ever won 3 races in one event? I'm not sure. Because back in the day, we didn't have so many classes.
No. Well, yeah, UTVs.
They split up, yeah. Bit. Man, I don't know. That's a good stat. If anybody out there in YouTube land knows that one, keep me honest, please. Usually I'm pretty good at those, but I don't have it for you.
I don't think so. Would be a pretty safe bet.
Yeah. So we got Dan and Josh tuned in. We don't know what happened to Cole. He was stopped, but then we think he started moving again. Again, we're just watching the tracker.
Well, unless Paul's done it before.
Yeah, that's possible. Okay, so if it's somebody, it's probably Paul.
That would be a good guess.
Yeah, Josh is saying he's been around here in a side-by-side, has fun, and it's a lot less stressful than driving your daily driver Jeep through here. And yeah, you're right, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still fun.
I was actually on the road coming down to get here. It was like, maybe we should have brought the Razor instead of the LJ.
Yeah, well, does your Razor have AC and heat?
No.
Nope. Exactly. And I'm getting the same way, that I really like my windows that go up and down. And I love UTV riding, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, getting a little older, I like my Jeep a little more.
It's more the conversation went to, yeah, but we couldn't have driven the Razor into town to dinner last night.
Exactly. Well, you could, but you may get in trouble.
You could.
Did you go to the Mexican joint, or where'd you go?
Yeah,
we went there our first night here. That place is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm going to flip back. Oh, wrong way. Let's see. Cole Clark. See his last update. Okay, he was doing 3, now he's doing 2.5, so I don't know if that's just a little glitch going on or if it's actually current, but it's looking pretty good. All right. Well, Dave, always a pleasure, buddy.
Yeah,
Go hang
absolutely.
out with your lady over there.
Will do.
It was
Thank
a
you.
good time. After the race, I'm going to get pretty busy, so I don't know if I'll catch up with you. But, buddy, it's been good to see you. It's been a while and always a good time. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, has been. Thanks, Miles.
All right, Dave Schneider. All right. Well, we're waiting for a few more competitors to come through. I think it's going to be Tad Dowker next. And I hear some big horsepower, so I'm going to guess I'm right. All right, so I hear some horsepower off in the distance, and now I see a car. I see two cars. Tad Dowker passes. Oh, that's Kevin Taylor, so lap traffic. So Tad Dowker makes the pass heading into Kelly's Cut. So we'll be having two cars coming in here, and I got Johnny hopping here with me in the Big B studio. How you doing, buddy?
Good, Miles. How are you?
Oh, I'm not bad. Did you go back and take a nap?
I didn't, and I'm tired.
Man, Scott put you through the ringer today, didn't he?
Earned my paycheck today.
Oh, you get paid, huh?
No, I wish. Earned my old beer.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'll take that payment.
There you go, yeah.
But it was a lot of fun watching you guys. But here is physical second position of Tad Dowker in Bambi. And he is on a mission. He wants that second position. That may be one of the fastest ones to come through this section right here. So he's going to splash through the creek and head on up. And now look at this. We have Starstream. It's a little bit behind just with the data deal. So he's heading up.
Two more.
Yep, we have Kevin Taylor and Chad Hunt. So Chad Hunt's going to go for the pass, and he does. So Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt are on a battle right now. So that's the sportsman of Kevin Taylor. To see a competitor coming up behind him, he pulls over. So I need to get back on here. What do we have? So Tad Dowker started 2 minutes ahead of Chad Hunt, and he's only 30 seconds ahead of him. So Chad Hunt, as of now, has about a minute 30 lead over Tad Dowker on adjusted time.
All right.
Man, what a wild race we have. Looks like Bill McGivern is watching for home. Can't wait to get you back out here, buddy. Hey, Bowling Green's here in a couple weeks. Hopefully we see you there. What do you think? And I had another text somewhere. Oh, here it is. Oh, it looks like Corey Day and the whole Team Indiana is rooting on their buddy, Chad Hunt. I see that must be Jeff Martin's shop. It looks like I see his hood. No, that's Terhun's hood. I saw some yellow. So Team Indiana, huge shout out to you guys. Thanks for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. All right, well, it looks like we're about 10 minutes away from the checkered flag flying for Paul Wolf. And Kevin Taylor is struggling once again on Rockface. Oh, and Bill McGivern is telling me he will be at Bowling Green. Oh, and here's physical fourth, Christopher Branton. So are we going to have a pass on Rockface? Look at this, Johnny.
That's crazy.
I love it.
Man, he gets it every time.
Yeah, so let's see. Chris Branton started up front, right? He started in third. So Tad Dowker has to beat Chad Hunt by 2+ minutes to get second position. So we're, let's see, almost the halfway mark on this last lap, on their final lap. So they're in their PCI race radios for Tad and Chad. Yeah. Tad and Chad telling them, hey, they're here. Here's a split time. Go, go, go. And Chad's like, oh, I see him. I'm coming for him. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be an exciting finish for second and third. But we can't take anything away from Paul Wolf as he is about to be by the PCI pits, and there's no way he's stopping for anything, right?
No. Wants that checkered.
Oh, man. Paul Wolf, I think, is going to get a three-peat here. That is amazing.
Crazy.
So, what were you telling old Scott when you're up here doing the smoke show on that first lap?
Change of plans, right? No, we started the race a little hot.
Yeah, you'll have that.
Yeah, and
you get excited. You want, yeah, I get it.
Yep, and so we end up breaking, I think, the output on the front drive shaft.
On the Transfer case.
Yeah,
yep.
transfer case. And so at first, when we pulled up to the first rock ledge, which was that
Screen door.
Screen door. We went up it, and we didn't hit the exact line we wanted to hit, and it came back, and when it came down, it popped on us. So first, we winched back out.
Oh, and just getting an update from your buddy, Peanut. Now, he says smoking. Is that smoking or smoking fast? I don't know. But Paul just passed the PCI pits. So that means he's about 2 miles away from the PCI start-finish and that checkered flag. Man, Paul Wolf with an amazing weekend. Don't forget, we got to pull the tracker, pull the data log, make sure everything's clean. But he raced this course twice yesterday, so he knows it. So I don't suspect any foul play there. And it looks like this is Tad Dowker heading into Warren Racing Dead Man Slide, taking that left line. And look at that, picture in picture. Good job, Lundy. Take It Live has done an amazing job. Oh, look at that. Chad Hunt is only 20 seconds behind Tad Dowker. So Chad has Tad right where he wants him. He just knows, if I can see you, I've beaten you. But how do you play that strategy-wise? Do you go for the pass for the bragging rights, or you just put it in cruise control and stay on Tad's bumper?
I'd say take the pass.
Let's go for it. That's what I'm talking about. So I see some dust. So I think Paul Wolf is there. That's got to be Paul. I'm looking at the tracker. Nobody else is out there. So unofficial, it looks like it's going to be the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in that UFO single seat IFS. With Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, VP, RCV, and Alltech. So there's Tad Dowker being chased by Chad Hunt. Let's switch back to the PCI start-finish, because I think Paul Wolf is going to be there any second. Yeah, let's stick here for just a minute, because we see the dust. He is about to hit the king kicker as he does. Paul Wolf, the checkered flag is flying, and Paul Wolf unofficially three-peats here for the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. May have just made history. What a great job for Paul Wolf. It's amazing. And he really, Dylan, his video guy, came out here. He brought 6 camera guys trying to do something very special with Ultra 4 USA this weekend, and he picked a good weekend to do it. To have Paul Wolf up front. Oh, man, I got a little excited. I apologize, everybody at home. Man, that was fun. And my throat's starting to hurt. I'll fix that with some medicinal medicine later this evening. Uh-oh, you're dropping your phone.
Yeah.
Don't do that. So while we wait for the next couple of competitors, well, I was talking about the smoke show earlier.
Yeah.
And then you had to get up, hike all the way up, almost to a tree, come back down, find another strap to get you winched up there.
Yeah. So we wanted to take the far right line. We thought we had it, but
and then you almost didn't.
And we almost didn't. So we went up. We did a nice little U-turn down. Let's say.
Yep.
Scott saved that, and then we always told ourselves it's 2 hits. After 2 hits, we stop. We get out.
Oh, that's a good rule. That's a very calm rule. I like that.
So did that, ran out of winch rope.
But you know what they say, a third time's a charm, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, we wanted to save it. We wanted to finish.
Yeah.
And in order to finish, we had to take it and step back just a little bit.
And then I love that you guys were maybe going to quit after lap 1, but
so
let's
that's
keep
the thing.
pushing. Whoa.
We were thinking about it, but then when we saw multiple people break right there,
you're like, hey,
we're like, well,
what if
it's
they
fair
keep
game
dropping?
at this point.
Yeah,
exactly.
and you
So
played
we
strategy.
We
like
knew
it.
that we had to winch right there at screen door and then possibly here. And other than that, we had it.
So Lundy, if you can hear me, let's switch back to Tad Dowker's on board, because he should be him and Chad Hunt are battling back and forth on the tracker. I think Tad is still out front. I don't see any dust. Perfect. Thank you, buddy. So Chad Hunt is behind him, and this is the race to watch. So let's just stay here and see if we can follow this guy to the finish if the Starstream stays aligned good enough. How cool is Starstream? When are you guys going to step up and get some of the stuff?
We have it. Scott has bought it, but the device is so far out from being pre-ordered.
Oh, okay.
That he can't get it, but he has the PCI mount and everything.
Nice.
Starlink
Okay, so you're getting close.
Yeah, we're ready.
Perfect.
We're waiting on it. Yeah.
Man, he is flying. He knows that Chad Hunt's behind him, and he is pushing hard. Again, they're in the trees. It's buffering, but it'll pop back up for us here in just a little bit. There it goes. And you can see how rough this course is. And when Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt came through just a moment ago, they were both driving 100%. They know that the podium is on the line. Who's going to get second? Who's going to get third? Or if one of them goofs up, Christopher Branton is still there to take advantage of that. Man, this is going to be a good one. It's going to be a race to the finish. Let's see, Tad Dowker updated at 38 current. Chad Hunt updated at 36, so 3 minutes ago. So, man, they are right on top of each other. And got another mechanical alert from your buddy, Chip McLaughlin. Dang it, he's had a rough day.
Oh, man.
All right, looks like Tim Hooper and Rick Levezzo are through Hell's Gate. Thanks, Doug, with Area 51. Okay, so Travis got a little in the heat of the moment. Smoking fast pace, not engine. So I didn't know which way he was looking. I was nervous about it, but yeah, you could tell he was still smoking fast.
Yeah.
But it was a fair question to ask, right? Because you never know.
Yeah, we actually hit the battery. Scott's battery went out on us, and so it was just pushing fumes in us. The entire, it started overcharging really bad.
And then you had to use your Warren winch a few times. So how did it work with a bad battery?
Man, I honestly didn't skip a beat.
Really? Okay.
Yep, didn't skip a beat.
And man, an overcharging battery has that that rotten egg sulfur smell. It's nasty.
I think I threw up a couple times.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Well, riding with Scott, that may just be car sickness.
We're convinced it is at this point.
All right, how old is? Yeah, we haven't had an update here in just a couple minutes. So Chad Hunt and Tad Dowker, I know Team Indiana is there at Terhune Shop, ripping and roaring for their buddy Chad Hunt. Oh, Chad has dropped back on the tracker. Let's see how old that is. That is a 5 minute old. Okay, so I still think it is Tad Dowker, Chad Hunt, and then Christopher Branton. But Christopher Branton has to pass both of those competitors and put a few minutes on them. So if Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt have issues, he's there to capitalize. Yeah. But I think it's going to be 2-3 Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt. Which order is it going to be? I think it's Chad Hunt, then Tad. We'll see. Last time through here.
Yeah, that mud's no joke.
Man. So, yeah, it looks like they're right around race mile 10. I took a quick little break there for a minute. Did I miss anything?
No.
All right, we're still just riding along with Tad Dowker, and we don't see dust still, so I still think he's out front putting that 1,000 horsepower to work. Right now, I'll bet you Chad's wishing he had that supercharger back on, because I know both of them are 100% wide open throttle heading towards. Ooh, that's starting to get a little green. Are we getting close? No, that's one of the back sections. Okay. I was thinking we were getting in the infield, but I got ahead of myself. I'm watching the tracker. He's between 11 and 12. Let's check the updates again. So Tad Dowker at 11.5 2 minutes ago. Chris Branton at 10.5 2 minutes ago. Chad Hunt. Oh, no. Chad Hunt is showing stopped on the tracker. Oh, no. We were just talking about that. How much lead? All right, let's do some math here. Oh, Terhune just says, go Chad. Well, yeah, go Chad. He's stopped. Come on, buddy. All right. What was I doing? Going to my pictures. So Chris Branton started 2, 4, 6 minutes, 8 minutes ahead of Chad. And look at this. All VCPs are good for Paul Wolf. So it's still unofficial, but it's looking good for old Paul Wolf for a three-peat. Congratulations, the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing.
Good job, Paul.
Man, come on, Chad. Everybody, I root for everybody. I'm not being biased, but come on, Chad, get back and going. I want to see you battling with Chris Branton. So I think Tad Dowker is going to get that second position. And we get a little siren from Chip McLaughlin, and he was smoking a little bit in the back. Did you see that?
In the back, yeah.
Wonder if he splashed the water a little hard. No, I think he may be overheating a little bit.
Might be a power steering pump.
Uh-oh. Yeah, because that's a mid-engine or a rear engine, I guess. So that's coming from the engine side. Uh-oh, I hope Chip can keep her under control and keep moving. But the checkered flag is out, so it's out for the rest of the field. So even if you're a lap down, you cannot go out for another lap. So how many more competitors do we have out on course? We have Cole Clark. Come on. Don't do that. So Cole Clark stopped. Philip McGilton has been stopped for a long time. Tim Hooper is still moving. Rick Lavezzo. So we only have 2 more competitors out on course that are moving. Not saying Cole Clark's out yet, but he's a little bit off course. So I don't know what's happening with him. Tough break for Cole Clark. We should see Tim Hooper in the next 5 minutes, and then Rick Lavezzo's probably only about 15 minutes until we have a cold course here at the Brannick Bowl at Rockface. So we will only see 2 more competitors unless Cole Clark can get going. And just like I say it, here comes Tim Hooper. He is a lap down, but still pushing. So let's go back down on the tracker. Looks like Tad Dowker should be passing the PCI pits. Let me see if anybody's texted me that. Oh, and just like you called it, power steering issues is what's going on. Thank you, Travis, for keeping me updated.
Hopefully it's an add a little fluid and keep going type of deal.
Man, that's yeah. He's going to push. He wants to make it to that finish line. Tad Dowker is right around 2 miles out from that checkered flag, and right now he should have it pretty locked down. So if we can switch back to my camera, we have Tim Hooper coming here at Rockface. This is his 3rd lap. Let's see if he can make it on the first shot. He's taking that far left line and gets a little crossed up. So he's going to have to, the engine dies. At least gravity helps him back on up, right?
Yeah.
He's doing a little bit of fuel strategy, getting better miles per gallon going backwards. Full throttle assault from Tim Hooper. And it looks like he is going to make it up and out. So Tim Hooper makes it up and out of the Brannick Bowl here at Rockface. Great run by Tim Hooper up Rockface. So unless Cole Clark gets to moving, we only have 1 more to come through here, and that's Rick Lavezzo. So let's switch back to, let's follow the drone till we lose him. And then I want to switch back as soon as the drone takes back off. Right about now, let's switch back to Tad Dowker, who should be grabbing the checkered flag here very soon. I think he's in the infield. Yes, he is. Yep. There it is, the infield. Tad Dowker, number 906, out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks. And that Trent Fab machine with that FTA 501 big block with 1,000 horsepower. Fox Shocks, Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Baja Designs, Yukon, and Warren Racing. Looks like he's just got a couple more turns to go, and we're riding along via Starstream with our 2nd place, and there he goes. Tad Dowker is our unofficial second place position. Congratulations, Tad Dowker and North Shore Raceworks.
Good
And
job,
again, on adjusted time, let's go back. Wrong way. Where is Chad Hunt? He is back and moving. So I wonder if it was a tracker glitch or not, because I think he is on top of Christopher Branton. So as long as he can stay, no, he is not. Sorry, Chris Branton's about 3 miles. So it's going to be on adjusted time really close, because what did I say, 8 minutes he's got to catch him by? How fast is old Chad going? He is moving at 13 miles an hour. Oh, he was on top of, on the tracker, it was Kevin Taylor. That's why I thought it was Branton, but it's not. Branton is moving at 70 miles an hour. So he is flat-footing it. He should be bypassing the PCI pits and heading in to physically finish in that third spot and then patiently await. The timer will start. I'm going to get my unofficial time clock ready. Got the stopwatch ready. When I see, and there he is in the infield. So I'm going to watch ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. As soon as I see Christopher Branton cross the line, I'm going to start a timer. And then Chad Hunt has 8 minutes to make it in here to try to take that podium spot away from Christopher Branton. Man, well, this is exciting. Johnny, thanks for hopping in with me.
Yeah.
And you're a firefighter, right?
Yep.
Thanks for your service, buddy.
Yeah, anytime.
So if I call you in the middle of the night, will you come save me?
Anytime, just for you, Miles.
You say no because it's like a 5-hour drive.
Call 911.
7 more, yeah, exactly. All right, well, the timer's about to start right now, and it has started. Chad Hunt has 8 minutes to get here to try to take that away. I'm going to do my math one more time. Chris Branton, so 2, 4, 6, 8. Yes, he has 8 minutes to come in here and take that podium spot away. So let's go back to the tracker. Well, let's go back to the YouTube chats. Who's in here? All right. Oh, the white guy's rooting on Tad. Oh, Ultra 4 Australia. Hey, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. They're waking up early to watch it. I think that's Tim with Bigfoot. All right, so let's go to Racing Tracks. Where is Chad Hunt? He is at race mile 11, and that was 4 minutes ago, so he's probably closer to 12 now. So that's 4 more miles. Can he do it? Man, it's honestly going to be close. I don't know how long Chad was stopped. I'll be curious to ask him that later on this evening.
Right.
All right, I'm going to scroll back up. So where's Rick Lavezzo? Oh, Rick Lavezzo's about 1 mile out. And where is Cole Clark? Oh, Cole Clark's officially out of the race. I see him at the main pit. So he was able to get back. I'm not sure what happened, but Cole Clark is out of the race. So we have Chip McLaughlin still moving, but past us. Tim Hooper is still moving, but past us. And Kevin Taylor should be the next one to grab the checkered flag 1 lap down.
Yep.
But we have one more competitor, and then it'll be a cold course from Rockface. We'll be able to start tearing down. I'll stay live for a little bit longer for sure, but we're going to have some of our volunteers start taking down the flags and all these delineators. So if you're bored, you're more than welcome to do that too.
All right, I'll make sure to sit by it. There's a lot of livestock running through.
Yeah.
This morning, actually, we got to see
some deer and stuff? Really?
Yeah.
Livestock to me is cattle.
Well, yeah, livestock probably
Wild
cattle.
animals.
Wild
Okay.
animals.
I guess you are a firefighter, so you don't know the difference.
Yeah.
But you do got a pretty sweet stash, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Not as good as Whalen's.
Hey, well, that's pretty nice.
All right. Well, Tad, I'm waiting for you to update on my tracker to see how far back you are. I'm at 2 minutes right now. And I forgot to plug my phone in. It just said 20%. Okay, I'm on it. All right. Well, still waiting on the tracker to update. We're at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. When my unofficial timer hits 8, I think Chris Branton may get it.
Yeah.
But again, oh, did it just update? Yes, it did. So he's at race mile 11.5, moving at 14 miles an hour. Man, I don't know. It's going to be down to the wire. This is going to be a race to the finish. Chad, why are you doing this to me, buddy? Thought I heard somebody coming, but
sounds like somebody might be-
okay, you heard it too.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. It should be Rick Levezzo. Yes, it's going to be. So we will see him coming into Kelly's Cut here in just a couple minutes. Yep, and I see him. So if we can get ready to switch over to Jack on the Believe cam, we'll do one more flyby. I think this is our last competitor. Yeah, this will be our last competitor to come through my area. Of Rick Levezzo. He is a lap down. We knew, we're pretty sure he took a tumble there at the Hell's Gate area. All right. So we'll stick, let's get ready to go with, let's switch to the Believe cam, Jack drone. And we'll watch Rick Levezzo come through for his last time. All right, here comes Rick Levezzo to the Brannick Bowl, hitting Rockface for his last time of the 4,400 main event. He struggled a little bit on this obstacle. We'll see if he can make it on a one-shot this time. Gonna take that preferred center line. He's got the tire spinning. I think he's gonna make it. And the checkered flag does fly for Kevin Taylor, I believe. No, that was Christopher Branton. No. I was right. That was Kevin Taylor. So Kevin Taylor just finished. He is a lap down. I'm at 5 minutes. Where are you at, Chad? As Rick Levezzo, our last car. So we are a cold course from race mile 6.5. All right, go back to racing tracks. Let's see, update 3 minutes ago. Nope. We still got to patiently await. Chad, you only got 2.5 minutes. Where are you at, buddy? I know Team Indiana's fretting too.
5 minute mark.
We're at 5 minutes, 30 seconds. So he's got 2.5 minutes to try to cross that checkered flag. Otherwise, it's going to go to USD Sticky, Upside Down Racing, Christopher Branton.
Crazy.
All right. Well, Johnny, congratulations on getting on the podium. I'll let you head back up there because we're going to try to start awards here in the next half hour to hour, I'm sure. So congratulations on that. You guys put on one heck of a show. And Scott owes you some beer because you worked your tail off. So always good seeing you. Part of Rufus Racing. Congratulations, Johnny. Always a good time.
You. See you soon.
All right, buddy. Oh, and Chad Hunt just did a huge update on me. We're at almost 7 minutes, and he is getting close. He's at only about 1 mile out. Look at this. And that was 2 minutes ago. So I'm going to, oh, man, this is going to be down to the absolute wire. Again, my stopwatch is absolutely unofficial. So it is Paul Wolf 1. Tad Dowker is 2. Who's going to be 3rd, Christopher Branton or Chad Hunt? I think he's only got 45 more seconds. I see some dust. Can't tell if that's wind or a car. This is going to be within 1 minute for 3rd place. Absolutely amazing. Paul Wolf beat Tad Dowker by 8 minutes and 32 seconds. That is a huge, huge props to him. I'm at 7:40 right now, and there is some dust. Oh, over the king kicker is Chad Hunt. and it looks like he's got a flat tire. Left rear looks completely ruined. And on unofficial, he gets it by 10 seconds. What's it going to be? I'm waiting for the update. Come on, I can see it. I'm telling you, I think Chad Hunt gets third place by 10 seconds. Again, unofficial, and it is by 5 seconds. Chad Hunt unofficially gets third position, and the left rear was completely shredded on Chad's car. What a race between Tad Dowker, Chad Hunt, and Christopher Branton. That was awesome. And congratulations to Paul Wolf putting on one heck of a show. Wow. I got to take a deep breath and soak that one all in. Well, I'm sure everybody is still staying tuned into the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We just saw an epic battle. Paul Wolf gets out front early and walks away with it. But then it was a tight battle between Tad Dowker and Chad Hunt, and then Chad Hunt comes to a stop. Chris Branton comes across the the line in third place, and then Chad Hunt gets back going, left rear tire completely shredded, and takes the podium spot away by 5 seconds over Christopher Branton. What an amazing, amazing race we had there to watch. And then we should see Tim Hooper come in next, probably in 10 minutes. Chip McLaughlin is stopped again. We are assuming that's power steering. And then behind him is Rick Levezzo. So we should have our next 2 or 3 finishers in probably the next 20 minutes or so. And Corey's texting me, woohoo for Chad, down to the wire. He made an exciting race. And again, I was not rooting against Chris Branton at all. I just love the drama with adjusted time. So great job by Christopher Branton. You ran one heck of a race, buddy, but Chad Hunt edged you out by 5 seconds. And then Tad Dowker ran an amazing race getting that second. And then making history, Wolf Racing, Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois, wins by 8 minutes and 32 seconds and wins every single race he entered this weekend. Good job on you. Absolutely amazing. And as I start talking about Chip, he pings. He is moving again at race mile 11.5. So Tim Hooper should be in town in probably 5 to 10. Chip McLaughlin and Tim Hooper should be in town in probably 10 minutes or so. And then Levezzo's probably 15 to 20 at race mile 9. All right, trying to get caught up here. So Team Indiana is rooting on their buddy Chad Hunt. Thank you, guys. Miss you, wish you were here, but I'm sure we'll see you at a race coming up. Chad said he thinks most of you guys are coming to Bowling Green, Kentucky for the Battle in the Bluegrass here in 2 weeks, so I will see you guys there. Talk Chad into coming. He was on the fence. All he's got to do is change the tire. The car looks fine. I can see it from here. Man, what an amazing weekend of racing it has been. We started off with qualifying yesterday. And then yesterday, what time was it? It was 11 o'clock we started racing the Youth 1K. Jet Chambers wins with Hunter Biddle behind him. And then we raced the Open and the the Open and the Stock class together. Paul Wolf wins the All Things UTV Open class. Then it was Robert Lee Bull and then Jay Shaw. In the stock class, it was Rodney Van Eperen and Owen Van Eperen. Then it was Justin Barth. And then in the G-Force Pro Modified class, it was Paul Wolf, Jay Shaw, and Eric Gilbert. And then this morning at 8, kicked off the EMC race. And it was an epic battle for sure. And in overall, it was Josh Hacker in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then it was Justin Barth and Scott Farley. And then at 4600 Spider Track stock class, it was John Rance and then Mick Henson. The 4500 modified was Sean Rance, Cody St. Clair, and Ben Ertl. And then right here, right now, we just watched Paul Wolf win. Tad Dowker 2. And in that third spot by 5 seconds over Chris Brandon is Chad Hunt. It's been an amazing weekend. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 PCI Race Radio's Clash at the Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma. It's been one for the record books, absolutely. Let's see if we have any fans on YouTube who they're rooting for. Thanks, Dirt Style, for the love. Hunt's Motorsports tuned in. Ultra 4 USA Australia, Greg, Jan, and North Shore Raceworks. They're proud of their buddy Tad and Andy. Man, what a race it was. Looks like Australia has their round number 1 coming up here in about a month, so stay tuned into their social media. They do some fun things coming over here, and I don't know if we could put on King of the Hammers without the Team Aussies. Those guys rock. Team New Zealand was here this year again, helping us out. It takes, I think, 250 people of volunteers this year at King of the Hammers to make it happen. Man, what a fun race that was to watch. Sorry if I got a little too excited from time to time, but I tell you one thing, I am still one of Ultra 4 USA's biggest fan. I'm just lucky enough to do it for a living. And it looks like we're about 1 mile out before the checkered flag flies for Tim Hooper, and about 2.5 miles before Chip McLaughlin. I see some dust, and there it is. That's got to be Tim Hooper with Fuel Works, number 1505, out of Bentonville, Arkansas. He will be a lap down, but be an official finisher here at the Crossbar Ranch. So I think Kevin Taylor is going to take that 5th spot and Tim Hooper in 6th. We'll see how it all shakes out. Nope, he's going to be... Nope, Cole Clark's going to take that one. Had to say bye to my good buddy Dave Schneider real quick, but to finish my thought there is Cole Clark started his 4th lap but was unable to finish it. So that is going to put him in that 5th spot. And then it's Kevin Taylor and Tim Hooper. So we still have 2 competitors out there on course. beautiful day out here for the 2025 PCI Clash at the Crossbar. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in here in Davis, Oklahoma. So from the entire broadcast crew here at Ultra 4 USA, I am Miles Hasselquist. Thank you, and we will see you up next at round number 2 in the Eastern Series in Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beach Bend Raceway, May 2nd and 3rd. We will see you there.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
Congrats on a great weekend.
Are we ready to get this show on the road? Yes, thank you all for being patient. We did have the schedule set at 6. We would have got them earlier, but it's all good. Here we are. We got to break down. You guys probably broke down as well. Tonight we're going to start off really fast with Hunter Biddle in the number 2 position for the Youth 1000 class out here this weekend. Our number 1 has already left, but Hunter Biddle, come on up here. In the number 2 spot out there in the Youth 1000 class. I know that you're new in that class. What are your thoughts on that horsepower coming from the 170s?
A lot different than the 170. So
you like it a lot better, like it, jumping it and all the fast turns and everything?
Yeah.
Well, here you are though, up here in the number 2 spot. I know it takes a lot of people to get you. How old do you want to think?
My mom, my dad, Elite Power Sports, and Second Force.
All right, you guys, let's give it up for Hunter in the Youth 1000 second position. All right, now we are going to move on into our 4,500 class, and in that number 3 spot, Ben Ertel, if you are here, come on up. In that number 2 position, Cody St. Clair. And in that number 1 spot, Mr. Sean Ray. All right, Cody, I can guarantee you these guys are very sturdy. It might be wobbly, but you're not going to fall. Here, let me get up here with you. All right, Cody.
wheels, PSC steering, days off the road, roof is split, after opening the car, kind of full bar batteries.
Awesome. All right, Cody St. Clair, congratulations on the number 2 spot. All right, up here in the number 1 spot, Mr. Sean Rance. You also had obviously a great race. You're in this number 1 spot right now. How you feel?
I feel great. It was a great day. You know, it was tough out there in the mud. I really am not a big mud guy, and the trees, and like Cody said, screen door was a little rough, and then the rock slides and all that. But it was great. It was a great day. Great course.
Well, obviously you did a great job out there. Miles has another trophy for you. You also were 3rd in the national championship last year. We know that it was an awesome year for you to be up there in that number 3 spot. Sorry, guys. But anyways, out there on the course though today, did you have any problems?
You know, we did have a flat, but that's, you know, I drive into things. I'm just a bad driver. But my co-driver here, he hung right in there with me and never, he didn't like it all the day, but he didn't say a whole lot. Everything was good.
Well, here you are though. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I'd like to thank my wife. She's at home taking care of things. And then we've got Milestar Tires. PCI, they did a great job. Tire balls. I will always say that until they put them back.
Well, congratulations on the number 1 spot and also 3rd in the national championship of 2024.
Thank you very much. It was great.
Let's give it up for Sean Rance, Cody St. Clair, and Ben Hertel.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Now go back, Cliff.
All right, next up, in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, in that number 2 position, Mick Hinson, come on up. And in the number 1 spot, Mr. John Rance. All right, Mick Hinson, you had some problems when you were out there, I guess, out there pre-running. You had to go back home and work on your vehicle to get you out here to the race. So right there is a perseverance to get you here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough course, pre-running. We were trying to get through all the rocks and get our pre-running done, and we ended up wrecking the transfer case. Come to find out, the parts I had, the parts I needed. So we had to drop the parts, come back, regroup, get the parts in before the UTV race started. I was co-driving in that, so we got that done, and made it to the starting line.
That's all that matters. And again, your race truck is like a fan favorite out here for the stock class. So who all do you want to thank for helping you get out here?
Joe Fabrizio for co-driving with me. He did a great job. My buddy Chris Armstrong chauffeured me all the way home, all the way back with the parts. Milestar Tires. I didn't have any flats all day. Trail gear, race line. We had a great day. No flats, no problems all day. We ran a clean race, and I appreciate everybody coming to help.
Well, congratulations in the number 2 spot for Mr. Mick Hinson. All right, John Rance. In the number 1 spot for the weekend, you definitely were on it today. You were not lifting when we saw you go by. How was the course for you?
Pushed us the whole time. That's what was right on us the whole start. He was right there. So we had to push hard.
Yeah, when you guys came in today, you were like, I didn't know you could go so fast in that Toyota.
Always. I love racing the 4600 fast.
In the 4600 Spider Track stock class, you also got this awesome Simpson helmet bag. Your awesome trophy for that. So last year, let's give us our thanks for the 2024 championship season.
Again, we just need to thank Ultra 4 for
Charlie, you're up here. You qualified number 1 for this race. Out there on the race course, you ended up only in two-wheel drive. I can't remember what it is you broke, a transfer case or whatever it was. But here you are up here, though, in that number 3 spot. You came into the pits. You were like, just get me back out there, change the tires and went. But how you feeling?
It's not the results we wanted, but it's what we got. So go home, make some changes, get better, and come back. And we have a second and a third at this part, so maybe we can come back and get first.
I mean, it seems like between you and Paul Wolf, you guys keep getting great positions out here. But here you are, though, in the 3 spot. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here?
First off, I want to thank Zandy for getting this all started, Mama Ann's for keeping it going. Max's Tires, I cannot believe that they took the abuse that they did. Running in two-wheel drive, hitting those waterfalls was completely insane. You have to hit them so violently. I didn't think we could make it nearly as far as we did. Vision wheels, when I finally burned all the tread off the rear tires, I did puncture a tire, and we went about 5 miles. They took the abuse amazingly. Warren winches, I just got a new setup on the car from them, and we didn't think I was going to have to use it that much, but Johnny put in the work and climbed those hills, and yeah, it was just crazy.
I have to bring this up real quick, John. You were out there. We were watching you on the live show, running that winch line up on rock face. Sketchy right there. I mean, you guys is steep, but what was your thoughts after having to get out and pull winch line right there?
The quicker, the faster we can get done, and the closer we keep going.
You guys have people coming up behind you, your competitors and everything, but you guys got it done. Great job on, the one winch. So, congrats on that. But do you have anything you would like to thank, Scott?
Yep, I'd like to thank EcoStaff, Radio Dynamics, Maradyne fans. Being in two-wheel drive, I had to beat the absolute crap out of the car, and those fans kept us cool all day long. WR Performance Products, because I'm going to have to get clean when I get home. Probably going to have more time cleaning the car than I am fixing the car. Dynamic Motorsports, Texas Stints, Yukon Gear and Axle, again, more winches, and double A for a brake for helping us get to the races.
Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot. We'll see you the next one.
Thank you.
All right, Justin Barth up here in the number 2 spot. I have to ask you really quick. You guys came in lap 1. Was there a tree take your window net out, or what happened?
So we were running physical first, and clipped the tree on the left side and yanked the window net off, and it was flapping down, but I had just made a pass for first, so I didn't want to let him back by right away. So we kept going, and then I noticed it was missing like a mile later. I was like, oh shoot, we're gonna get DQ'd if we don't pull in. So we pulled in and they got back by us, but and then we just weren't able to run back down. But it was a good race, so congrats to these guys. And yeah, we ended up rigging up a net from the Can-Am to make it work. So it's a wild deal, just like Ultra 4 always is. So
I have to say, when you guys came in and did that, and when something happened, window net went on his side, I was like, I thought you guys had one backwards. Is what I thought.
Well, we swapped nets initially from Paul's side, but since we were having to get out to pull cable, we wanted a good net that he could get in and out and get back on the car. So we ended up switching them back and making one work for my side. So yeah, zip ties and duct tape. Yep.
Well, congratulations up here in the next spot. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
Got to thank my team first and foremost. Jason for running the pits for us. He's been racing with us for 10 years now. Couldn't do it without him. Obviously Paul for riding with me in both cars. This is actually Paul's first weekend at Podium, and we podiumed twice, which is cool. So I got to thank Paul for riding with me. Abby for coming and watching the kiddos, and Lydia, and then everybody back home, my team with Barth Equipment for taking care of things while we're gone. Also Jimmy's for building us a great car. We've been beating that car up since 2019, and it just keeps on going. King Shocks, the Nitto tires held up great today. We didn't have any flats, and Raceline wheels came on board this year, and we've been beating the heck out of those wheels, and they've done great. So yeah, and thank you, Pam, and the whole Ultra 4 staff. So yeah, thank you guys.
All right, well, thank you. We have one more. Justin Barth, you got 3rd place last year in the 4900 stock class for the national championship. So congratulations on that. Another trophy for you as well. Any thoughts on the 2024 season?
Two races this weekend and 3 trophies. I'll take it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your 2nd place out here for Crossbar, the Clash at Crossbar, and then for your 3rd place for your stock class last year.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, 2024 season was our fault. We were dealing with a new car, kind of some new car blues with some of that, but we're still able to get it done. So we kind of had a of rough hammers, but had some decent regional races where we podiumed a couple times. So they kind of threw some points together with the new hammers, I guess, how they did it this year. So got to thank MRT for the, as far as the side-by-side class is concerned. MRT's been with us for 9 or 10 years now, and just their tires are just great. They're kind of our main sponsor for the side-by-side side, but also Can-Am has built a good platform with the Maverick R. We've been doing okay with it, Travis Zollinger with ZRP Racing Products has made us some great stuff over the years, and then CT Raceworks, Alex Reed and the guys at CT have been. They got us a bunch of prototype parts out for hammers last year that they didn't even have ready yet, that we were able to run that car 2024, which made this happen. So yeah, that was great. So thanks to Alex and his team at CT.
All right, well, congratulations once again on your amazing weekend out here in 2024.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys. Good job.
All right, good job. Josh Hacker, here you are up in this number 1 spot. How you feeling?
I mean, it's good. Second race with LT4. First race was King of the Hammers. We broke and aftershock. Rebuilt the car, came back out, and it's amazing. Words can't describe it. Tom was top notch. Everything's been great.
I have to say, you came in, and when your wife told him you guys were in first place, you couldn't believe it. You didn't even know it.
No, I had no idea when he said first. I knew Scott and all them, were at screen door, and then Mark couldn't make it up, and then he went to the right, and we one-shotted. I was like, and then Tom's like, oh, no, make it a Sunday drive. Just keep the car together, 100%. And then we kept battling with Mark back and forth as we kept going, and I had no idea where he pulled off. Zero. And yeah, and that's how I guess we managed number 1.
Well, you smooth and fast and consistency, so you're consistent and got yourself up here to this number 1 spot. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
Mickey Thompson Tires. Without the sponsorship from Mickey's, Granite with Stan, Raceline Wheels, Tim Rogers with TMR Chassis. I think that's all I got on them guys. I don't know what to say.
Well, congratulations is what we're going to say to you, and hopefully we see you out here at the next one.
Oh, definitely, 100%. We're going to Indiana next. We're going to run the entire Central Series. Hopefully we see you guys out there, Scott out there, and see how it all goes.
All right, well, let's give it up for our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Josh Hacker, Justin Martin, and Scott Farley. All right, on to our 4400 class. This class right here, just now getting off the course here just a little bit ago. Awesome racing by all of everybody today. But right now, in that number 3 spot, come on up here, Mr. Chris Branton. In that number 2 spot, Tad Dalper. And in that number 1 spot, Paul Wolf.
Go ahead. I'm going to pull up, take a look out.
All right, Chris Brandt, you actually came in today 3rd physically, and then on corrected time, you were 4th, but then a little bit of an incident, and you ended up back in the 3rd spot. So you went from 3rd to 4th, back to 3rd, but here you are. Running down, make sure you guys didn't leave. How you feeling?
Good, yeah. I was happy, coming in 3rd. It was a fun course, a little rocky, a little muddy, but yeah, it was fun.
Well, it looks good. We went over to Rock Face. Went out to Rock Face watching you guys go up the mountain there on the rocks, and you guys were looking really good, having no issues, but clean day for you.
Yeah, pretty clean. Lap 4, we started having some power steering issues that kind of set me back for a little while.
this weekend?
Oh man, it's a lot here, but we try. So we got Liquid Molly. I want to thank them. I want to thank USD Sticky Tires, Raceline Wheels, Maximum Transmission, SCS Gearbox, Real Drive Shaft. I want to thank D-Mon Tuning for doing the EFI tuning. Jimmy's 4x4, the frame car. Yes, I got them. But I definitely want to thank our pit crew, Darren Selden, Jason Overfeller. My dad's here this weekend, so Dennis, big thanks to all them. Jason Washburn, and leaving somebody out. Well, you know, I almost took the steering wheel off and handed it to him.
No, he's bossing you around is what's going on. Are you going to put in a false steering wheel for him next time?
That's right, yeah. You know, it's a quick connect, so I just hand it to him.
Well, congratulations up here in that number 3 spot, and I know we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chris Brand in that number 3 spot. Here I am in the number 2 spot, Mr. Chad Hauker. How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. A little sore, to be honest with you. That course was pretty brutal. Really fun, though. I mean, we were able to kind of push all day and just try to maintain pace. It was a ride.
Well, I mean, you guys look good out there. Like all of you guys were looking good out there. But any issues on any of the obstacles?
We struggled with just the water crossings a lot today. But other than that, you know, it was nice to have a challenging course. Like there was a couple obstacles that we didn't make the first time. We had to take a different line or struggle a little bit. So hats off to Ultra 4 Tribals guys. Put on a good course. I love seeing them get harder. I want them harder. The harder the better. So I appreciate it. The course was awesome.
Well, when you ask for that, though, you know it's going to get even harder, and then other people complain.
That's the goal. It's Ultra 4, right? I mean, if we don't got a full cable once in a while, I don't think it's hard.
Yeah, this course wasn't super long, but it was super challenging. A lot of carnage and a lot of tires and a lot of problems out there this whole weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it was relentless. You didn't have a break. You didn't have a high-speed prairie section, so you got a little breath of air when you came around here by the pits, but other than that, you were concentrating and grinding the whole time.
Well, it's awesome to see you up here in that number 2 spot, and I know you have a whole team of people, so who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Yeah, first off, I got to thank my wife, family, and my team back home. Our business kicks off in the spring, so it's really hard to come out with this stuff right now, so appreciate them for holding the fort down. Andy for co-drive today. He was spot on all day. Tablet popped off on a huge on lap 1. He held it the whole time, so we didn't lose it. So hats off to him. I want to thank my team coming out here, prepping the car, and then my sponsors. Mickey Thompson got no flats today. We ran those things pretty hard. Raceline Wheels, no issues. We didn't use the Warren, but Warren, Amsoil, Baja Design, Fox, Off-Road Research, all the guys that make this happen. And more than anything, hats off to Ultra 4, fellow competitors, course workers. I can't do it without these guys here, and it's just so much fun to do this. So appreciate you guys.
Well, congratulations once again, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Woo! Paul Wolf, this is your spot this weekend.
Like I said, I'm just happy to redeem ourselves from Nationals. We had a really good car, really good crew at Nationals, and I let them down, throw the car up. But on a side note, I really got to thank Chip. There was a tree out there right before Rock Face. He kept getting in my way. I'm glad he took it out because I was having a hard time getting around that one.
Did he really take it out?
Yeah, he really took it out. He took out like a 6-inch tree. I don't know what the front of his car looks like, but the tree's on the ground.
Well, that's pretty awesome. But Paul Wolf, number 1 spot all across the board. Pretty awesome weekend for you, for sure. But you have a whole team of people that have been out here helping you and getting you out here to this awesome racing out here. So who all would you like to thank?
I got to thank Chris Hickman. He let me drive that car, and I don't know why, but he keeps letting me drive it, so I'm going to keep taking advantage of it. But I got to thank Nitto Tire. The tires took a lot of abuse today. This is a heck of a proving ground here at Crossbar. It's really tough. Raceline Wheels, same thing with them. Of course, RCV axles, man. We beat the tar out of them, and then CBR radiators. They kept that car cool, covered in mud, filthy, and it still stayed cool and ran great. Chad Barton, he's the one guy did the motor for me and got me back running so I could be here. So I really appreciate all those people. ATO, Jim, transmission, that thing took some abuse today. And of course, Charlie, Power Steering Solutions, it steered really well all day. So
really happy with it. Worked great. And of course, my wife.
All right, let's give it up for Paul Wolf in that number 1 spot out here in the 4,400 class. Chad Galper and Chris Branton. And also, Paul Wolf, you also are getting a national championship. Oh, we'll wait up. Miles is telling me what to do over here, so we'll wait. So let's go ahead and get your photos, but congratulations to you three for your 1, 2, and 3 positions. All right, so for our championship for 2024, Chad Hunt in that number 3 position for our 4,400 class. Paul Wolf in the number 1 position for our 4,900 open and our 4,900 modified class. Good job, girls. Chad Hunt, right here. I'm going to talk to you about this. It was 2024 was a heck of a season. You're up there 3rd in the points for the championship series. How do you feel?
Well, it feels really great. I think I tied for 2nd, but we'll let Goodby figure that one out. I just got to thank Paul for letting me win nationals. It was awesome. It was a good time. It was unexpected. I didn't even think I had a chance at this. I really got to thank Mickey Thompson. No flats today. I mean, we broke 6 steel studs off, still no flat tires. So tires are stronger than steel. Huh? Sure it's not flat? You can't find it. No, I'm sure it's not flat. But I got to thank my wife, my family, Mickey Thompson, Panic Motorsports. They're the ones that help us come out here and do this crazy stuff. And all these guys here with me, Paul, Chip, all you guys that are out here racing with us. It's an honor. It's fun. We really enjoy it. I was chasing dust all day, and it was just really fun. I knew Tad was close. I knew Paul. I was running. It was good till it wasn't. 2 miles away, and we were just heads dropped, and we just came in. It didn't matter that.
Congratulations on 2024. This race today, obviously not a good one for you, but you still did good. You still did good.
4th place. I can't complain about that coming in with 3 wheels, so I'll take it.
Do you have anybody else you want to thank, or did you get them all?
My wife is the most important one. She's not here with me, which is very odd. She stayed home. We have a brand new grandbaby coming very soon, so she wanted to be there for that, and I completely understand. So I can't wait to get home and see him when he's born. So.
Well, congratulations on 2024 and then today for your 4th place. Paul Wolf, you have quite the luggage up here, quite the hardware. I mean, 2024 was good to you.
Yeah, it was very good. We had an awesome UTV and Can-Am. I can't thank them enough. That car was tough, and we beat it down, and looks like the Mavar is taking its place now.
I mean, you did so well last year in 2024. Obviously, you're on a good roll right now for 2025, but 2024, who helped you get up there on the box and get you to the national championship for your modified and your open class?
First, my wife, and then everybody, all the crew. Robert, Dylan, my media guy, he not only does media, he normally helps work on the cars too. 9 minute pitch. So everybody that chips in, there's a huge crew of us that do it. I couldn't do it without everybody. There's no way I could make it happen. Of course, Can-Am, they support us. Badlands Off-Road, they helped tremendously. They got Dylan a media ride so he could run around and take pictures of me. So it is. It's Indiana. They help. Panic Motorsports, phenomenal. There's a ton of people. I know I'm missing people, but just everybody. I really appreciate it. And of course, everybody that shows up not only to help other crews and to compete against us and spectators. Not everybody would be able to do this, so thank you.
All right, he is 100% correct on that, but let's give it up right now for Paul Wolf in the 4,900 modified 1st place.